Becoming an ancestor in another world from this day on. Chapter 251, Rebuilding the Family Cemetery. It had to be known that even the 4 large family clans previously did not have such an important talent in their family. They had basically paid a huge price to hire an alchemist and a weapon refiner from outside. Even if they had tried all means to invite them, the highest level was only a level 5 alchemist and a level 3 weapon refiner. But now, the Nicholas family clan actually had a level 6 alchemist and a level 4 weapon refiner. How could this not be shocking? Previously, everyone was only afraid of the Nicholas family clan. They were shocked and frightened by the powerful combat strength displayed by their clansmen. Now, everyone's opinion of this family clan had changed drastically. Even the group of people who had originally sat back and watched, or kept a respectful distance, could not sit still anymore. They had all put the matter of working with the Nicholas family on the agenda. They had to build a good relationship with the Nicholas family. Previously, they could not get anything from the powerful combat strength of this family clan, but it was different now. A level 6 alchemist and a level 4 weapon refiner had instantly doubled the value of befriending the Nicholas family. The latest situation of the Nicholas family clan had spread like wildfire in the Holy Light City. That afternoon, the city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz, and the 7th prince, Quinn, chatted about this as they played chess. I didn't expect the Nicholas family to hide so much. They even have a level 6 alchemist and a level 4 weapon refiner. This is too shocking. The city lord made a move of the chess piece and looked at the person opposite him with a meaningful gaze. Did you really not know earlier? Hearing this, Prince 7 smiled helplessly. He twirled the Chinese chess piece in his hand and shook his head. I really didn't know. If I had known, why would I only go and take a look? That's right. What a coincidence. The city lord laughed. When they heard the news, the 2 of them were in disbelief. They did not believe the news at all. They had no choice but to believe it after they sent someone to investigate and verify it. However, they really could not figure out how these 2 geniuses from the Nicholas family had managed to increase the level of their alchemy and weapon refinement to such a high level while they were breaking through levels rapidly. Buzz! An inexplicable vibration suddenly sounded from afar, and the expression of the city lord, Diaz, changed drastically. Prince 7 asked curiously, Imperial Uncle, what happened? City Lord Diaz looked surprised and puzzled. He stood up and looked in the east direction outside the Holy Light City. Come with me to take a look. With that said, the city lord released the magical power in his body, and the energy carried Quinn to a high place. In the air, the 2 of them looked into the distance at the same time. They saw that outside the Holy Light City, in the east, dozens of kilometers away from the city, there was a huge commotion. It seemed that even the heavens and earth were shaking. Even Quinn had sensed that a large amount of energy was being extracted over at high speed. Shocked and puzzled, Quinn looked surprised. What is that? A hint of darkness flashed in the city lord's eyes, and his voice had a strange meaning that he could not suppress. It's the Nicholas family. Their clansmen are rebuilding the family cemetery. Quinn was stunned for a moment before he quickly reacted. That location was where the Nicholas family cemetery was. He had heard about this earlier, but because he did not know much about it, he had not paid much attention. But now that there was such a huge commotion, no matter how he looked at it, there was something strange. The city lord's gaze was long as he stared at the ground in the distance. Suddenly, he noticed the regular energy changes and could no longer maintain his calm. The Nicholas family clan has actually changed the feng shui of the family cemetery and reconstructed the feng shui magic formation. They actually have a powerful magic formation master. Upon hearing this, Quinn was stunned, and then he was speechless. How many more secrets was the Nicholas family hiding? Why did it not stop every day? Apart from the city lord residence, all the other powers in the Holy Light City, as long as they had a great archmage, basically knew about this news. The Nicholas family had caused a huge commotion again. The strange commotion on the east side of the city had been caused by them. Such news soon spread throughout the entire Holy Light City. Many people had heard that the Nicholas family clan was about to rebuild the ancestral graves of the family clan. The source of this news was really true, and it had indeed been confirmed. The Nicholas family had indeed been busy with this matter in the past few days, and they had basically prepared everything. The Nicholas family clan had been forced out by the 4 large family clans back then, and they had even been forced to move their ancestral graves. They basically sealed the coffins and left, looking extremely pathetic. This place, which had been dug full of holes, was no longer of value. From then on, it had been neglected and had been abandoned for nearly 50 years. There was no way to build a feng shui magic formation here. 2 days ago, when they heard that the Nicholas family was actually moving the family tombs back to the original place, they were a little surprised. They did not know what the Nicholas family was thinking. This place was no longer of any use. But now, the feng shui magic formation, which had been destroyed earlier, was about to be restored. Such a powerful and heaven-defying ability was clearly something only a master of magic formations could do. In other words, the Nicholas family clan still had an unfathomable master of magic formations. Yesterday, it had been revealed that the Nicholas family clan had a level 6 alchemist and a level 4 weapon refiner. Today, a magic formation master appeared. The revelations from this family clan really did not stop at all. They had thought that destroying the 4 large family clans in one go that day would be a rare event, and that after this battle, the Nicholas family clan would have to at least recuperate for a few days. At the same time, this would also allow the spectators to soothe their overly shocked nerves. Unexpectedly, this was only the beginning. The Nicholas family clan had also received a lot of attention today. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, in front of the old ancestor Romo, a visitation scene showed that the clansmen were rebuilding the family cemetery. The cemetery of the family clan was an important place that the family clan cared a lot about. It was said that with the protection of the old ancestor, what directly affected the family clan's luck was the tomb of the old ancestor. The benefits it brought to the entire family clan were immeasurable. Even ordinary people, as long as they had some money and power, would rebuild the cemetery and hire people to read the feng shui and modify it. Not to mention those magi who were originally cultivating natural energy, none of them did not care about this. In the eyes of outsiders, the family cemetery was about ethics and how much one respected their ancestors. This was basically related to the foundation of a family clan. Back then, the Nicholas family clan had opened the graves to take away all the coffins of their ancestors. In everyone's opinion, it was somewhat unbelievable and disdainful. If they could not even protect their ancestral graves, what possibility did this family clan have to rise up? Being forced to dig up a grave was such a great humiliation that all the seniors of the Nicholas family could not breathe. They were simply too ashamed to face the ancestors. Chapter 252, The Turbulence of Making Connections. The obsession had been imprinted in their hearts for a long time. Now that they finally had the chance, they naturally had to move back the ancestral graves and reconstruct the feng shui magic formation. The descendants of the Nicholas family clan who were still alive had to return to the family clan. This concerned the future development of the family cemetery, so they naturally would not let this matter rest. Previously, Norden, Zorro, and Dick had been promoted to geniuses by him. Considering the need for future development, Romo simply spent 300,000 faith points to buy a divine tier magic formation secret manual from the system shop and then imparted it to Norden. With the enhancement of the 100-fold cultivation speed, comprehension ability, and so on, Norden quickly got the hang of it and mastered the ways of the magic formation. He incorporated all the knowledge in the magic manual into himself. After all the preparations had been made, Norden immediately started to restore the feng shui magic formation in the family cemetery which had been destroyed previously. Soon, there were initial results. The reconstruction of the family cemetery had advanced by a large margin. Now, all the ancestral coffins of the Nicholas family had been ushered back to the cemetery. Ding! The cemetery of the host's family clan has been successfully rebuilt. Binding to the old ancestor's tomb. Binding is successful. The family clan's luck is increasing rapidly, to a great extent. The family cemetery can share the defense of the family clan's magic formation in multiple enhancements. After the system notifications, Romo raised his eyebrows. He had not expected the family cemetery to be bound to him. Previously, in Winter Frost, the system had not mentioned this at all. It seemed that the system did not acknowledge that temporary cemetery. It was only today that the reconstruction of the family cemetery had some initial results. Otherwise, it was unknown if the system would wait for death. Forget it, this was a good thing. The tomb of the old ancestor of the family clan had received the same increase in defense attributes, including basic defense points, attack rebound, and a series of other attributes. Even the luck of the family clan had greatly increased. With such a large wave of family clan luck points crashing down, the family clan's luck level, however, did not increase. Indeed, it was much harder to increase it after reaching level 4. With Romo as a witness, the reconstruction of the ancestral graves of the Nicholas family clan was completed. It was only now that the return of the Nicholas family clan had officially come to an end. In the past few days, everyone in the Nicholas family had been running around to take over the businesses. After a few days of work, most of the businesses under the 4 large family clans of the Holy Light City had been gathered into the hands of the Nicholas family. There were still some businesses left, and those large and small forces, which were like wolves and tigers, finally could not hold back anymore. They pounced on the remnants and snatched them all away. After the businesses of the 4 large family clans had been divided up one by one, basically no one mentioned the 4 large family clans that had been exterminated. As the businesses of the Holy Light City had been rapidly reshuffled, the turmoil from the annihilation of the 4 large family clans earlier also quickly subsided. The 4 large family clans, which had once shaken the Holy Light City, were gone. There was the Nicholas family clan. There was no need to worry about the situation in the Holy Light City. One might as well think about what to have for dinner. One should live as he should. No one ran to the Nicholas family and threatened to take revenge. Perhaps everyone had also been stunned by the series of news from the family. No matter how bold one might be, one could not cover the sky. Everyone wanted to live, so they naturally would not court death. As for the royal nobles in the Sebastian kingdom, it was not known what those who had most of the resources were thinking. There was another large group of people secretly watching the Nicholas family. Recently, the Nicholas family clan had been in the limelight. One after another, major news had been exposed. Under the interference of various factors, many of them could not hold back anymore. They wanted to be the first to befriend the family clans so that it would be easier for them to work together in the future. Level 6 Alchemist, Level 4 Weapon Refiner, and a Magic Formation Master. 3 masters were gathered in one hall. Who could resist this? No one could hold back. As such, on the second day after the Nicholas family clan had finished rebuilding the family cemetery, someone immediately took action. One after another, exquisite and expensive invitation cards were delivered to the Nicholas family. Everyone outside was looking. Who would be the first to obtain the favor of the Nicholas family? Would it be him? Not long after, someone turned around from the enthusiastic atmosphere of delivering the invitation cards. He simply came knocking on the door with a big gift, wanting to meet the Nicholas family. In the face of benefits, what was dignity? So what if he had lowered the dignity of the family head? If he could build a good relationship with the Nicholas family, he might be able to befriend a few masters immediately and live a good life from now on. In short, he had to befriend the Nicholas family. More and more people came with gifts, wanting to talk to the Nicholas family. Later on, there was also a general template. Congratulations on the return of the Nicholas family clan to the Holy Light City. Those who had some old friendship with the Nicholas family clan were all thinking of ways to further their relationship with the family clan. As for those who had a feud with the Nicholas family clan, they were even trying all means to mend their relationship, afraid that they would take revenge and exterminate them. Among the latter, there was a medium-sized family clan that had even sent their great archmage head of the family to apologize and even brought something as a compensation. It was said that they had learned it from the East. With such a good show, the onlookers were shocked and shouted, "Great! One more time! I can't get enough of it! The people from the cities really know how to play." They were treating the entrance of the Nicholas family as a stage for a show. The corners of the eyes of the clansmen of the Nicholas family twitched, and they were momentarily speechless. Even if they had come to apologize, it would have been enough to just send them some treasures. Why did they have to create all this fuss? Sigh. Perhaps because this head had been too loud, many people immediately followed suit. They all come over enthusiastically. The Nicholas family did not make things difficult for them. They accepted their gifts and said, "In the future, you'd better be good people." Their attitude seemed good, but many people were secretly speculating that this was just a facade of peace. The Nicholas family might flip the table and kill someone in the future, or they could slowly take revenge in the future. There was nothing else to say for now. At this moment, the threshold of the Nicholas family clan had almost been flattened. It could be said that there were as many guests as the clouds, and they came in peace. At this moment, news of the Nicholas family clan spread. The Holy Light City was instantly in an uproar. The Nicholas family clan is about to recruit retainers. The Nicholas family wants to recruit retainers. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the solo magic cultivators. The Magi, who did not have much to rely on and had to rely on themselves to cultivate, all grinned from ear to ear. All right, all right. After fighting alone for so long, finally, an opportunity had come. The news earlier had caused an uproar. They naturally knew how deep the foundation of the Nicholas family clan was and how unfathomable their strength was. They could satisfy all those below that: a level 6 alchemist, a level 4 weapon refiner, and a divine mage. Even though they knew that it was unlikely for them, they still scratched their heads and rubbed their cheeks, thinking hard about how they could be associated with this powerful family clan. In the end, a formation master had been revealed, and those large and small factions that had smelled opportunity all pounced over. They could not snatch anything at all. Chapter 253, Retainer Assessment. These people did not have any thoughts of respecting the old and loving the young. Of course, this was also an underlying rule of the continent: strength reigned. If they really could not snatch anything, there was nothing they could do. However, many people had an idea. They planned to wait for this commotion to pass before visiting and recommending themselves. They might even be successful. In the end, so what? It was better to come at the right time than to come earlier. This was joining the crowd. A group of solo magi ran eagerly to the notice put up by the Nicholas family. They poked their heads out with great hope and high fighting spirit. After seeing it clearly, their hearts turned cold. Sigh, let's go, let's go. They need a great mage. An ordinary mage would not be qualified. Moreover, even if one's level had reached or surpassed it, he would still have to go through the assessment by the Nicholas family clan. Another hurdle had been added. Most of them returned in disappointment. At the same time, there were also many who stayed. There was no lack of great magi among them. After receiving the news that the Nicholas family was recruiting retainers, the reactions of the large and small factions in the Holy Light City were all different. Some were shocked, some were puzzled, and some said, as expected. At first, they were a little surprised, but soon, they switched to other emotions. Whatever this family clan did was really not surprising. Some days ago, they had thought that the Nicholas family clan must have taken some drugs or cultivated some evil techniques. Now, they were even more certain of their speculation. If it had not been for a backlash, how could the Nicholas family have needed retainers so quickly? They must be seizing the opportunity to strengthen themselves. There were also people who felt that it was reasonable for the Nicholas family to need manpower since they had taken over a lot of commercial assets. There was no need to make a fuss. Amidst all kinds of speculations and responses, the next day came quickly. Early in the morning, there were many people gathered in front of the gate of the Nicholas family. There were several circles of people here, inside and outside. Most of them had come to watch a show. Of course, there were also 20 to 30 solo magi who had come to take the test. They were all great magi. They were basically below level 5, and there were only a few above. These people had two goals for this trip. The first was to see if they could clinch the first prize, and the second was to see if the path to joining the Nicholas family clan was easy, for example, what was the exact situation and what the attitude of the people inside was like. Basically, they were here also to recce for those who would come later. Around the time after breakfast, the door to the Nicholas family clan opened. Some servants greeted the solo magi who were taking the test. The others looked on eagerly and found a way to watch the show. The surroundings of the Nicholas family clan, whether it was the trees, the roof, the windows, were all crowded with people. It could be said that they were enthusiastic spectators. The Nicholas family did not care much about these peepers. After all, it would not hurt to be seen. It was mainly because the recruitment of these retainers was really not something worth keeping a secret. About 20 to 30 people had been invited to a courtyard. The person in charge of the inspection this time was the eldest grandson of the family head Norton, John. This was enough to show the attention and care the Nicholas family had put into recruiting the retainers. However, they did not see the few powerful great archmagi, especially the two influential figures. They were still a little disappointed. Thereafter, they became calm. Now that their levels were so low, it was normal that they could not see them. They could only hope that in the future, if they could successfully enter, they would have the chance to see those too. After calming down, they listened carefully to the rules of the test. The group of solo magi looked at each other. According to the rules of the assessment, every candidate had to compete with the Nicholas family members of the same realm. They would be graded according to the actual situation. The score was directly related to the final outcome. There might be 3 scenarios for the outcome of the duel. One was to win and pass the duel, one was to fail but have an outstanding performance, these people might be kept behind, and the other was to fail and have only an average performance, then these people could only leave. Alright, Shiasa, will be the first to take on your guys. While everyone was hesitating, a woman with a carefree personality jumped nimbly to the middle of the courtyard. She was a level 5 great mage, one of the best among the 20 to 30 people. The Nicholas family members behind John discussed for a while and sent an old man. This was one of the first people to return to the Nicholas family, Aaron, who had a high seniority in the Nicholas family. Shiasa's gaze paused. Although she was puzzled, she still bowed. Please enlighten me. Please advise. Aaron returned the greeting. Bang. Cough. Soon, the duel ended, and Shiasa returned defeated. She pursed her lips and told the rest to be careful later, although the outcome would not change even if they were careful. The other independent magi, who were watching from the side, scratched their heads. They were a little too taken aback. 2 more went up in succession. The outcome was the same, but the battle was even more tragic. The Nicholas family member had restrained themselves earlier. The group of independent magi swallowed their saliva in shock. After watching 3 rounds, they also understood that the old man in the battle clearly had an extremely exquisite magical power. At first, when he fought back and forth, he was a little stuck, but soon, he became more and more proficient. The difficulty he had in attacking earlier could not be seen at all. The old man had not held back at all earlier. It was just that he was a little rusty at first. Then, there were 2 more rounds. The people from the Nicholas family clan fought more and more easily, but the independent magi who came to take the test had not won. Those who had not fought yet became even more anxious. Would they all lose today? After the people of the same realm had finished competing, Aaron retreated with a flushed face. A simple and honest-looking person came over. Then, with a few thuds, a few level 3 great magi were also beaten. Bang! Bang! As the assessment continued, the participants present were all stunned. No one passed the 10 consecutive rounds. Such a battle situation had also been seen by the onlookers. Outside the field, everyone who was not from the Nicholas family clan was in an uproar, and then they became silent. Are they using us as a training tool? Someone muttered softly. Those who had not competed and those who had been defeated looked at each other, their hearts aching. Sigh. They could see through it but could not reveal it. One by one, the Nicholas family members who had come out to test the candidates were all those who had cultivated some extremely exquisite magical power. Coupled with the fact that their minds were working quickly, it only took 10 minutes for them to finish their sparring. When they came out, all of them were smiling. It was obvious that they wanted to do it again. As independent magi, no matter how much combat experience they had, they could not compare with them. Defeated, defeated. With a series of bangs, the duel finally came to an end. Before this, no one who had come to participate or to watch had expected such an outcome. In the end, no one from the Nicholas family clan lost. Chapter 254, Greeting Gift. With the realms being the same, the Nicholas family members had completely suppressed the candidates. Could this be the legendary secret technique of the Nicholas family? It was really a crushing defeat by someone of the same realm. As everyone was discussing, the results of the tests, which had been kept secret earlier, were revealed. There were 29 candidates, 13 had passed, and the 13 independent magi had successfully secured the place, becoming the retainers of the Nicholas family clan. Those who could pass were either stronger or had better aptitudes. As for everyone's character, it was still not obvious. At first glance, there were no unruly characters. After all, it had been stated in the notice earlier that there should be a bottom line in the character. In any case, those who had come so far were all those who had not done anything bad. Of course, there would also be regular tests and private investigations later to prevent them from mistaking the wrong person and raising an ingrate. The Nicholas family clan did not recruit death warriors, but they also required their retainers to have no ill intentions. They also did not expect these retainers to pledge their loyalty now, but if they dared to do anything bad to the Nicholas family, they would not let them off. Speaking of which, the Nicholas family still had an old gatekeeper servant, Karaman. However, he was different from these new retainers. After all, he was an old man who had stayed for a long time. If there were those who had concealed themselves well, such as the spies sent by the other party, they would not be able to find anything. After all, some powers would more or less have some unknown methods which they could not guard against. Of course, the Nicholas family clan was not worried about these people. They did not even need to pay much attention to investigate. If there were such people around, they would expose themselves no matter how long they hid. Their greatest reliance was the old ancestor of the Nicholas family. No one in the Nicholas family territory could hide from the old ancestor. If anyone really had ulterior motives, they would be done for. The sun was setting in the west, and night had fallen. After the initial batch of people had finished competing, other independent magi had been invited in. There were some who came alone, in a group of 2, and also those that came in a group of more than 10 people. Some had successfully made it into the Nicholas family, while others smiled and left. After a day, a total of 20 people had become the retainers of the Nicholas family. These 20-odd people were all great magi who were not weak. There were even 5 or 6 great magi above level 7. Most of them were somewhat famous in some places. To ordinary people, among the people they often came into contact with, a great mage was already a very powerful expert. A great mage above level 7 was even stronger. Usually, ordinary people respected these great magi with great ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, a great archmage was not someone they could see at all. A great mage was still better. They felt closer to them. These 20-odd great magi had just become retainers of the Nicholas family when they received a greeting gift. It was actually a bottle of heavenly cycle pills. Those who heard the news were basically envious. Heavenly cycle pill, this was a grade 4 pill. Consuming it would not only greatly increase the cultivation speed of a great mage, but also condense magical power. It would be very beneficial to future magical cultivation. This was much more precious than the grade 3 circular sky pill. Moreover, there was no place where a steady supply of the circular sky pill could be found. Usually, when a bottle appeared, these lone magi would have to fight for it. Most of the time, they could not even snatch one. In the end, everyone's eyes turned red when they heard the news. They had just entered the door and they could obtain an entire bottle of heavenly cycle pills. They were really too touched. Some independent magi were immediately tempted. Many people were rushing over from different places to the location of the Nicholas family. Time passed, and night came. The bustling holy light city gradually calmed down. In the Nicholas family palace, the 20-odd newcomers were all staying in the small courtyard that had been specially tidied up. They rubbed their hands and sat up straight impatiently. They opened a bottle of medicine and poured out a pill. They swallowed it. This was a heavenly cycle pill. It was a grade 4 pill that they usually could not come into contact with. The pill half melted in their mouth, and then slid down their throat and into their body. A warmth enveloped them. In this relaxed but also not slacking state, they circulated the magical power in their bodies and started to cultivate. A lone magi, who had wanted to come over and ask about the situation, was stunned for a second when he saw his fellow cultivators, who had taken the pill and were surrounded by dense energy, cultivate. That's not right. He had also used such a pill before. It had not been possible for him to reach such a level. With questions in his mind, he returned to his room. He opened the bottle and swallowed the pill. He circulated the magical power in his body, and the energy around him flowed along his body and silently converged into his body. It was actually more than 10 times that of his previous cultivation. There must be some kind of magic formation in this palace to assist magical cultivation. He could not continue thinking about it. Such a unique and smooth cultivation was really irresistible. He was completely immersed in it. This trip had been the right one. In a daze, a thought flashed past and quickly dissipated. While the new retainers were cultivating in the northwest corner, the few leaders of the Nicholas family clan had silently appeared in the courtyard at the front. Norton smiled and said calmly, "Everyone, we're here. Please show yourself." As he finished speaking, 2 or 3 figures flashed to a small area in front of him from different positions. The protective magic formation of the Nicholas family clan did not stop them. The 3 of them looked to be around 50 to 80 years old. Their actual age was probably no less than 100. After the 3 of them had landed, they stretched out their hands and bowed. "Greetings, family head of the Nicholas family." Norton nodded and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your trust in the Nicholas family. Family head Nicholas, we should be the ones thanking you." The white-haired, lean old man smiled sincerely. "Thank you for accepting us." "Yes, thank you for your trust in us." A broader and shorter old man also smiled in response. "From now on, we'll take care of each other." The last old man, who was the oldest, nodded slightly and did not speak. Norton and Zorro looked at each other and understood that this matter had been settled. These 3 great archmagi had come to take the test. Since they were great archmagi, there was naturally no need for them to take the assessment in front of everyone like earlier. In fact, they were also present today. Through the communication of magical power, they had already communicated a lot with each other. It was just that no one knew. In just a short while, the few people present had introduced themselves. The white-haired, thin old man was called Bass. He was a local lone mage in the Holy Light City and was currently a level 2 Great Archmage. Chapter 255, Tenfold Speed. The relatively short old man was called Kfan. He was also a local solo mage in the Holy Light City and was currently a level 4 Great Archmage. The silent old man's name was Kadun. His hometown was in the desert capital bordering Ferrero City. He was currently a level 5 Great Archmage. There was no need for an assessment for such Great Archmagi. After a rough confirmation, the Nicholas family clan admitted them directly. Since they had become one of them, they naturally had to have some corresponding benefits. Zorro, who was beside Norton, flipped his hand and took out a few bottles of extraordinary-looking pills, handing them to the 3 new retainers. The 3 of them took a look and were a little stunned. There was really a greeting gift. It was just nice that it could speed up their cultivation speed in the Great Archmage realm. The Grade 5 pill was a variant of the Heavenly Cycle pill, but the medicinal effect was much stronger. There were 10 pills in a bottle. Even they, as Great Archmagi, were a little speechless at such a greeting gift. Such a precious cultivation necessity was actually used as a greeting gift. The few of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the 3 new retainers each went into a wider and more comfortable guest room. After coming to the Nicholas family, the 3 of them were very well behaved. They carefully controlled their magical power in a small range to prevent it from disturbing others. Moreover, there were many people in the family who were of higher levels than them. It was better to be careful. After they had settled down, the few of them each took out the bottle of pills in their rooms and opened them to swallow the pills. The medicinal power slowly spread throughout their bodies. They formed a seal with their hands and focused. In just 2 seconds, their eyelids suddenly opened. No. Such a cultivation speed was abnormal. It had far exceeded their expectations, and it was even after they had been mentally prepared. After all, they had long known that the Nicholas family clan's levels were increasing rapidly. They must have been enhanced by multiple magic formations, otherwise, they would not have been so fast. Recalling the rumors about the magic formation master earlier, they quickly smiled, their faces flushed. I've followed the right person. Without thinking further, they emptied their minds and quickly entered a mysterious cultivation state. The next day, the Nicholas family clan had 3 more Great Archmagi. This news spread rapidly. Everyone who heard the news was surprised. It was rare for a Great Archmage to become a retainer to another family clan. One of the reasons was that after becoming a retainer, one could not be as carefree as before to wander freely. The reason why one had embarked on the path of a lone mage was mostly because of freedom. Of course, magical power cultivation was also what they valued. For example, among the 4 large family clans in the Holy Light City, most of them only had 1 or 2 Great Archmage retainers. The Tries family clan, which had occupied the Nicholas family territory earlier, did not even have one. However, now that the Nicholas family had made a move, they had received 3 Great Archmagi on the first day alone. No matter how great the reputation of the Nicholas family clan was, with their alchemy, weapon refinement, and magic formation masters, it was still extremely shocking. Those were 3 Great Archmagi. They were not great magi, certainly not ordinary magi. They were Great Archmagi. While everyone was surprised, another piece of news quickly spread. In the Nicholas family, there was an auxiliary magic formation that could speed up cultivation. This news had first come from the mouths of the 20-odd Great Mage retainers. At that time, many of them did not believe it at all. They kept thinking that these new retainers had been bribed, and that what they had said were like the merchants. None of them spoke the truth. But then, the 3 Great Archmagi also nodded. The news was true. Then, everyone in and outside the Holy Light City was in an uproar again. The cultivation speed of the Nicholas family clan's magical power had increased by 10-fold. Such a powerful auxiliary magic formation usually only existed in the hands of the small group of top powers. Usually, the effect could only be achieved by making use of an environment with abundant energy. But now, the Nicholas family had actually activated such a powerful magic formation just a few days after they returned. The Trice family, which had occupied this place previously, had not had such a capability either. It seemed that this was an extremely powerful auxiliary magic formation formed by the Nicholas family clansmen in their land. Thinking about it carefully, the strange magic formation, which had inexplicably appeared in that battle to return, which could deflect the attack of a great archmage, and the Feng Shui magic formation, which had been reorganized when the Nicholas family was rebuilding the family cemetery. The Nicholas family might have a magic formation grandmaster. Some people had already guessed so and even thought that they had seen through the truth. In the next 4 days, a large number of independent magi came to the Nicholas family to undergo the retainer assessment. Many of them had even specially rushed over from other places. In the first 5 days of recruitment alone, the Nicholas family clan had more than 70 great mage retainers and 7 great archmagi. Not to mention the others, even Romo, the old ancestor, was pleasantly surprised by this outcome. This recruitment talisman was quite useful. That night, in a guest room in the Nicholas family, Harris, who should have focused on cultivating magical power, had been unable to enter a cultivation state. To be precise, his state for magical power cultivation had not been good these few days. In the middle of the night, Harris, who was uneasy, came out from his cultivation state again. He could sense the calm state of the new retainers in the Nicholas family, as well as the fluctuations of energy of varying concentration and strength. He could not help but sigh softly in his heart. He was envious. He was a little envious of these new retainers. He was envious that they could enjoy the auxiliary enhancement of 10 times the cultivation speed of magical power. According to Harris's careful observation over the past few days, all the retainers who had joined the Nicholas family, regardless of their realm, had cultivated at an unbelievable speed. Sigh. Why does this magic formation, which assists with magical cultivation, have the ability to recognize people? Harris was listless. He was already here, but he still could not enjoy it. The more he could not get it, the more he wanted it. Apart from being surprised, he also felt an unbearable itch in his heart. It was nothing more than a matter of life and death. Harris had already been stuck at the peak of the great archmage realm for nearly 40 years. He was almost 270 years old now. If he still did not break through, he would only be able to live for another 40 years at most. He was not sure if he could break through to the next level of magical power in these 40 years. Previously, he had always thought that the hope of advancing to become a divine mage was extremely slim. But now, he seemed to have seen some light. If he could obtain the help of the Nicholas family, a magic formation with a cultivation speed 10 times faster, and also Ron, a level 6 alchemist, he might really be able to break through. Chapter 256, The Ruins Appeared. Why don't I stay here and be a guest of the Nicholas family? Harris asked himself, but soon, he shook his head repeatedly and extinguished the thought again. Over the past few days, he had been in the ups and downs. He did not want to give up the freedom to wander around, nor did he want his magical power realm to stagnate. He was hesitant and undecided. He had already been wandering freely for more than 200 years. It was impossible for him to suddenly settle down in a certain place, in a certain family clan, and live the rest of his life listening to the orders of others. Harris sighed heavily. His heart was dark with worry. As he really could not make a decision, he planned to wait for Leonard, Edward, and the others to come over to discuss this carefully. However, after waiting for 2 to 3 days, there was a sudden message from the other side saying that they had encountered a small accident and would probably not be able to rush over until later. It was said that they had chanced upon some ruins and had heard that the battle to return had ended, so they planned to go in and explore. They might be able to find treasures. Harris hesitated until his head hurt. He even wondered if he should go over and explore the treasures with them. Buzz. As he was thinking about this and that, he sensed something. He suddenly reached into his clothes and took out a communication magical device. It was Leonard and the others. Could it be that the two of them had finally arrived? Just as he was guessing, his pupils constricted when he saw the content. Crack! The magical device in his hand suddenly shattered into a few pieces. Oh no! His heart skipped a beat. Something had probably happened to Leonard and the others. The communication magical device had its own connection effect. If one side's magical device was destroyed, the other side's magical device would also be destroyed. And in the content he had received just now, there was only one word: help. This was Leonard's distress signal. Harris suddenly jumped up from the bed and used his magical power to dash out of the room. He charged into the air above the roof and stopped in his tracks. The four figures followed closely behind and landed beside him. At the same time, many waves of magical power were probing in his direction. "Senior Harris, what happened?" Norton took the initiative to ask. Ron and the other two behind him also looked over worriedly. Harris's expression was ugly, and his heart sank. Leonard and the others have sent out a distress signal. Even the communication magical device has been shattered. I have to go and check out the situation quickly. Hearing this, Norton and the other three were all very worried. Ron took a step forward. "I'll go with you and help. Count me in." Dick leaned over. "If the two of us go, we should be able to handle any situation." Norton and Zorro looked at the two most outstanding people in the family who had spoken in unison. "All right, the two of you, be careful," Norton reminded them. Ron and Dick were currently the strongest members of the Nicholas family clan, and they could help each other. They would go together, so they did not have to worry too much about safety, and it would save the rest of the family from taking the risk to go with them. Moreover, the Nicholas family had been busy recently, so they could not spare too many clansmen to follow them. Of course, just because the clansmen could not leave their posts temporarily did not mean that the others could not leave. It just so happened that they had recruited many retainers recently, and it was time for them to be put into action. Norton pondered for a moment and suggested, "In my opinion, the two of you should bring some retainers. Why don't you bring Holken and Kadun?" Holken was a new retainer who had joined later. His magical power realm was the same as Kadun's. They were both level 5 Great Archmagi. At the same time, he was also the highest ranked among the 7 Great Archmage retainers. The level of these two was far inferior to Ron and Dick, so they naturally did not expect them to protect anyone. The main reason they had been sent this time was to be Ron and Dick's assistants. Ron and Dick agreed. "We'll follow the family head's arrangements." Perhaps because of the magical power, the two figures instantly landed beside them. "Holken, Kadun, please assist them," Norton instructed. "Yes, family head." The two of them responded respectfully. Since they had already joined the Nicholas family, they would definitely listen to the family head's arrangements. After all, they had already enjoyed the tenfold benefits. At this moment, another figure landed and said, "Family head, I'm also of level 5. Shall I follow them?" Norton looked at Karaman and was stunned for a moment. When he suggested bringing the retainers over, he had not thought of Karaman. In his heart, Karaman was different from the other retainers. Holken and Kadun looked at Karaman in surprise. Something seemed to flash in their eyes. "All right, the 6 of you please take care of each other." After it had been confirmed, the 6 great archmagi flew to an extremely high altitude, and then Ron took out the sacred mist fairy from his storage ring. The few of them took the flying fairy and left the Holy Light City. The great archmagi in the Holy Light City sensed the energy waves of the flying fairy and looked in the direction of its departure in confusion. The Nicholas family had actually sent out 6 great archmagi. Was they going to do something big? Last night, the Nicholas family's flying fairy flew northeast. I wonder how many people are on the ferry. I wonder why. Nothing major has happened recently. Why is it heading northeast? Not many members of the Nicholas family clan seem to have disappeared. Have they brought their new retainers over? The next day, the relevant news spread throughout the Holy Light City. Everyone was a little surprised and puzzled. They basically did not understand what the Nicholas family wanted to do. In the afternoon, those who had been discussing the Nicholas family suddenly heard a piece of news and immediately diverted their attention. Hey, have you guys heard? It is said that in the lower ocean state, the ruins of a divine mage have appeared. What? Everyone who heard the news was stunned. That's a divine mage. Then, he was tempted. There must be treasures in the ruins. There might even be a divine tier collection of manuals. Magical secret manuals. Magical sacred tools. Every mage who heard the news was eager to give it a try. Even the great magi and great archmagi could not hold back. It was said that a few days ago, the ruins of a divine mage had been discovered by the local magi. At that time, many magi had gathered there. They had originally treated the ruins as ordinary ruins, but after entering, a great archmage immediately discovered that it turned out to be the ruins of a divine mage. Immediately, those great archmagi there went berserk. They were all killing and plundering. It was said that only 3 out of 10 people were able to come out alive. The news of the ruins had only spread later. After the news spread that the ruins of a divine mage had been found in the lower ocean state, a large group of magi had already rushed there, including the great archmagi. It was said that even divine magi had gone there. Some of the quick-witted spectators immediately associated this news with the news they had heard in the morning. Chapter 257, Scarlet Blood. The flying ferry of the Nicholas family clan was heading in the direction of the lower ocean state, which was northeast. They might have received the news in advance and want to rush over to take a share. Very likely. However, it might also not be the case. Without discussing the actual attitude of the others first, the hearts of the Nicholas family members skipped a beat when they heard the news. Norton, Zorro, and the Nicholas family were all very worried. This was because Ron and the others were headed for the lower ocean state. And it really seemed to be the ruins of that divine mage. Previously, Harris had told Norton that he was going to that treasure hunting ground to find Leonard and the others. Thinking that the 6 of them, who were traveling on the flying ferry, might have missed the news, Norton immediately used the communication magical device to contact Ron. That's the general situation in the news. Now, I suspect that Leonard and the others were likely the first batch of people to discover the ruins of the divine mage. From the looks of it, the reason that Leonard had sent out the distress signal was very likely because he had been injured in the fight for the treasures. All of you have to be careful. This matter has already spread like wildfire. It can be predicted that there will be a huge commotion later. This is different from what we knew earlier. There might be another bloodbath in the magical world. All right, we understand. Ron put down his communicating device. His expression was grave, and he looked a little stern. The others also looked as if this matter had become serious. However, the 3 retainers were more excited than worried. This was the ruins of a divine mage. Although this trip would definitely be a few levels more dangerous than what they had expected, at the same time, it might also bring their strength to a higher level. Anyone would be tempted by the ruins of a divine mage, right? Moreover, to be honest, not only was their group strong, they were also one step ahead of many. Holken could not help but look at Ron with glowing eyes. Young Master Ron, on this trip, should we participate in the treasure hunt? Since we've made it in time, we definitely can't miss this. If there's a chance, we'll participate. Ron gave an affirmative answer and emphasized, the main mission for this trip is to find Leonard and Edward. We'll see what happens. It's best to save people first before snatching the treasures. Upon hearing this, Holken was a little disappointed. This was not what he had expected, but he did not refute it. He only nodded. In his opinion, exploring the ruins of a divine mage and obtaining magical weapons, manuals, and ancient tomes were the most important. However, now that he was already a retainer of the Nicholas family, he should listen to young Master Ron's arrangements. When Harris, who was secretly worried, heard this, the pressure in his heart eased a little. With his own strength, it would probably be difficult for him to save people in this chaotic situation. Fortunately, there were members of the Nicholas family. Fortunately, they were all loyal. The Lower Ocean State was an adjacent region northeast of Ferrero City. Its area was slightly smaller than that of Ferrero. The main geographical terrains were the mountains and rivers. It was rumored that many experts had lived in seclusion in these mountains since ancient times. About 1,000 years ago in the Lower Ocean State, someone had discovered the ruins of a divine mage here. At that time, an extremely bloody and tragic battle had occurred, involving the entire Sebastian kingdom. Even the 4 top factions and the empire had not been able to escape. It was said that some of the famous large factions and big shots had more or less obtained some treasures in that great battle, which enabled them to remain in an invincible position for a long time. Among them, it was said that one person had successfully obtained the legacy of a divine mage in that great chaos and was able to live forever. Currently, the location of the ruins of the divine mage was in Luoyi, capital of the Lower Ocean State. The Luoyi capital happened to be on the side of Ferrero City. With the speed of the flying ferry which Ron and the others were on, they would arrive successfully in less than a day. When the Nicholas family clan had left Winterfrost and flew toward the Holy Light City, Leonard and Edward had also chosen to rush to the Holy Light City immediately, just like Harris. However, as the journey was long, it would take several days even if they were to rush. On the way there, they had heard the news that the Nicholas family clan had annihilated the 4 large family clans in one battle, so they did not rush day and night. On the way, they happened to run into some ancient ruins, so they told Harris that they were going to search for treasures, but something unexpected happened. Fortunately, Leonard and the other 2 had been in contact with Harris earlier, so Ron and the others were able to hurry over. It was not known if the 2 of them would still be fine when Ron and the others arrived at the destination. When Ron received Norton's message, it was in the afternoon. They were in the Lower Ocean State, and it did not take long for them to get close to the Luoyi capital. When they arrived at the Luoyi capital, they found that the atmosphere here was very different from that of the Holy Light City. Along the way, they could see great archmagi flashing past from time to time. They were all rushing to the same place. As they continued to fly forward, a large stretch of sparkling water appeared on the ground ahead. It was like the surface of a real sea, and it was a magnificent blood-red color. The surrounding areas of the Lower Ocean State were all land. This looked like the sea, but it naturally was not the sea. This large area of blood-red sea was actually a large freshwater lake. As the area was too eye-catching, coupled with the fact that this place produced the red rose lotus, it was called the Red Rose Sea. Every time the red rose lotus bloomed, it would dye the entire water red. This time, the ruins of the divine mage had appeared in this rose-red sea. If this matter had not reached the Holy Light City and Norton had not known and then sent a message to them, Ron and the others would probably have to investigate the situation and spend a lot of time on this when they arrived in the Lower Ocean State. Although they could not compare to the locals and the people nearby, they were at least much faster than the people near the Holy Light City. When they got closer to the Red Rose Sea, Ron and the others subconsciously spread out their magical power to search the surroundings, but they were disturbed by a resistance. What prevented them from using their magical power to search was the sea below. This sea did not have the natural barrier of the Dark Night Canyon. It had a magic formation barrier. It seemed to be an incomplete magic formation. Its original effect should have been to completely block the use of magical power. Now, this incomplete formation could only achieve the effect of obstruction. However, although it was incomplete, the magic formation was still very effective. The further into the center of the Red Rose Sea, the greater the obstruction. The range of this magic formation was extremely large, so large that it had completely enveloped the entire Red Rose Sea. It had already reached a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. Such a coincidence did not seem like a coincidence. Could it be that this entire rose-red sea belonged to that divine mage? Boom! When Ron and the others were almost at the edge of the red rose sea, there was a sudden sound not far ahead. Two figures were approaching quickly. From that panicked state, it was obvious that the former was fleeing, and the latter was chasing. One of them was a level 3 Great Archmage, and the other was a level 4 Great Archmage. Chapter 258, in an alternate space. The 6 of them had their eyes on the 2 of them. At this moment, they were all thinking the same thing. Ron's voice was calm. Catch those 2 and ask them. Upon hearing the order, Holken and Kadun dashed forward and flew away. The 2 great archmagi had just come out of the Red Rose Sea when they saw the huge flying fairy. They were shocked for a moment and were immediately frightened by the 2 level 5 great archmagi who had leapt in front of them. They turned around and wanted to escape, but they had long lost their best chance. They were not in a good state. The fatigue in their eyes was obvious. Suddenly, they were unable to resist the level 5 great archmagi who were stronger than them. They were quickly caught. At this moment, the circulation of their magical power had been blocked, and they could only be thrown weakly onto the deck. When they saw that there were so many people stronger than them on the flying ferry, their faces revealed expressions of horror and despair. Ron looked down at the 2 who had fallen to the ground and said, "Who among you knows the details about the emergence of the ruins of the Divine Mage, especially the situation of the first batch of Magi who went in to search for treasures?" The 2 of them were stunned for a second. The level 3 Great Archmage who had been pursued earlier quickly said, I know. I'm one of the Magi who had gone in to investigate the situation. I can tell you all the details." "Speak." The 6 of them stared intently at this person. This person was also very sensible. He did not waste any time and told them everything Ron and the others wanted to know. He was one of the first to discover the ruins of the predecessor here. At that time, an island had appeared in the center of the Red Rose Sea without warning. Moreover, there was a magic protective formation outside. However, the magic formation was already at the end of its power and could not withstand the fluctuations of the treasures inside. In order to obtain the treasures, many great archmagi had joined forces to attack the magic formation, but they had not been able to break it. It was not until nearly 30 great archmagi continued to attack the magic formation for 2 consecutive days that the magic formation was finally broken. Then, everyone went up to the island together. Only then did they realize that what had appeared on the Red Rose Sea was only a corner of the island. Immediately after, everyone discovered a mysterious entrance. After entering, they were enlightened. This was the ruins of the mystic realm of a divine mage. Before they could take a closer look, a beam of sacred light suddenly escaped from the depths. It was actually a living spirit sacred weapon. The sacred weapon might have also sensed that the magic formation trapping it had been broken, so it fled in a hurry. With such a magical item in front of them, everyone's eyes turned red. Without a word, they picked up their weapons and started to snatch. In the chaotic battle, more than half of the people died tragically on the spot. However, no one managed to snatch the sacred weapon. Furthermore, it seemed that something that should not have been touched had been touched in the battle, and that mystic realm actually started to collapse. In the process of collapse, many treasures in the mystic realm appeared in front of everyone, including magical power manuals, magical weapons, refining materials. Hence, everyone started to kill and plunder again. This time, it was even more intense, and they no longer had any rationality to speak of. As for himself, because he was weaker in the chaotic battle, he had no choice but to escape from the mystic realm. In the end, there were more people outside. The magi who had escaped like him were besieged. He killed his way out, but in the end, this person could not be shaken off no matter what. He could not defeat him, so he fled. He fled to the front of the flying ferry and was caught. After hearing the story of the person called Klain, everyone present looked thoughtful. Harris waved his hand and condensed energy to reveal 2 faint phantoms. He asked, These two are Leonard and Edward. Have you seen them? I've seen them before. They were also one of the first to enter to search for treasures. Edward even knows how to use a magic formation. Klein quickly replied. Hearing this, Ron and the others all looked happy. Harris asked, "Where are they?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "I don't know where they are now. When I escaped from the mystic realm, they were still inside." They were still inside. They could still be alive. Harris felt a little relieved and looked at Ron. Ron nodded imperceptibly, his gaze landing on the other person who had been restrained. "You can leave now." With that said, the person felt his magical power circulating normally again. He was stunned for a moment. He had thought that he was going to die, but the tables had turned. He looked ecstatic, got up from the ground, and bowed respectfully to Ron. "Thank you for not killing me, Lord." With that said, he quickly slipped away, not even looking at the person he had pursued earlier. "Klein, lead us to these two." Ron looked at Klein. "You can leave after you have found them. In the meantime, we'll guarantee your life." Klein smiled bitterly and nodded. "I'll listen to you." When Klein was recounting the story earlier, the flying fairy had been advancing rapidly. At this moment, it had already reached the Red Rose Sea and was completely enveloped by the incomplete magic formation. Below was the blood-colored rose lotus hidden under the water. On the sparkling surface of the water, blood mists were rising, and they became thicker and thicker as they went forward. Not far ahead was the center region of the entire Red Rose Sea. The interference of magical power was extremely strong. Even Ron, who was a top great archmage, could only vaguely sense an abnormal spatial fluctuation. Ron looked ahead and saw a blood mist so thick that it almost condensed into blood beads, and it had even formed a tornado vortex connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a spectacular sight. Beside this tornado vortex, there were many figures. They were basically all the people who had fled from the mystic realm with treasures. They were being pursued by those who wanted to snatch the treasures. Some were fighting, and some were flying. As for what Klein had recounted earlier, that he had fled the mystic realm because he was weak and could not snatch the treasure, this was probably a lie. However, Ron did not care much about this. He was not interested in snatching treasures now. Ron ignored the mage beside him and steered the flying fairy directly toward the vortex. Then, the 7 people on the flying fairy saw a huge island appear in front of them. The island was about 5 kilometers in radius, and there were many reefs and other underwater plants on it. The island seemed to have stayed at the bottom of the sea for a very long time. In the center of the island, which was also the highest point, there was a large area of ancient ruins. In the center of the ruins, there was a violent and distorted alternate space. The door into the ruins of the mystic realm of the divine mage was also formed by a vortex. The entrance to the ruins seems to be expanding. Klein was a little surprised. "I remember that it was not so big before." Dick smiled and said, "This divine mage seems to be a rather powerful existence even among those of the same realm. He has even built his cultivation mansion in an alternate space." There were also many kinds of items that could be used in an alternate space. The storage rings that had been refined could actually be considered an alternate space. They were basically pitch black inside and could only contain non-living objects. Chapter 259, Ron's Fury. This kind of mystic realm space was different. Not only was it extremely large, it could also allow people to survive inside. Once it was modified, one could basically live very comfortably. It was said that the opening of a mystic realm space required one to comprehend the law of space, coupled with some special methods and other harsh conditions. The reason why it was said to be so was because the method to open up a mystic space had been lost in the magical world for many years. Legend had it that in ancient times, those divine magi were all able to open up their own mystic space and transform it into an excellent place with rich energy for cultivation. Currently, the few remaining mystic spaces in the magical world had all been occupied by the top powerful forces. Currently, many great archmagi would not be able to see the magical power world's mystic realms even if they exhausted their entire lives. Ron did not say anything. Since the entrance to the mystic realm in the center of the ruins stretched for thousands of feet, he could only control the flying fairy to crash through. Some people were still going in and out of the entrance when they suddenly saw such a huge flying fairy crashing down. Their expressions changed drastically, and they fled in panic. As for the flying fairy, when it hit the violent and distorted area, it flashed and disappeared directly from this world. Buzz! The magic protective formation on the flying fairy was automatically activated. A circle of golden light enveloped the entire flying fairy. Ron and the others only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they were in another place. The red rose lotuses here were actually planted on the ground. As far as the eye could see, they had already covered more than 100 kilometers. They lit up the world with a blood-red glow. There were red rose lotuses everywhere. There was a bright light above his head, and some white clouds were drifting slowly. No bright moon could be seen. These were actually all conjured by a magic formation. The entire alternate realm space was about 100 kilometers in radius, and there were void fragments at the end. Moreover, the concentration of energy here was dozens of times higher than outside. If one could cultivate magical power in it, one would definitely be able to break through very quickly. However, this energy had actually been accumulated. It was not known how long it had taken to accumulate such a strong concentration. If it was consumed forcefully, this place would soon become the same as outside. In addition, the energy here was actually quite turbulent and violent. It seemed that even the entire mystic realm space was shaking and buzzing. There was not a single place here that was not erupting with fierce battles. More than hundreds of great archmagi were scattered around the mystic realm of the ruins. On the tall mountain at the front, the number of battles that erupted were the most and their intensity was the strongest. In addition to the energy waves brought about by the intense battles, the surroundings were also filled with turbulent waves from the collapsing magic formation. Amidst the waves of various turbulent energy fragments, there were also the energies of many secret treasures mixed in. The ability to detect objects with magical power, which had already been suppressed outside, was even more obvious here. It was so blurry that even the form could hardly be seen. As soon as they entered the mystic realm, everyone on the flying fairy looked at Klain. Seeing the mystic realm in such chaos, Klain revealed a look of lingering fear. This place was very different from the situation he had left earlier. It was already 10 times more chaotic than before. Upon receiving the looks from Harris and Ron, he immediately pointed not far to the right and said quickly, "When I left this place, the two of them should have been there. But now, I'm not sure if they're still around." Ron did not hesitate at all and immediately steered the flying fairy in that direction. Boom! 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 Amidst the continuous sounds of battle, all kinds of magical light suddenly shot out in rapid frequency. The energies of the magical power of many great archmagi were mixed together. Clearly, an extremely intense and chaotic battle was erupting ahead. Soon, Ron and Harris looked happy. There was Leonard's aura. In the mystic realm, many people had also discovered the appearance of the huge flying fairy. Many of them looked over. The flying fairy streaked across the sky and soon arrived at the high mountain, 5 kilometers from the side. Originally, there were more than 10 people engaged in an intense battle there. The 4 people at the center who had been besieged were about to be killed. Suddenly, they realized that under the pressure of the flying fairy, the people in the small battlefield immediately broke away and fled. The few people at the front, who were not so fast, were almost blown to the ground. When the people who were already in a desperate situation saw the change in the battle situation, the despair on their faces became even stronger. Among them, a mage was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted in surprise, "Senior Harris! Ron!" This person was Leonard, whose presence Ron had sensed earlier. Upon hearing Leonard's words, the few people around him were stunned. Leonard activated the magical power in his body and flew quickly toward the flying fairy. "Follow me. They are friends." The three people, who had almost been completely exhausted earlier, were overjoyed to hear this and immediately followed Leonard. The dozen or so great archmagi, who had originally besieged them, looked indignant. They all erupted with magical power, wanting to stop them. However, just as they were about to attack, they suddenly felt a powerful aura. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated rapidly. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the flying fairy, and a burst of flames shot rapidly in their direction. Suddenly, with a bang, it exploded and surrounded the dozen or so great archmagi. This group of people was horrified and in despair, and among them was a level 3 great archmage. He was about to forcefully break out from the isolation of the flames, but the moment he touched the flames, he let out a shrill scream. "Ah!" In the blink of an eye, that person quickly turned into ashes. The others who had wanted to use magical power to break through the flames stopped in panic, not daring to try again. A look of despair appeared on their faces. The one who had tried to break through the flames had been reduced to ashes, and their hearts were as good as dead. Even Leonard and the other three, who had flown to the side of the flying fairy, almost could not stand firm when they landed. However, Leonard did not hesitate at all and immediately flew onto the flying fairy in a flash. When the three hesitant people behind him saw Leonard's attitude, they gritted their teeth and followed him onto the flying fairy. "I hope they're really friendly. Senior Harris." Leonard raised his hand in greeting and looked at Ron. "Ron, The other party's strength was already very different. He was already a top great archmage. It did not seem appropriate to address him by his full name. Ron was not concerned with this at all. He smiled and said, "Senior Leonard, you can call me by my name." Upon hearing this, Leonard did not dwell on such small details anymore. He let out a long sigh and relaxed. "Fortunately, you guys came. Otherwise, we would have been dead." Harris frowned and asked, "Where's Edward?" Leonard looked down at a storage ring, and said with sorrow and anger, "He has been killed." Ron and Harris's expressions changed drastically. "Who has done this?" Leonard continued, "Our group had just entered and found the treasures, and an intense battle immediately broke out. Then." Chapter 260, Where the Treasures Are. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Klain, who was standing at the side. He had a sudden realization and guessed that Ron and the others had already known many things. He paused and explained briefly. "Later, Edward and I joined forces with a few others to break out of the encirclement, but more and more people came to kill us. In the chaotic intense battle, Edward, he was seriously injured and died." After hearing this, everyone fell silent. In fact, they had more or less guessed this situation. However, after having confirmed it, they could not accept it for a while. Especially Harris and Ron, who were filled with grief and fury. Everything from the past appeared before their eyes. Edward was a friend who had gone through thick and thin with Harris, and he had also helped the Nicholas family. Ron had always remembered this favor, and he also knew that the other party had intervened to repay the favor of saving his life, but he could not ignore such deep love. During the short period that Harris and the others were staying with them, Ron and Edward had already formed a deep friendship, so he immediately stepped forward when he learned they were in danger. In the end, he was too late. Ron's expression was cold, and the killing intent in his eyes was obvious. He looked up at the dozen or so great archmagi below, who had besieged Leonard earlier, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Did they kill him?" "Yes." Leonard was extremely indignant. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a level 8 great archmage. "He was the one who killed him." The expression of the grey-haired old man, who had been pointed out, changed drastically. He shouted in panic, "I!" A ball of flame suddenly appeared above the person's head. In an instant, it was about to descend and surround him. Powerful energy radiated from the old man's body. He wanted to flee quickly, but the flames followed closely behind and instantly engulfed him. Ah! Amidst the screams, the person's protective magical power was swallowed by the flames. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared completely from the world. His physical body and soul were all gone. A level 8 great archmage had actually died just like that, and his body and spirit had been annihilated. This scene frightened the people beside him so much that they could no longer stand still. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. Please spare our lives. All this has nothing to do with me. I didn't. Senior, please spare my life. I'm willing. Ah. No. As some were begging for mercy and some were fighting with their lives on the line, the ring of flames around them suddenly shrank and instantly swallowed everyone. Their screams, which sounded like wailing ghosts, were mixed together. In just seconds, they turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. All the flames that had been burning with crackling sounds obediently converged into a cluster and swept back into Ron's hand. With a whoosh, they scattered into stars and vanished in front of everyone. A pile of storage magical tools was in Ron's hand. As for the plunderers earlier, they had completely disappeared from the world. Leonard and the other three, who had witnessed all of this with their own eyes, were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Even Harris, Kadun, Holken, and Karaman could not help but exclaim in their hearts, has he become stronger? Compared to the combat strength he had displayed in the Battle of Return a few days ago, the ultimate flame technique in front of them was terrifyingly powerful. The members of the Nicholas family clan were so terrifying. They had become stronger again. Until now, most people still felt that this strange sacred flame was actually a magical power they had never heard of or seen before. Some guessed that it was a high-grade divine-tier magical power, while others guessed it was even higher. Among the 10-odd people on the flying ferry, only Dick knew that Ron had already activated the flame-sacred body, so he was naturally more powerful than before when using the strange sacred flame. Ron turned to look at Leonard and the others. Just as he was wondering if he should bring them out first, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked up at the tall mountain not far away. Buzz! Buzz! The trembling sound of metal and stone resounded throughout the world, and a beam of golden sacred light shot into the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura of a magical weapon swept out. It was a sacred tool. At this moment, the eyes of the 10-odd people on the flying ferry lit up. Sacred tool. And it was even a medium-grade sacred tool. In the dazzling holy light, there was a sacred tool in the shape of a gourd. It seemed to be fleeing. As soon as it appeared, it immediately flew directly toward the exit, or rather, the entrance to the mystic realm. Previously, Klein had told them that the sacred tool that the first group of people had seen when they came in was a low-grade sacred tool in the shape of a flying shuttle. At that time, it had also flown out. It was not known who had snatched it in the end. But now, another medium-grade sacred tool had actually appeared in this mystic realm. The sacred tool was extremely fast. It flew directly toward the exit. Dozens of figures flew out from the treasure mountain it had appeared in. Clearly, these people were all here to snatch sacred tools. On the flying ferry, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sacred tool. A fanatical expression appeared on their faces, even Leonard and the other three, who had just escaped death. Sacred weapon! Sacred weapon! This is a sacred weapon! It was a sacred weapon that most great archmagi would not be able to possess in their lifetime. If a great archmage could possess a sacred weapon, his or her strength would immediately increase by several times, and they would be able to easily kill enemies of a higher level. Even if he did not need it, he would be able to exchange it with others, and with other factions, and he could also exchange it for countless magical cultivation resources. Especially Kadun and Holken, the magical power in their bodies had already faintly vibrated, and they were about to charge out uncontrollably. However, they had not received the order, so they could only panic in their hearts and look at Ron and Dick. It was only then that they realized that Ron and Dick were not looking at the flying sacred weapon but at the mountain peak on the side, where the sacred weapon had emerged. Ron and Dick exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Then, Ron said to Caramon and the others, "Brother and I are going there to take a look. You guys ride on the flying ferry and wait for us." Upon hearing this, the others were stunned for a moment before they understood. It was not that these two were not tempted, but they had wanted more and better treasures. After some thought, it could be understood that since a medium-grade sacred tool had emerged, there must be more and better treasures inside. There might even be the inheritance of the divine mage. However, at the same time, they also knew that it must be extremely dangerous inside. It was not just the abode itself, but also the powerful magi who were snatching treasures. As such, even though they knew that there might be more and better treasures inside, the others did not dare to risk their lives. Now that Ron had given them the flying fairy, not only would it protect them, they might also be able to snatch other treasures. In just a few seconds, the holy light treasure gourd had already dodged the interception of many great archmagi and rushed to the exit of the mystic realm. Then, it plunged into the spatial vortex and left in a flash. Chapter 261, Demon Binding Ropes. Harris's eyes lit up. He looked at Ron and Dick and said, "I'm with you." Ron nodded and instructed, "Caramon, I'll have to trouble you to operate the flying fairy." With that said, he flipped his right hand upward, and a magical tool to control the flying fairy appeared in his hand. He handed it to Caramon. Caramon sighed in his heart and took the magical control tool. All right. This time, he had taken the initiative to follow them because he wanted to show off in front of the two young masters. Ever since the Nicholas family clan started to recruit retainers, he had sensed a strong sense of crisis. In fact, when the members of the Nicholas family clan broke through to the great archmage realm one after another, he had a sense of crisis and powerlessness in his heart, because he had already sensed that his advancement speed could no longer keep up with the Nicholas family. The Nicholas family had risen too quickly. Back then, as an old servant, he could still escort young Master Ron to participate in the trial. But now, he was no longer of much use. In the Battle of Return earlier, he had killed a seriously injured top great archmage like he had picked up a bargain. This was already his best combat record currently. The Nicholas family had recruited 6 great archmagi in a row, 2 of whom were of the same level as him. Such a sense of crisis made him uneasy. He could no longer relax like before. He had to show his ability in front of his master. He, Caramon, still had value to stay in the Nicholas family. Compared to the other retainers who were in a daze, his greatest advantage was that he knew the benefits of being loyal to the Nicholas family far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. The new retainers were still focused on the superficial things, but Caramon could already see things clearly. However, this time when he followed them out, the subsequent development of things was different from what he had envisaged. Looking at the current situation, even if he wanted to follow the 2 young masters, he could not. If he insisted on following them, not only would he not be able to fight, he might even be a burden to the 2 young masters. After seeing the situation clearly, Caramon sighed in his heart. He could only separate from the young masters for the time being. After a brief exchange of 2 to 3 words, Ron, Dick, and Harris left the flying ferry and leapt toward the place where the secret treasure had emerged. As for Caramon and the 3 retainers, as well as Leonard and Klein, who had followed them, they took the flying ferry and flew out of the mystic realm of the ruins. Many other magi had made the same choice as them. All of them had followed after the medium-grade sacred weapon. No one had even entered the entrance of the vortex. Clearly, the battle outside to snatch the sacred weapon was intense. After they had left the flying ferry, Ron and the other 2 quickly arrived at the treasure mountain where the sacred weapon had emerged. They landed in a cave halfway up the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was still the lingering aura of a broken magic formation. Looking in, it was pitch black and dark. It was impossible to see clearly. Even magical power could not penetrate. It seemed that there was at least an even more powerful magical protective formation in this treasure mountain. In other words, this blessed land was the true residence of the divine mage. After the medium-grade sacred weapon had flown away earlier, many magi had chased after it from here. Currently, there was no one at the entrance of the cave. The situation inside was not known. The three of them exchanged glances and activated the magical power in their bodies at the same time. They broke through the barrier and charged into the blessed land. Moo! However, just as they entered, their ears were pricked by a strange scream, and a powerful threatening aura greeted them. The gold tint magic robe on Ron's body flashed, and a holy light shield enveloped Ron and the others. Boom! In the next moment, the light shield was hit by a huge shadow, emitting a loud bang. The huge shadow was repelled by the light shield. The three of them looked at the huge black shadow in unison. When they saw it clearly, they revealed shocked expressions. This is a wooden bull. What was attacking Ron and the other two was not a mage or a magical beast, but a huge wooden bull. The wooden bull was 10 meters tall and strong as a hill. Its entire body was made of wooden blocks that were brown to black, but it was as alive as real life. After being thrown back by the protective shield, it even became dizzy. It shook its head, and the parts on its body made a crisp clicking sound. Dick's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, "A mechanical puppet." The mechanical puppet was a special creation. Like the talisman, it was actually a kind of magical equipment if carefully compared. However, it was very different from other magical equipment. The refinement of such a creation, like talismans, required a special refining technique. The refining technique of such a mechanical puppet was a branch from ordinary refining techniques, or rather, an advanced version. Currently, the magical weapon refinement technique which Dick had learned did not have any methods to refine puppet creations. However, as a weapon refiner, Dick was interested in this kind of alternative equipment refinement technique. He had once searched for and investigated many special magical equipment. Among them, this mechanical puppet could be described simply as a magical equipment that could move. There were two types of mechanical puppets. One required a mage to operate it, and the other could move on its own under certain circumstances. The puppet creation in front of him was probably the latter. In addition, this wooden bull also emitted an extremely powerful aura of a magical beast. It seemed that this wooden bull was driven by a level 6 magic core. With the level 6 magic core and the refined mystic wooden body, the strength of this puppet creation was equivalent to that of a level 6 magical beast. Could this wooden bull puppet be the gatekeeper puppet for the residence of the divine mage? Looking at the damaged state of the wooden bull, there were many cracks in it. It was impossible to tell how many battles it had experienced and how many magical weapons it had been attacked by. However, as long as the mechanical puppet had not been completely damaged or its energy totally exhausted, the commands set by its master would be carried out. Dick guessed that the reason why this wooden bull could still be a gatekeeper was very likely because the magi who had barged in had only repelled it and then left in a hurry. After all, this wooden bull was really difficult to deal with. The wooden bull had probably been set to guard the door, so it had been staying here. Every time someone came in, it would fight them head-on. At this moment, Dick suddenly sensed the fluctuation of the strange sacred flame on Ron, who was beside him. He quickly stopped him. "Ron, don't destroy this wooden bull. I want to keep it and study it." Hearing this, Ron paused for a moment and agreed. After retracting the strange sacred flame, he used the demon binding ropes to bind the wooden bull tightly. Chapter 262, Strange Tentacles. Just remove the energy beast core. Hearing the reminder behind him, Ron's heart skipped a beat. One end of the demon binding ropes which had wrapped around the wooden bull suddenly stood up and nimbly poked into the wooden puppet creation to search around. The struggling wooden bull suddenly froze and stopped moving. At the same time, with a click, a wooden box popped out from the back of the wooden bull's neck. The demon binding ropes probed around and took out a level 6 beast core. The three of them walked over to take a look. Dick took the beast core from the demon binding ropes and found that there were cracks on the beast core. There was not much energy left in it. After putting away the wooden bull puppet, Dick became excited and said with a smile, "Quick, go and take a look in front. There might be more." After leaving the entrance of the cave, the three of them continued forward to explore. Harris looked at the bloodstains on the sides. It seemed that many people had come here previously, but they could not deal with the puppet creation. Now, in just one exchange, it had been taken down by the two clansmen of the Nicholas family. If he were to attack, although he would be able to destroy the wooden bull, it would be difficult for him to keep the wooden bull intact. Of course, the reason why it had been so easy to take it down was mainly because this magical weapon could restrain the wooden bull. Ever since they entered the mountain, the three of them could not exercise their magical power to detect objects. Under the interference of the magic formation, they could only sense things about 100 meters away. The fluctuations of magical power here were even more chaotic and turbulent. It seemed that many broken magic formations were affecting each other, like several fragments of a broken realm intertwining in the air. If one were to forcefully use the magical power in one's body to search, it would even injure the soul in one's body. Without exception, the few rooms closest to the entrance had all been wantonly destroyed. Light sources shone everywhere in the cave, so what the naked eye could see had not been affected. Behind the ruins, a large and spacious place appeared in front of the three of them. The reason why it was so spacious was entirely because the ground in front had already collapsed, revealing several layers of space below. Below were layers of space, and above was not much different. A large portion of the ceiling had also shattered, and there were also several layers of space. The mountaintop had obviously been hollowed out. Halfway up the mountain, in the upper and mid sections of the buildings, there were naturally stairs which connected them up and down. However, it was obvious that they had not been used by the intruders who had all chosen to break through the sky and the ground. Through these fractured spaces, it could be determined that each level had been used by the divine mage for different functions. On the floor where Ron and the others were currently, they could smell the strong medicinal fragrance wafting from the upper levels. It was obvious that a large amount of magical medicine had been accumulated above, but it was likely that currently only the shattered vessels of medicinal liquid and powder remained where they were. In these fractured spaces, more than 10 great archmagi above level 5 could be seen. They were all in an intense battle. There were magi killing each other, and there were also mechanical puppets fighting fiercely with the magi. The number of puppet creations was also extremely large. In front of Ron and the others, they could see 3 puppet creations attacking a mage. Each of them was as strong as the wooden bull. Moreover, there were many scattered puppet parts and puppet creations in the ruins of the building. Could it be that this divine mage was also a magic puppet master? This thought appeared simultaneously in the minds of the three of them. The light in Dick's eyes was shockingly bright, and the smile on his face was unrestrained. It was as if he had seen a figurine, a big baby, and his wife. He wished he could hug them on the spot. Just as the three of them were scanning their surroundings, a mage flew in their direction. Behind him was a puppet creation that looked like a giant alligator. It was covered in black iron, and its surface was densely covered with hooks. There were also many dark brown pieces of bloody flesh on it. "Please help me, my lords. I'm willing to give half of the treasures I have obtained as my gratitude." The mage, who was dealing with the giant alligator puppet in a panic, even shouted for help in fear. He seemed to be exhausted. After the cry for help, a beam of holy light suddenly streaked across his head. He was stunned for a moment and almost had a piece of his flesh taken off by the alligator's hooks. Under his shocked gaze, the holy light landed on the top of the giant alligator puppet and bound it tightly. The mechanical puppet, which had been as violent as a level 6 ferocious magical beast, could only struggle in vain. Soon, the giant alligator puppet stopped moving. "Isn't this too?" The mage, who had dodged in a hurry, was stunned on the spot. The shock and disbelief in his heart had reached its peak, and he felt a little ridiculous. The giant alligator puppet, which had forced him into a desperate situation, had actually been dealt with so easily. How many seconds had it been? Dick's figure flashed and he landed beside the giant alligator puppet, which had already had its beast core's energy extracted. He smiled and kept the puppet creation. He had obtained another one. Of course, he could not refine or activate these mobile magical treasures and puppet creations now. However, he could also learn the special techniques he needed in the future. In any case, he would keep them away for now. Later on, he would search for the related ancient secret manuals in the ruins of the magic puppet master. He had to find these secret manuals, study them thoroughly, and master them completely. Dick's heart was full of anticipation, but the mage who had called for help earlier did not look right. His footsteps shifted slightly. Swoosh! A strange movement came from behind him. The threat of death had already descended on his head. His expression changed drastically. He circulated all his magical power under his feet and was about to dodge. Pu! A sharp point pierced his entire chest. A tentacle had quietly appeared on the wall behind this person. The protective shield around him was useless. At this moment, even Ron and the others could not help but be shocked. They had not sensed the existence of this tentacle-like monster earlier. It was only when the tentacle struck that they sensed a hint of abnormality, but they did not even have the time to give a warning. After piercing the mage and swallowing a life, the tentacle retracted with a swoosh. The mage was brought to the ground like a dead object. He had died. The corpse of the mage, who had died aggrieved, underwent another strange change in an instant. In the blink of an eye, sinister black veins crawled all over its skin. Immediately after, its entire body rotted rapidly. In just a few blinks of the eye, the corpse had turned into a pool of black blood. That tentacle monster's attack was actually poisonous. Only then did Ron and the other two suddenly realize that there were also several pools of black blood here. It turned out that those magi had all been killed in such a bizarre manner. Not only that, after the tentacles had retracted, the faint aura that had been left on the wall also vanished without a trace. Dick frowned, he was shocked and puzzled. Those strange tentacles are also puppet creations. Harris's expression was grave. He carefully probed with his magical power, but he could not find the intrigue of the strange tentacles. His heart suddenly shrunk, and he instinctively retreated a few meters. Chi! The moment he dodged, a hole was pierced in the ground. Chapter 263, Rescue from the Python's Mouth. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been pierced through by now. Just as Harris was about to retreat and counterattack, a sword cry sounded from beside him. A sharp scarlet light shot out with a bang, cutting off the black shadow that was about to shrink again. The broken object fell to the ground with a thud. The three of them stared at it. It turned out to be a spider leg. It was about the thickness of 2 fingers and was made of an extremely strange material. It seemed to be metal clay, but it was not metal clay. Dick reminded, it's a part of the puppet. Little. Before he could finish speaking, the ground 10 meters away was suddenly pierced through, and more than 10 sharp long tentacles poked out from the ground, stabbing at Ron above like a cage. Before the ground had been pierced, Ron had already jumped up, and a layer of holy light shield had been placed around him. The gold tint magic robe had been passively activated. Currently, Ron understood. Although the tentacle puppet had hidden itself silently, it would emit a trace of imperceptible fluctuations when it attacked, making it easier for the one being attacked to sense it. Therefore, Harris had sensed it in time and successfully dodged it. The mage earlier had also sensed it, but he did not manage to dodge it successfully. More than 10 sharp limbs grabbed, and the energy shield on the surface of Ron's body blocked the powerful force completely. Ron grabbed down casually, and with a buzz sound, the ground suddenly shattered, and a large piece of ground was grabbed by him through the air. There was also a ball of black shadows, which was very bizarre. At first glance, that ball looked like a bunch of wriggling creatures, such as snakes and earthworms. They were soft but also hard. Each of them was a tentacle used for attack. When they were pulled out, they were still hugging the soil, like the roots of an old tree. As a result, after he had grabbed them out, the ground beside him also crumbled and cracked, and this was also followed by climbing cracks on some walls. This thing seemed to have also sensed the danger. The tentacles actually split into two balls. One half dug crazily into the ground, and the other stabbed crazily at Ron. As he had the gold tint magic robe on him, Ron was not afraid at all. He flicked his right hand casually, and a cluster of flames shot into the ball of tentacles. The flames did not burn it but scurried into the deepest part through the gaps in the puppet's joints. Click! After the cracking sound, all the frantically surging tentacles froze and then went limp. Then, it was not known if it was because of a command or because it had touched some mechanism, the ball of tentacles started to shrink rapidly. It shrunk into a small ball made of metal wires. Ron grabbed it and looked at it briefly. He could not see anything, so he threw the metal ball of wires to Dick. "This thing is interesting," Dick sized it up carefully, and the interest in his eyes became stronger. He placed the little ball into his storage ring. Although he could not figure out anything yet, he had already understood that among the many puppet creations, there were some small surprises which the magic puppet master had left behind. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He stared excitedly at the few puppet creations which were in the midst of battle. "Let's go and catch those few first." Dick could not finish his sentence. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the fractured space. Ron and Harris had also sensed something and looked ahead at the fractured space. Buzz! Boom! Almost at the same moment, the entire cave suddenly shook, and sounds of explosions came from deeper down the fractured space. Powerful auras swept toward everyone. Among them was actually the aura of a level 7 magical beast. Subconsciously, the hearts of Ron and the other two shrank. A level 7 magical beast. Sensing the extremely terrifying and powerful aura, everyone in the cave was extremely shocked. The magi who had been fighting earlier immediately fled. Dick's eyes lit up with a magical glow as he shouted, "No! It's not a magical beast. It's a puppet creation." Boom! At the same time, an earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. The originally intact floors were also blasted open. A beam of golden sacred light broke through all obstacles like a tornado and shot into the sky. Half of the space where Ron and the others were located had already collapsed, and when it was swept up by the soaring golden light, huge cracks immediately appeared. Everyone retreated until they had nowhere to retreat to. They had to press against the side of the nearest wall of the mountain to barely dodge this wave of impact. On the floor they were on, a few magi were a little slower. They were immediately shredded into pieces by the golden light. Seeing this scene, Harris already had the intention to retreat. He subconsciously looked at Ron and Dick and found that the two of them were actually looking down with a frenzied expression. The energy in Ron and Dick was restless. They had not been frightened by the terrifying might of the golden light at all. Instead, they had even been provoked to fight. Sigh, he really had to accept his age. Seeing the eager state of the two young people, Harris could not help but sigh in his heart. The beam of golden light swept all the way to the top of the cave. It was not until it was stopped by the strongest magic protective formation that it finally stopped. A deep well had already been dug out by the golden light tornado in the cave. The middle was empty, like those sky wells. Ron's gaze was fixed at what was below. He was surprised. Why is this person here? In the space of the deep well below, more than 10 figures were flying up rapidly to escape. They were in very bad shape. This was a group of great archmagi, and most of them had relatively high magical power levels. They were probably the strongest or the first to come deep into the cave to search for treasures. However, they were now all fleeing in panic. It looked like they had encountered some accident. Following closely behind them was a huge shadow. It was golden in color and emitted a terrifying aura. The extremely powerful aura of a level 7 magical beast earlier had been emitted by this huge shadow. It was actually a 9-headed golden python. Strictly speaking, it was not a magical beast but a puppet creation. Its body was extremely large, and it was glowing with a metallic luster. However, it did not slow down at all when it moved. It was completely different from the puppets Ron had seen earlier. It was almost identical to a real magical beast. The 9 terrifying python heads were each more than 10 meters tall. The eyes in them were as big as lanterns, and in the deepest depths, there was a scarlet glow. They were extremely alive. However, for some reason, only 2 of the 9 python heads revealed a violent and ferocious appearance. The remaining 7 did not seem to have much strength. Even so, the 2 python heads were extremely breathtaking. The golden tornado which had generated the well earlier had come out from the ferocious mouth of one of the 2 heads. There were a total of 12 people who were being relentlessly pursued by the 9-headed python with 2 active heads. They had split into 3 groups to flee. The fastest group amongst them was a 5-man team, and the weakest was a 3-man team. Chapter 264, That Move Was. At this moment, the rightmost of the 2 berserk python heads suddenly hissed. It suddenly stretched its neck and bit hard at the 3 of them with its ferocious mouth. The 3 of them wanted to flee quickly, but the slowest level 6 great archmage was swallowed whole. Ah! He could not even scream for 2 seconds before he was torn apart by the violent golden light inside. Of the other 2 level 7 great archmagi, one of them had closely followed his dead companion. He was bitten off and torn apart by the other python head. The remaining mage was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. He was terrified. He tried his best to escape, but the killing deity was following closely behind him. Sensing the violent aura coming from behind him, he managed barely to escape in horror from the bite. He waved his right hand to block with a gold tier magical saber, but the saber immediately shattered, and there was no trace of a saber mark on the python's head. Read more on noonzerovel.org. Hiss. As if it had been provoked by the large saber, the python head let out a deafening hiss. Countless golden light blades shot out from its ferocious mouth and enveloped the little insect that had provoked it. The golden blade ignored the shield and easily tore through the level 7 great archmage. There was only a single scream from the original spot. Many of the golden blades struck at the others from the side, and everyone dodged in horror. 2 of the 4-man team were slow for a moment and died tragically on the spot. The pieces of flesh were like kites with their strings cut, falling directly into the well. As for the 5-man team, which was the fastest, they were also in an extremely sorry state. One of them, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, was actually Prince 7 of the Sebastian Kingdom. It is Quinn, why is he here? At this moment, he was actually a level 3 great archmage. However, in the current escape from the 9-headed python, a level 3 great archmage could only be a burden. The person who was fleeing with Quinn was Chief Steward Hansen, who had been following him. Beside the 2 of them, there was also an energetic old man who was a level 9 great archmage. He had previously appeared beside the city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz. He was a royal attendant. Apart from the 3 of them, there was also an old woman and a young lady. The hunched old woman emitted the powerful aura of a top great archmage. The delicate young lady beside her was pale, and her sweat-soaked hair was stuck to both sides of her face. She looked very pitiful. This level 5 great archmage was stronger than the level 3 great archmage. The few people who were still alive in the skywell had managed to survive a wave of golden blades. Before they could catch their breath, they suddenly heard 2 more screams coming from below. The 2 heads of the 9-headed golden python opened their ferocious mouths at the same time. A golden tornado shot out from the left head and golden blades shot out from the right. The attacks rolled together and tore at the few people above it. Quinn and the other 4 were shocked. They tried their best to survive this wave, but the golden tornado blades were close and fierce. They had even been separated by a violent wind. As such, the two young people of lower levels fell into a life-and-death crisis. Quinn had just dodged a golden blade with the help of Chief Steward Hansen, when he saw another golden blade of light just inches away. In the chaos, the old woman stood in front of the young lady and used the might of a top-grade archmage to break two golden light blades in a row. However, in the instant that she used her magical power, the golden tornado tore the two of them apart. "Ah!" the young lady exclaimed. A few more golden blades came at her, and her eyes were filled with despair. Just when she was in such great despair that she almost closed her eyes, she suddenly felt someone grab her shoulder. A gentle energy surrounded her and brought her back a few steps to avoid the fatal situation. As she could not react in time, the young lady was brought down by the inertia and landed into a warm embrace. She looked up in a daze and saw her savior's expression turn serious. He raised his hand and shattered another golden blade. Dick ignored the movement in his arms and focused on the golden tornado blades. At the same time, on the other side, Quinn, who was on the verge of despair, suddenly had a flash in front of his eyes. A figure blocked in front of him, and a layer of energy shield spread out, covering his entire body. All the golden blade attacks were blocked and shattered. Boom! Boom! Amidst the continuous roars, most of the golden blades were blocked by the energy shield of the gold tint magic robe. The faces of the few of them lit up, and they took advantage of the gap in the battle to stabilize themselves. Ron frowned and said, "Go up quickly." As he spoke, an extremely scorching strange sacred flame suddenly emitted from his body. The sacred flames shot out and swept out, enveloping the nine-headed golden python that was charging from below. Dick held the young lady and glanced at the others. He activated his magical power with his left hand and used energy to envelop Quinn. As he spoke, he fled and said, "Let's go." The others, who had obtained a chance of survival in the desperate situation, immediately followed him up in surprise. Quinn, who had been carried up in the air by Dick's energy shield, looked down at Ron in shock, his emotions surging. Unexpectedly, the two of them had met again in the mystic realm and he had even saved his life. No, he had actually saved the lives of several of them. In a few seconds, Dick had brought the two of them up. Harris was waiting for them. After he had placed them down, he said to the young lady and Quinn, "It's dangerous here. You'd better leave quickly." As he spoke, he glanced at the few people who had followed him and did not say anything else. He circulated the magical power in his body and flew down. Harris nodded at them, indicating that they should leave quickly, and then he flew over. The few of them, who had escaped death, were still in a daze. Most of them still did not know the name of their benefactor. The old woman looked at Chief Steward Hansen with a questioning gaze. Chief Steward Hansen did not elaborate. He reminded everyone, "It's too dangerous here. Let's leave first." Hiss! Boom! At this moment, the nine-headed python and a loud bang sounded at the same time. The entire cave was trembling. A terrifying power of the strange sacred flame shot into the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out, shocking everyone. The old woman's expression was grave. "Let's leave quickly." "Nanny." "There still," the young lady was very anxious. The old woman advised her, "Miss, we'll only be a burden if we stay. Let's go." Quinn glanced at the deep well in surprise and suspicion. His eyes were filled with flames. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retracted his gaze and pulled the young lady over. "Ninth sister, let's leave first." Then, a group of people flew toward the vortex of the mystic realm. The young lady turned around to look repeatedly, very worried. This person, who had been called Ninth Sister by Prince Seven, was the ninth princess of the Sebastian Kingdom, Norli. Hiss! In the abyss, the nine-headed golden python was struggling non-stop in the flames, as if it had really sensed the burning pain. Seeing this scene, Ron and the other two were a little surprised. They did not care so much for now, as long as the attack was effective. Ron controlled the flames to suppress the nine-headed python puppet, while Dick and Harris kept trying to attack with various spells and magical weapons, but they were basically unable to affect the puppet creation. This puppet should be a level 7 puppet creation, Dick muttered. Chapter 265, Old Man Paleface. The strength levels of puppet creations and magical beasts were the same. A level 7 puppet was equivalent to a level 7 magical beast. The strength of a level 7 magical beast was equivalent to a human divine mage. The body of this puppet creation had already been specially refined. Its strength was basically equivalent to a level 7 magical beast. It might even be stronger than the latter. Coupled with the beast core of a level 7 magical beast as the power source, it could naturally emit the same might as a level 7 magical beast. Currently, only 2 out of the 9 of them were alive. They probably could not even unleash 10% of their strongest strength. Otherwise, Ron's strange sacred flame might not have been able to restrain them, and all those people earlier would have died. In the flames currently, the demon binding ropes had already wrapped around the nine-headed python and searched for a while, but this puppet creation actually did not have a gap between the parts. It was not known what material this python had been made of, but it was actually formed as a whole from top to bottom. It looked flawless. Dick frowned and looked at it for a while. He seemed to be hesitating. Seeing that even Ron's strange sacred flame could not take down the nine-headed golden python, he suggested to Ron regretfully, "Ron, why don't you use that move?" Although he really wanted this puppet creation, now, he could not seem to find any other way. Upon hearing this, Harris, who was beside him, could not help but ask himself, which move? Ron sized up the state of the puppet in the flames and temporarily rejected the idea. "I'll try again and see if I can exhaust its energy." As he spoke, the aura of the flames around him suddenly increased. He had used the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique to obtain 2 kinds of enhancements at the same time, including the rapid recovery of magical power and the power of the flames. Quinn and the others quickly retreated from the cave and flew toward the exit of the mystic realm without stopping. Due to what had happened earlier, they now knew very well how terrifying this mystic realm was. Moreover, it seemed to be getting more and more dangerous here. On the way, Quinn told Norlie the identities of Ron and the other 2. The old woman beside Norlie said in surprise, "So, the young man with the flame is Ron Nicholas?" "It's indeed as the rumors say, his strength is unfathomable. Could his flame magical power really be a divine tier magical power?" "How would I know?" Quinn spread his hands helplessly. The old woman's gaze shifted to Chief Steward Hansen and the attendant. The 2 of them shook their heads in unison. "I don't know." Norlie's eyes lit up slightly, and she muttered in her heart, "So, his name is Dick." Thinking of something, she asked worriedly, "Nanny, will anything happen to them?" Seeing her attitude, the old woman's eyes softened. "Miss, don't be too worried. They should have some special methods. Let's wait outside first. They might come out soon." With that said, this group of people had already flown out of the vortex of the mystic realm. Everyone's vision blurred. When they looked again, they were already above the Red Rose Sea. Moreover, a group of great archmagi had actually gathered in the large stretch of blood-red fog. They fought and snatched, and it was extremely chaotic. Quinn and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked surprised. "They're snatching the sacred weapon." A beam of golden sacred light could be seen flowing in the air. It tried several times to break through the encirclement, but was blocked by the great archmagi each time. However, although those great archmagi could block it, no one could really catch it. This golden sacred light was extremely fast. Moreover, every time a great archmage was about to catch it, there would be other treasure hunters beside him to block him and snatch it. Yes, this sacred weapon was still an ownerless item. In the chaotic battle, some people wanted to snatch the treasure, while others simply turned to attack others when they could not get it. The magical weapon in this golden sacred light was the medium-grade sacred weapon, the Holy Light Treasure Gourd, which had escaped from the cave before Ron and the others. As soon as this sacred weapon escaped from the mystic realm, it was stopped by a large group of great archmagi with beaming eyes. It could not advance or retreat, and could only repeatedly circle and dodge. When Quinn and the others saw the sacred weapon appear, they had wanted to snatch it. However, after the life-threatening escape earlier, they were already exhausted to the point of weakness, not to mention going over to snatch the treasure. They could only quickly leave this chaotic battle zone to avoid being accidentally injured. They were still a little envious. After stopping at the edge, they waited for Ron to recover his magical power while paying attention to the situation of the battle. At the edge of the chaotic battle, a flying fairy was floating in the air. On the flying fairy, Caramon, the three retainers, and Leonard were standing on the deck, paying attention to the movement of the golden sacred light from time to time. Until now, they had not joined the chaotic battle. If they were to snatch the medium-grade sacred weapon now, they would immediately be besieged by the others. Even if they could hide in the flying fairy, they would not be able to leave until Ron and the other two returned. Caramon had been paying attention to the vortex exit and was still thinking about how to show his value. He was quite surprised to see that Prince Seven was also in the mystic realm. At this moment, the itching Holkin asked, "Why don't we attack now?" Kadun also wanted to fight, but he still looked at Caramon. Although the three of them were all level 5 great archmagi, there was a difference in status between them. This person had stayed in the Nicholas family for a long time and might know something. Caramon shook his head and said calmly, "Don't act rashly. Let's wait and see." There was some emotion in Holkin's heart, but he could still suppress it. His expression darkened, and he reluctantly accepted it. Suddenly, cries of surprise could be heard from the chaotic battle. The few of them looked up and saw that the golden sacred light had charged out of the layers of encirclement. A group of great archmagi chased after it in panic. Holkin could not help but move his feet slightly, he was about to chase after it. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down on everyone. Everyone's movements froze. At the same time, the golden light, which had just broken through the encirclement by the great archmagi, also stopped. It was as if it had been restrained by some invisible force. The golden light flickered rapidly, but it could not break free. After 2 to 3 breaths, a figure suddenly appeared from the void and reached out to take the treasure gourd. This was an old man in a purple magic robe. His silver hair was tied up high, and his brows were filled with malice which made one's breathing much heavier. This old man was a divine mage. Seeing this person appear, all the great archmagi present revealed extremely shocked expressions. Although they did not know this person, the terrifying aura earlier had already indicated this person's identity. He was actually a divine mage. As for what level it was, the great archmagi present could not tell at all. The divine mage ignored the many great archmagi beside him. He looked at the sacred weapon treasure gourd in his hand, his eyes flickering. He seemed to be quite satisfied with this magical weapon. Chapter 266, Surrender? Kill. Then, he casually put away the magical weapon and looked at the vortex entrance in front of him. He shrunk the ground to an inch and stepped into the entrance of the mystic realm. All the great archmagi watched in a daze as the divine mage left. After a long few seconds, they exploded. Some were lamenting that they had not been able to snatch the sacred weapon, some were discussing enthusiastically who this divine mage was, and some were inexplicably slashing at people with their knives. It was still extremely chaotic. At this moment, they were already in a daze. The few people on the flying ferry had ugly expressions at this moment. They were very worried. Leonard was a little anxious. Why has a divine mage appeared so quickly? What should we do? Ron and the others are still inside. Read more on newanzerovel.org. Kadun looked hesitant. Why don't we enter the mystic realm to assist them? Holkin shook his head. No. If that divine mage senses us and thinks we're following him, it'll probably be even worse. Karaman thought quickly and made up his mind. We'll go in after 65 seconds. If they followed him in now, whether they could find him or not was another matter. It was very likely that they would provoke that divine mage. In 65 seconds, this person should have already entered the cave. If they entered the mystic realm then, they would be able to assist Ron and the other two who would be retreating from inside. Not far away, Quinn looked at that figure, his eyes filled with surprise. After everyone had entered, he frowned and asked, "Does anyone know the identity of this divine mage?" "This lord, is most likely the old man in the rumors," the old woman said, as if she had thought of something. Chief Steward Hansen also echoed, "I once saw a portrait by chance. It should be this lord." "It's really him," Quinn said in a low voice. It's rumored that 1,000 years ago, he had found the inheritance of a divine mage in this lower ocean state, and then he successfully broke through to the divine mage realm. He had searched all the memories in his mind, but he only had this little bit of relevant records. He could not recall anything else he had seen in the secret manual. Chief Steward Hansen nodded. "It's indeed this lord. I heard that he has been searching for the mystic realm of the divine mage. It looks like it's true." It had been mentioned previously that about 1,000 years ago, the ruins of a divine mage had appeared in the lower ocean state. At that time, the entire Sebastian kingdom had been involved, and the magical world was in a bloodbath. In the end, a top great archmage at that time successfully obtained the inheritance of the divine mage. Not long after, he broke through to the divine mage realm. This person had once been a well-known figure in the magical world. As his name had the words Paleface in it, he was called Old Man Paleface. He was that divine mage earlier. It was said that after he had broken through, this divine mage had settled down in the lower ocean state. However, after that, traces of him appearing before people became rare, and the huge momentum around him gradually weakened. It was rumored that he had gone to find the mystic realm of the ruins of another divine mage. From the looks of it, what had been said was true. This divine mage had appeared so quickly because of this. Norley looked at the old woman with a confused expression. "Nanny, after this old man Paleface had gone in, will he be able to help Dick and the others escape?" Hearing this, the old woman's eyes flickered, but she did not reveal the strangeness in her heart. "Perhaps, yes." Norley was overjoyed. She smiled and said, "That's great. They'll probably come out soon to meet us." The old lady turned her head and gave her a look, stopping her from saying anything more. Chief Steward Hansen hesitated for a moment but did not say anything in the end. Sigh, things were not that simple. If the nine-headed golden python had been seen by Old Man Paleface, he would definitely be tempted to make a move. Moreover, the Nicholas family had also attracted some attention. It was hard to say how this divine mage would treat the Nicholas family members. Ding! Warning! Detected that the two genius descendants are facing a great threat. An urgent mission has been generated. Urgent mission: save the 17th generation descendants of the Nicholas family, Dick and Ron. In Holy Light City, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. Romo was using the visitation talisman to check on Ron and the others when the system's warning sounded in his ear. His heart skipped a beat. Danger! He carefully observed the virtual screen but did not find any danger. Is it from inside this cave? Or has someone dangerous appeared? He focused his attention on the movements on the screen, intending to save them at any moment. At this moment, Ron was circulating the first transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations in his body, and he had been controlling the nine-headed python puppet with the light passage sacred flame to continue to consume the beast core energy in the puppet creation. Under the suppression by the special attribute of the light passage sacred flame, the energy of the beast core was being rapidly consumed. If nothing unexpected happened, this puppet creation would soon become weak. By then, its strength, which was less than a tenth of its original strength, would decrease further, and he should be able to take it down successfully. After successfully obtaining this level 7 puppet creation, if Dick could learn the method to control it, the Nicholas family clan would have another trump card. There was no one beside Ron now. Dick and Harris saw that their attacks did not have much effect, so they simply left this place and went elsewhere to explore and search. Although most of the cave had been destroyed by the 9-headed golden python, something could still be found in the ruins. For example, the treasures that had fallen in the cave from the corpses of those great archmagi. In fact, what Dick wanted the most was the inheritance left behind by the divine mage. However, so far, he had not found any effective information. As he had not been able to find it, he wondered if the inheritance had already been seized by Quinn and the others, who had fled earlier. At that time, he did not have the chance to ask in detail. Should he ask in detail after he got out? The two brothers had saved their lives after all. If he were to ask them, he should be able to get some information. As Dick was thinking, he suddenly felt a change, and his expression changed. Hiss! An ear-piercing cry sounded from another direction, accompanied by the abnormally terrifying aura of the 9-headed python puppet. Dick immediately turned around and jumped to Ron's side. Harris, who was on the other side, followed closely behind. Seeing the puppet creation struggling crazily in the flames, Dick asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Ron frowned and replied, "For some reason, the 9-headed golden python seemed to have been provoked by something and suddenly struggled desperately." The violent struggle of the 9-headed python puppet had already exceeded his expectations. He had clearly been using the strange sacred flame to suppress the energy consumption and had not done much. How could he have provoked the puppet to such an extent? Chapter 267, Powerful Aura. Perhaps, what had provoked this puppet creation was not him, but a terrifying existence that even the puppet was afraid of. Dick and Ron's hearts skipped a beat. They exchanged a look and used their magical power at the same time to find out what was going on. Just when they had sensed that something was wrong, the three of them in the cave felt a terrifying and powerful pressure crushing down from the sky. Buzz! In an instant, the gold tint magic robe on Ron's body was activated. Light flickered, and a large number of runes condensed into an energy shield, enveloping Ron and the other two. In the next moment, the three of them sensed that the pressure on their bodies had been temporarily blocked. They were finally able to move. Almost at the same time, a surprised voice sounded from above them. "There's actually a sacred tool magic robe. Not bad." Ron and the other two quickly looked up and saw a shadow descending. "This person is a divine mage." Sensing such bad news from the powerful aura, the three of them instantly became anxious. Even in the magical world, one could only hear the voice of a divine mage and not see him. Usually, he would go into seclusion to cultivate and usually would not care about other things. He would basically not appear in front of others. Even a major event like the appearance of the ruins of a divine mage might not be able to attract a divine mage. When the ruins in the lower ocean state appeared 1,000 years ago, not a single divine mage had appeared from beginning to the end. As such, the inheritance of a divine mage had fallen into the hands of a top great archmage. Search new novel on Google. After the old man Paleface had obtained the inheritance, he broke through the magical realm not long after and became a divine mage. However, according to the fragmented information that came later, it was said that the owner of that mystic realm had not reached level 3 of the divine realm, and the ruins had not been opened in the mystic realm, and that the highest grade magical weapons in there were only some unknown magical weapons. And this time, it was obviously different from the previous time. Currently, the value of the ruins of the divine mage far surpassed that of the divine mage 1,000 years ago. Ron and the others had naturally expected the mystic realm of the ruins to definitely attract divine magi. However, they had not expected the divine mage, who had never cared about the affairs of the world, to arrive now. Moreover, this divine mage had been so hostile to them the moment he appeared. This situation was not strange. There was no need for a divine mage to be polite to the three great archmagi. Even if it had been a top great archmage, he would not take him seriously. Just as Ron and the other two were shocked, Old Man Paleface was already less than 100 meters away from them. He sized Ron up carefully for a while, his eyes flashing with interest. "Hand over this flame magical power and this sacred tool magic robe, and I can spare your lives." This cold and calm voice reached the ears of Ron and the other two. Upon hearing this, Ron and the other two did not leave gratefully after handing over the treasures. Instead, their expressions were grave, and their emotions were in turmoil. Harris's thoughts were that since this divine mage could covet the strange sacred flame of the Nicholas family, it was very likely that he would silence them after obtaining it. Robbing and killing had always been together since ancient times. As for Ron and Dick, their thoughts were relatively simple. Surrender to a divine mage who had snatched their things? How was this possible? It was impossible to reason with a divine mage. They would not give their lives to others to decide. At that moment, the conflict between them and this divine mage could no longer be reversed. Ron and Dick looked at each other and saw each other's determination. There was no need for words. "Let's do it." In an instant, the power of the two of them increased exponentially. Second transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations. The two of them were already top-notch great archmagi. When they activated the second transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations, the power in their bodies skyrocketed again. Their magical power realm had already surpassed that of ordinary top great archmagi and was approaching that of a divine mage. The two of them had not made a sound, but a huge commotion had suddenly erupted. Harris, who was beside them, was so frightened that he could not help but gulp. Is there no room for discussion? Were they being too rash? Confronting a divine mage was like an egg hitting a rock. Even the Old Man Paleface, who had been standing above, was stunned for a moment. Then, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Disdain and mockery had already spread. "Young and arrogant. You're overestimating your capabilities." His laughter was cold. Then, he did not waste his breath anymore. With a raise of his hand, a beam of extremely terrifying red and purple sacred light shot directly at the three of them. At the same time, Ron waved his hand and summoned the flames below that had restrained the nine-headed python. The flames shot into the sky and swept past the enemy above. At the same time, a scorching aura, which was not inferior to Ron's flames at all, suddenly erupted from Dick's body. It was as if a scorching sun had condensed behind him, and it also swept up crazily. This was Dick's strange sacred flame, sun-devouring flame. Harris's pupils constricted. He was dumbfounded and extremely shocked. "This? No, no. Why does Dick also know the power of this fire technique? Was this magical power really a magical power? High-grade divine tier magical power? No. It might far surpass it." The Old Man Paleface revealed an ecstatic expression. He was already determined to obtain this mystic technique. His gaze as he stared down was already burning to the extreme, and greed was obvious in his eyes. In this instant, the flames had already charged in front of the red and purple sacred light, and the two sides collided. Boom! Boom! A loud rumble reverberated throughout the entire mystic realm. Even the cave shook violently. The cave collapsed. In the center of the explosion, the space had already twisted and become violent, as if it would tear apart in the next second. An extremely terrifying impact suddenly swept across the surroundings. The gold tint magic robe on Ron's body flickered with light, and the golden runes instantly spread out, condensing into a stable golden turtle shell that protected them firmly in the surging collision. The nine-headed golden python below the three of them had wanted to attack Ron and the others, but it was slapped down hard by the powerful impact just as it flew into the air. Harris exclaimed, "It has been blocked." The violent attack of a divine mage had actually been blocked by two great archmagi. Just when he was so shocked that he could not speak or move, Ron and Dick made a new move. A cluster of fierce flames and a cluster of scorching flames condensed on two different palms. They were different from the previous flames. This was the main body of the strange sacred flame. The two palms were held upright close to each other, and the two strange sacred flames in the palms were pushed against each other. They were like magnets of the same level being forcefully connected. The two clusters of strange sacred flames were jumping violently, and they were already extremely agitated. They seemed to be incompatible with each other. Although the two clusters of strange sacred flames seemed to be repelling each other, the two palms still pushed deeply and forcefully collided with each other. Chapter 268, Platinum Fire Cloud. The two clusters of strange sacred flames jumped extremely quickly. As they swayed, they suddenly lengthened, flattened, and then entangled themselves with each other. A terrifying aura began to spread, and the power to destroy the heavens and the earth was brewing. In the moment before the two strange sacred flames merged, the person above was still surprised and delighted. It actually has a trace of the power of time. In front of Old Man Paleface, there was an invisible barrier protecting him from the impact. He was also unscathed from the series of collisions earlier. He had thought that he would only need one move to defeat them, and then he would be able to capture and interrogate them slowly to see what kind of fire magical power it was and how he could obtain it. Even if they resisted and refused to say anything, it was not impossible to forcefully search their souls. Unexpectedly, these two youngsters of the great Archmage realm could actually block a blow from a divine mage. The power of this fire-based magical power was really astonishing. Moreover, not only were these two fire magical powers far more powerful than ordinary, they also contained a trace of extremely rare power of time. The first flame carried the power of time, and the next flame carried a hint of killing power. Although they were all very faint and weak, Old Male Paleface was already extremely shocked. The power of law was something that even a divine mage would find difficult to comprehend. One could only observe the powerful strength from afar. Only by comprehending the laws and controlling them a little could he break through to the heavenly divine realm. Previously, he was only interested in this special magical power and wanted to play with it. Now, he was completely attracted by the fire-based magical power and could not take his eyes off it. No matter what, he had to get it. This fire-based magical power was most likely a divine tier magical power secret technique. Old Man Paleface's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to attack and snatch the secret magical power, the veins on his forehead suddenly twitched. He looked over. Below, the space in the center of the collision between the scorching flame, the fierce flame, and the red-purple sacred light was still twisting lightly. In just a few seconds, it had blinded his detection. Now, a fire cloud suddenly floated out from the remnants of the light. A cloud of fire with the intersection of platinum was floating toward him. This two-colored fiery cloud was the move Ron and Dick had mentioned earlier. This was something the old ancestor had given them. They had merged their strange sacred flames together and used a combined technique. Self-created magical technique, the strange sacred flame combined technique. Ron and Dick had never used this move in reality before. This was the first time they were using it. Before this, under the lead of the old ancestor, they had each used it countless times. They had long grasped the secret to the fusion of the strange sacred flames. However, a dream was still a dream. No matter how close it was to reality, it could not become reality. How much power would be unleashed, would have to depend on the current situation. They were already in such a predicament, and they did not have any other moves, so they could only use this move. And what the old ancestor had imparted to them had never disappointed them. The two of them had successfully fused the strange sacred flames in reality and created a platinum fire cloud by merging two into one. Previously, the reasons why they had each used the strange sacred flame was firstly to block the attack of the divine mage, and secondly to create the instant space of the merged fire cloud. At this moment, the platinum fire cloud, which had been jointly created by the two of them, had already streaked across the air and shot toward Old Man Paleface with a whoosh. This fire cloud was only the size of a fist. It looked very obedient and could even make people think it was cute and beautiful. However, the heart of the person it was facing exploded. There was danger. The strongest threat he had ever felt in his life exploded in the head of Old Man Paleface. Ever since he had advanced to become a divine mage, in the past 1,000 years, he had not felt so weak. Without any time to think, Old Man Paleface instinctively erupted with all his magical power. As he retreated rapidly, he quickly took out a low-grade golden turtle sacred tool. The magical tool flashed with golden light and condensed into a physical turtle shell, enveloping him. Whatever he could do, had been done. This was because in this instant, the platinum-colored fire cloud had suddenly accelerated and flashed in front of him. At this moment, even space and time seemed to have frozen. In the next moment, the platinum fire cloud suddenly exploded. Buzz! This fist-sized platinum fire cloud suddenly exploded into an even larger fire cloud, filling the entire space and swallowing Old Man Paleface. Outside the cave, at the vortex entrance of the mystic realm, the vortex churned and spat out a flying fairy. On the flying fairy, Caramon and the others were all tense. After they came in, they immediately probed the surroundings carefully. After discovering that there was no powerful aura of the divine mage, they all heaved a long sigh. Then, everyone on the flying fairy looked at the entrance to the mid-level of the mountain. That divine mage had probably entered the cave to search for treasures. Caramon frowned, his heart already in his throat. No. Ron and the others had not come out yet. They were very likely still inside. They might even run into that divine mage. Young master is not outside. He might have already met that person. What should we do? Holkin's gaze wandered. Caramon gritted his teeth and said, "Let's wait outside the cave first. There's a divine mage there." Holkin snorted angrily. "Are you asking us to die?" Caramon's pupils constricted. He turned around and stared at him, the murderous intent in his eyes obvious. "You're not going." "I don't wish to die even if you wish to," Holkin said coldly. "I want to leave the team." Caramon's magical power suddenly erupted, and he said sinisterly, "You want to betray the Nicholas family." "Betray?" Holkin roared angrily. "I'm a retainer, not a martyr servant. I won't be a retainer anymore. I'll return that bottle of pills to them immediately when I get back. As for you guys..." He turned to look at the others and smiled sarcastically. "If you want to court death, go ahead. In any case, I won't accompany you. Be careful not to lose your life." As he spoke, he exerted his strength beneath his feet. After he had tapped away from the flying fairy, he entered the vortex behind without looking back. On the flying fairy, the 6 of them had ugly expressions. Currently, on the flying fairy, apart from Caramon, Kadun, and Leonard, there were also the 3 strangers who had been saved with Leonard. As for Klain, who had led the way to find them, he had already left earlier. The 3 magi had stayed behind because they had saved them and because it was safer on the flying fairy. At this moment, they were all a little hesitant and had the intention to retreat. Caramon did not plan to stop those who wanted to live. His voice was cold. "Those who want to leave, leave quickly. The Nicholas family clan has saved my life twice. How can I be such a villain?" Leonard blurted out. Upon hearing this, the 3 magi behind him were all speechless. If they were to leave now, wouldn't they become such villains? But if they did not leave, they would really die if they followed. After having been on the periphery of the Red Rose Sea for a while, some people had already recognized him as Old Man Paleface from the rumors. With his nature, he could kill people in the blink of an eye. Caramon did not have the time to wait for them to think. Just as he was about to steer the flying fairy toward the cave, he suddenly heard buzz. A terrifying threat came from ahead. Everyone looked over in surprise and saw the cave treasure mountain trembling and beginning to collapse. In this terrifying energy wave, there was a divine mage, and also a scorching flame so powerful that it could not be described with words. Caramon suddenly froze. Flame waves. Ron and the others had really fought with that divine mage. Chapter 269, The Crisis is Still Here. In the middle of the collapsed treasure mountain, in the cave of the ruins. No, impossible. How is this possible? What kind of fire-based secret technique is this? There were voices of shock and disbelief. Old Man Paleface's body trembled. He stared at the dense platinum fire cloud around him, his heart turning cold. Was this really a magical power that a great archmage could use? Even if they had used a forbidden technique to forcefully increase their level to half-step to the divine mage level, it was impossible for them to unleash such a terrifying magical power. But now, it was right in front of him. This was not a matter of whether he believed it or not. Crack! With a cracking sound, the face of Old Man Paleface turned ashen, and his eyes saw the crack of the golden turtle shell above his head. The cracks suddenly spread, and in half a moment, they had spread throughout the entire low-grade sacred tool. The golden light energy shield protecting him flickered crazily, and it had already reached its limit. No. His eyes were bloodshot, and he erupted with all the energy in his body. His hands moved continuously, wanting to use magical power. Boom! The phantom turtle shell, which had originally solidified, shattered with a bang. The platinum fire cloud immediately closed in and swallowed Old Man Paleface. Then, the aura of a divine mage vanished from this world. Dead, dead. A divine mage had really died. Harris stared blankly at the sea of fire above him. He felt the divine tear aura disappear, and a cord in his mind suddenly snapped. In just a few seconds, a divine mage had been killed with a single move from the two-color fire cloud. Just a moment ago, he had thought that he was dead for sure. After all, it was two great archmagi in combat against a divine mage. The great archmagi should have been in a hopeless situation. But now, not only was he not dead, he had also personally witnessed two top great archmagi working together to incinerate a divine mage. And, it was almost an instant kill. Harris swallowed hard. The two-color fire cloud was too terrifying. How could there be a magical power for a great archmage to annihilate a divine mage? How was this possible? How could he die just like that? At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, the scene of Ron and Dick joining hands to slay a divine mage was displayed in the viewing screen. Romo saw it. His lips curled into a smile of satisfaction. Not bad. This skill is really powerful. To be honest, the power erupted from the two-color fiery cloud had exceeded Romo's expectations. He certainly knew that it would be very powerful, and had also guessed that it would be so powerful. The magical power used by two top great archmagi could actually kill a divine mage instantly. Although this divine mage, who had been burned to death, was at most level 2 of the divine realm, Romo had also heard of Old Man Paleface's name when he was alive. After he had woken up, he had asked Norton to gather a lot of information on the various events in the magic world in the past 500 years. From this, he had obtained some information about this person. Nearly 1,000 years ago, this person was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of a divine mage in the mystic realm of the lower ocean state's ruins. He had transformed from a top great archmage to a divine mage. From the relevant records, this person's talent for magical power cultivation was much inferior to that of a mage of the same realm. It was pure luck that he could break through to the divine realm. After becoming a divine mage, his magical power realm remained unchanged. He had always been a level 1 divine mage. Generally speaking, a great archmage could live for 300 years. After breaking through to the divine realm, he could live for another 1,000 years. Then, with each breakthrough to the next level of magical power, another few hundred years of lifespan could be added. It depended on the individual's situation. According to the records, the longest a divine mage could live was up to 5,000 years. There were also cases where a divine mage could live up to 3,000 years at least. It was said that when Old Man Paleface appeared previously, he was still at level 1 of the divine realm more than 100 years ago. Even now, his level had probably increased to level 2. If he had been a higher level divine mage, he would not have been killed so easily. Of course, in the past tens of thousands of years, this was probably the only two-color fire cloud which could cross the realm to kill a divine mage. If news of a great archmage destroying a divine mage were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone in the magical world. Ron and Dick had jointly used this move. Romo had obtained inspiration from his memory of a certain novel before he transmigrated to create this magical spell. It was just like a specific martial arts technique of the Nicholas family clan. Of course, it was not just wishful thinking. As the host of the ancestral protection system, he knew the strange sacred flame produced by the system very well. This was why he could study and create such a joint technique based on the characteristics of the two clusters of strange sacred flames. In fact, if he were to intervene, he alone would suffice. With Ron and Dick's current magical power level, it was still too difficult for them to use this move. This was why the two of them had to join forces and add the second transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations. The reason why a single move could kill a divine mage had a lot to do with Old Man Paleface's underestimation of his enemy. Currently, this battle was equivalent to a strong man facing two kids. No matter how hard the kids threw small stones at the strong man, he would not take such an attack seriously because it would not pose a threat at all. In the end, the kids suddenly took out a bomb. Even if Ron and Dick could not take down the opponent in this battle, Romo had already prepared to use the ancestral protection talisman. Of course, it would be good if the descendants could resolve it themselves. Resolve. Wait a minute. With this thought, his expression turned grave. The system notification about this matter being resolved had not sounded. Ron and Dick were still facing a life and death crisis. At the same time, in the cave, the violent power of the two-color fire cloud's explosion had already come to an end. The platinum fire cloud, which had filled the space, separated with a whoosh and gathered again into a cluster of the strange sacred flame's main body. Each then returned to its owner's body. Ron and Dick had stopped using the Skyfiend 3 transformations at this moment. The rising explosive power had fallen, and both of them were in a weak state. However, this was only a temporary weakness. With such a small price and such a small energy consumption, it was worth it to kill a divine mage in one move. Ron had previously used flames to restrain the nine-headed python, but he had the flame sacred body, so his physical condition was similar to Dick. Dick stretched out his hand and grabbed the purple storage ring and a few pieces of broken turtle shells. He said regretfully, "I can't use this low-grade sacred tool anymore." Then, he sensed the items in the storage ring. His eyes lit up as he put away the storage ring. There were many good items here. He would count them later. This place is a little strange. Ron's gaze swept down. "After we subdue the nine-headed python puppet, we'll leave." "Yes." Dick nodded in agreement. At this moment, Harris had also reacted. He forcefully suppressed the shock from the killing of a divine-level expert in one move and nodded. Just as Ron and the other two were about to fly down, they suddenly heard. "All of you, don't even think about going anywhere." Chapter 270, Killing with a Raise of the Hand. "All of you, don't even think about going anywhere." The icy voice froze the three of them. It was not psychological. They had all been restrained by a sudden invisible force. The expressions of Ron and the other two changed drastically, and they were all terrified. It turned out that there were still enemies here. Another divine mage. Moreover, not only were they unable to move their bodies, they could not even use the energy in their bodies. Even the power of the invincible gold tint magic robe had been sealed. This divine mage was stronger than Old Man Paleface earlier. The three of them stiffly raised their heads to look up. More than 100 meters away from where Old Man Paleface had been, a grey-haired old man in a green robe had quietly landed. The old man was looking down at them and speaking slowly with a smile. "What a great show! I didn't expect the young people today to have such good stuff. His gaze stopped on Ron and Dick. The greed in his eyes was identical to that of Old Man Paleface earlier. After witnessing the power of this two-color fire cloud crossing realm to kill, his greed for this magical secret technique became even stronger. The green-robed old man was so anxious that he did not give the three of them a chance to speak. With a raise of his hand, he was already prepared to capture one young man and search his soul immediately. He would search one soul first. While obtaining some information, he could also warn the other lad. When the time came, he would then interrogate him, and he would probably be able to obtain all the information he wanted. Just as he had made up his mind, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz! At this moment, the space in the cave trembled, and a powerful aura shot out, dissipating the invisible force that had restrained Ron and the other two. Behind Dick, a tall figure whose face could not be seen clearly suddenly appeared. That's... Harris's pupils trembled, and he could no longer think. Before he could see clearly, his vision suddenly turned black, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. At the same moment, Ron and Dick were stunned. They turned around and looked ecstatic. They exclaimed in unison, "Old Ancestor!" This majestic phantom which had suddenly descended was naturally Romo, who had used the ancestral protection talisman. Romo smiled at the two descendants and nodded in praise. Not bad. Ron had once experienced the same situation in the Dark Night Canyon, so he could suppress the surging emotions in his heart. This was the first time Dick had seen the old ancestor in real life, and the excitement in his heart surged. The green-robed old man above them was extremely terrified. You? Who are you? Faced with such an earth-shocking expert whom he could not see clearly, he did not dare to hold back at all. He erupted all the magical power in his body and completely revealed his true magical power realm. Divine Mage, Level 5 Divine Mage. It was no wonder that he had been able to spy on them with ease without being discovered by anyone. His strength had far surpassed that of Old Man Paleface. Romo glanced at the figure above and roughly identified him. Zhao Xi was known as the Old Beauty. The reason required no further explanation. However, most people called him the green-robed old man. Every time he appeared in front of others, he would wear a green robe. He was a lone mage from the northern region of the Sebastian Kingdom. He had become famous almost 1,000 years ago. Back then, he was almost as famous as Old Man Paleface, but now, the level of his magical power was different. It seemed that not only was this green-robed old man talented, his previous luck had also been not bad. Now that he had encountered Romo, his life had come to an end. Looking at the other party's frightened state, Romo said calmly, "How dare you harm my descendants? Go and die." Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud buzzing sound could be heard. Green-robed old man had made his move. Countless energies in the void had converged here, forming a huge net of stars that shot down at Romo. The entire cave shook violently again. The magic protective formation, which was already in danger, finally could not hold out anymore and shattered with a bang. The magic formation beside it and the rocks on the walls of the cave also shattered like tofu, revealing the scene outside. After the green-robed old man had used this magical power, he took a step forward, shattered the void, and entered the spatial passageway. He had fled so decisively. It was obvious that he had already understood that the two of them were far apart. Faced with the large energy net descending head-on, Romo's expression was as usual. He raised his hand and shattered the imposing great star net. Then, he pulled with his right hand and easily pulled out a certain rat that had fled into the void. Green-robed old man's expression was that of confusion, and he was trembling in fear. The magical power in his body circulated crazily, but he was unable to do anything to that power. It was obvious that it was just pure energy condensation. However, the person who had used it was a level 9 divine mage. He finally knew how powerful the terrifying figure in front of him was. The green-robed old man was so frightened that he prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, "My lord, please spare." Before he could say another word, his entire body exploded into a ball of blood-colored mist. Body and soul destroyed. There were two main reasons why he had exterminated a divine mage so decisively. Firstly, a divine mage could not be used by Romo currently. He was not strong enough to do this for the time being, nor could he control the soul seal. Secondly, the time limit for the old ancestor to descend was short to begin with, so there was no need to keep him around to talk nonsense. Therefore, it was very normal for him to be so carefree and decisive. It was easy for a level 9 Divine Realm expert to kill a level 5 Divine Realm expert. Ding! The completion of an urgent mission has been detected. Rewards are being calculated. Romo heard the system notification. It was a series of rewards, but it was not the time to count them now. He would count them carefully after he got back. Beside him, Ron and Dick were stunned. They knew that the old ancestor was extremely powerful, but they had not expected him to be so powerful. With a raise of his hand, a level 5 Divine Realm expert was reduced to ashes. Ron was even more excited. Compared to the last time, the old ancestor was even stronger. A ring fell from the blood-colored mist and was casually caught by Romo. Then, he glanced at a golden shadow below and grabbed it casually. Hiss! With a heaven-shaking scream of fear, a huge golden figure had been caught and brought in front of the four of them. Romo looked at the puppet creation, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Interesting. He seemed to have discovered something, but now was not the time to sit and chat. Soon, it was forcefully stuffed into the storage ring in his hand. Romo looked around and felt a little regretful. He muttered to himself, "What a waste." Unfortunately, this mystic realm is about to collapse completely. This mystic realm space had been built with the help of the Red Rose Sea outside. It could not be taken away for use. There were also mystic realms that had been opened up, or rather, refined into magical treasures. However, these were of a higher level than the former, and were rare in the basic world. The cave, which was the core of the mystic realm space, had already collapsed. Even the entire mystic realm space was about to collapse. This small world suddenly started to tremble. The heavens and earth collapsed, and everything was destroyed. It was as if the world had ended. Romo's magical power spread out and enveloped the entire mystic realm. Then, with a thought, in an instant, countless natural treasures, secret manuals, magical weapons, and magical treasures, all pounced toward him. Among the large number of treasures that had come pouncing toward him, some had been nurtured for countless years in this mystic realm, and there were also the remnants from magi who had died later on. At this moment, all of them had flown in front of Romo and were casually stored into his storage ring. Immediately after, he threw the storage ring into Ron's arms. "Release the puppet creations after we return to the Forbidden Ground." "Yes, old ancestor." Ron quickly caught it. Boom! At this moment, the entire mystic realm space collapsed. It collapsed completely. Chapter 271, Destruction of the Mystic Realm. The scenery around them suddenly changed. The sun and moon appeared above them, and red rose bloody water appeared at the bottom. When the mystic realm space shattered, the space intersected and fused. At this moment, this place had already appeared in the outside world. At the same time, countless spatial cracks had also appeared in the shattered space of the mystic realm. A large amount of spatial turbulence surged out. If one was not careful, one would be immediately swept into the void. The cracked ground had already been swallowed by the void. An invisible barrier enveloped Ron and the others, blocking all the threats outside. Under the repeated sweeping and collision of the spatial turbulence, the energy barrier trembled violently. Romo's magical power was being rapidly consumed. Fortunately, he did not have to worry about anything else. The vast energy of a level 9 divine realm was being consumed continuously. While protecting Ron and the other two, he suddenly turned his head to the right. There was a flying fairy there, struggling in the turbulence of the horizontal and vertical collisions. It was like a toy in the midst of the crazy prank of a rascal. Of course, the flying fairy was still being navigated according to the rules. Most of the spatial turbulence had been barely avoided. Occasionally, when it could not be dodged, it would be blocked by the magic protective formation on the flying fairy. The ancestral protection talisman only had 60 seconds left. If it was used beyond the time limit, it would consume a large number of faith points every second. Romo immediately carried Ron and the other two and leapt toward the flying fairy. Everyone on the flying fairy was horrified and at a loss. Ah! The mystic realm space has shattered. What happened inside? Caramon. How long can this flying fairy's defense last? Quick, charge out! What has happened? Everyone on the flying fairy was so confused that they erupted. They had just entered the mystic realm when they saw the treasure mountain collapse. They were already frightened and at a loss, but in the end, the space in the mystic realm also collapsed. They did not know anything at all, and there was a sudden change in front of them. If it had not been for the defense of the flying fairy, they would have died long ago. Now, they were so frightened that their souls were about to fly out. It was just that they had a life-saving straw in their hands. Otherwise, they would probably collapse like the cracked ground. However, even Caramon, who was controlling the flying fairy, did not know how long this magic formation could last. His heart was heavy. Looking around, the entire mystic realm space was like a piece of pie that had fallen from the sky and smashed into tomato sauce. At this moment, on the Red Rose Sea, all the magi had fallen into fear, confusion, and more confusion. The space had shattered. Why is there spatial turbulence? Compared to Caramon and the others, this group of people did not know anything at all. A moment ago, they were still closely discussing the divine mage who had just entered. In the next moment, the threat of death pressed down from the sky. Amidst countless shouts and screams, the magi who were still alive fled in all directions without thinking. Just when the hearts of Caramon and the others were about to sink to the bottom, Leonard suddenly shouted in surprise, "It is Ron! Ron and the others are here!" Hearing this, Caramon was overjoyed. He took a closer look and saw that it was indeed Ron, Dick, and Harris. "Quick, assist them!" Leonard urged anxiously. As he spoke, Caramon had already steered the flying fairy over to welcome Ron and the others. And Romo had already left this place. After protecting Ron and the others through the central airspace where the mystic flow was most turbulent, the time limit for the ancestral protection talisman was up. Moreover, Ron and the others had recovered some of their magical power, so they could fly back to the flying fairy by themselves. Seeing this, Romo returned to the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo was using the visitation talisman to continue to monitor their situation. At the same time, he also took a few glances at the energy consumption rate of the Sacred Mist Fairy's magic protective formation. The magic protective formation on the Sacred Mist Fairy was of the same defensive strength as the family clan's protective formation. The spatial turbulence above the Red Rose Sea was still unable to cause harm to the flying fairy. Only the energy consumption rate was a little fast. However, the energy consumption on the flying fairy could be replenished with faith points, so there should not be any major problems. Speaking of which, the magic formation protecting the family clan was actually also consuming energy. However, the energy of the family clan's protective formation could be restored slowly. Similarly, faith points had to be used to rapidly replenish the energy. It was only when the defense had exceeded the limit of the family clan's protective formation, that one would not even have the time to charge it. When the time came, the protective formation would collapse directly. Everyone on the flying fairy, which Romo was paying attention to, was a little surprised. "Ron, are you guys all right?" Leonard asked with concern, and then he became a little anxious. "What's wrong with Senior Harris?" "Don't worry, we're all fine, Ron replied firmly. As he spoke, Harris, who was being supported, woke up. As soon as he regained his senses, Harris instinctively pushed Ron away and took a few steps back. Magical light radiated from his body, and his eyes were extremely wary. When his gaze landed on the scene in front of him, he was stunned. Caramon and the others looked at him in surprise. They could not understand. Leonard asked in shock, "Senior Harris, what are you?" Harris was at a loss. From the corner of his eye, he saw the turbulent red rose sea. He looked at Leonard and the others, then looked away at Ron and Dick. Ahem. You guys? Weren't you still?" He forced his tongue to straighten. What happened just now? In his memory, he was clearly in a hopeless situation of certain death just a moment ago when the new divine mage appeared. But now, when he opened his eyes, why was everything so different? Even though he was at the peak of the great archmage realm, he could not withstand such a sudden change in the situation. Dick did not explain further. He only said, "Senior Harris, it's more important to get out of danger now. As for the rest, let's talk about it later." Although he was still confused, Harris quickly understood that the mystic realm space had collapsed. He immediately nodded with a grave expression. All right. He was still in shock, but he understood the priorities of the current situation. At this moment, Ron had already taken the magical tool for controlling the flying fairy from Caramon and injected his energy. The flying fairy shook gently, and its speed suddenly increased, shooting diagonally into the sky. Dick glanced at everyone and found that the number was not right. He asked, "Where is Holken?" Caramon snorted coldly with an expression of disdain. "After Old Man Paleface entered the cave in the mystic realm, we planned to go in by the side to assist you guys. That fella was afraid of death and refused to go. He fled." Dick was stunned for a moment. He was not too surprised and could not be bothered with him. There was no need to pay attention to those who had fled. On the other hand, the others really wanted him to say something. For example, what had happened in the cave? Why were you the only ones to come out? Where was that divine mage? They were full of questions, but this was indeed not the time to get answers. Sigh, they could only wait till they had escaped to ask questions. Under Ron's control, the flying fairy passed easily through countless spatial turbulences and flew rapidly toward a relatively safe altitude. "Young Master Ron! Save me!" At this moment, an urgent cry suddenly sounded not far away. Chapter 272, Attacked by Everyone. Upon hearing the cry for help, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person calling for help was actually Holken. At this moment, Holken was surrounded by spatial turbulence. He wanted to escape and return to the flying fairy, but the area he was in was very chaotic. It looked like he would be killed and torn apart by the turbulence at any moment. Seeing this person in such a predicament, a strange expression appeared on the faces of Caramon and the others on the flying fairy, and they turned to look at Ron, who was at the helm. Ron's expression was calm as he continued to steer the flying fairy as if he had not heard anything. Seeing that the life-saving straw was about to fly away, Holken became anxious and shouted in panic, "Wait! Young Master, save!" Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, he had already screamed. It turned out that when he was crying for help, he had not noticed the few streams of turbulence that had instantly appeared around him. His legs were instantly sliced and minced by the turbulence. In such dense and terrifying spatial turbulence, even a level 5 great archmage would not be able to withstand it. After losing his legs, Holken was in so much pain that he went crazy. His will to live made him keep trying to dodge, but the turbulent region was like a cage, trapping him firmly. When the flying fairy flew out of the violent region of spatial turbulence, everyone sensed the disappearance of that aura. On the flying fairy, Caramon glanced at the location from afar, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The faces of Kadun and the three magi behind Leonard were pale, and a chill ran down their spines. They were both afraid and glad that they had not left just now. The mystic realm space had overlapped with this space. The 100-meter-wide land smashed heavily onto the surface of the Red Rose Sea. The splashes were simply monstrous waves to the magi of this world. The entire Red Rose Sea was trembling. Huge waves kept rising, and it did not calm down for a long time. Fortunately, the spatial turbulence caused by the shattering of the mystic realm space was already dissipating rapidly, and the area where the turbulence was surging was also shrinking. Many people had escaped narrowly from the dangerous area. The magi who had escaped one after another looked back at that stretch of land that was slowly sinking into the Red Rose Sea. They were very uneasy. In a safe area of the danger zone, Quinn and the others were on a flying ferry, their hearts still palpitating. Fortunately, in order not to be affected by the chaotic battle, they had stopped a distance away from the vortex entrance, so they could retreat with relative ease in the danger. However, what had caused the mystic realm to collapse? Thinking of this, Prince 7, Quinn, frowned and muttered, "Why has this mystic realm suddenly collapsed? What happened inside? Why is there no sign of the divine mage who had entered earlier?" Chief Steward Hansen's eyes darkened. "Great!" Norlie smiled when she saw the figures on the flying ferry. "Dick and the others have come out too." The old woman behind her exchanged a look with Chief Steward Hansen, her eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. The two of them knew the situation inside better than the others, but this sudden change had greatly exceeded their expectations. They really could not guess the situation inside. At first, both of them had thought that Ron and the other two would settle it quickly, and that they would probably see Ron and the other two soon. However, not long after, a divine mage came. He snatched the sacred weapon and entered the mystic realm. Just when they were about to carefully ponder, a retainer of the Nicholas family clan steered the flying ferry into the mystic realm. Soon after, the space in the mystic realm shattered. What had happened in the mystic realm just when they were leaving? From the current outcome, the retainer had successfully received Ron and the other two. Then, have Ron and the others fought with Old Man Paleface? What about the level 7 golden python puppet? Has it been taken by Old Man Paleface? Has Old Man Paleface also obtained that divine tier inheritance in the cave? Has the collapse of the mystic realm space been caused by Old Man Paleface? Countless questions flashed through their minds, but they could not figure out all these things, let alone see them clearly. They might be able to get an answer from Ron and the others, but... Nanny, why don't we go and find them? Norlie's face was red and she could not wait anymore. We haven't thanked Dick and the others for saving our lives. It's not good to go directly now. The old woman shook her head. Let's wait and see. Norlie did not understand. Why? Ninth sister, take a closer look around them, said Quinn helplessly. Only then did Norlie turn around and size up the situation carefully. Then, she was surprised to find that a large group of magi had gathered beside the Nicholas family's flying ferry. They seemed to be besieging it. At this moment, on the flying ferry surrounded by a large group of magi, Ron frowned and said nothing, and the others looked a little uncomfortable. Dick glanced at the people surrounding them, his gaze stopping on a top great archmage at the front. What is the meaning of this? The black-robed old man in the lead had an unfriendly gaze. We are a little puzzled. Please explain. Why has this mystic realm space suddenly collapsed? Regarding this, I suggest you ask Old Man Paleface, Dick said calmly. We're not sure. How can you not know? When the mystic realm collapsed, only you guys came out. The black-robed old man's magical power faintly radiated. If you want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then we'll entertain you to the end. Hat. Dick sneered. Do you think the few of us are easy to bully, so you're here to rob us? Among the large group of magi who had surrounded them, there were probably many who had labored in vain outside earlier. There might even be those who had just rushed over and did not dare to do anything to the divine mage, who had not shown himself, but had chosen to bully them as if they were soft persimmons. They definitely had not guessed the real situation inside. Even if they had, they would not believe it. Currently, the focus of everyone's attention was on the last group of people who had come out. Compared to wanting to know what happened, it would be better to say that they wanted to become bandits directly. It was indeed common to kill and plunder. Currently, everyone on the flying ferry had become the target of everyone. Seeing the surrounding wolves, Leonard and the others became nervous. They had just escaped from the spatial turbulence, so why were they being targeted? Moreover, with this large group of magi, it would not be easy to resolve this problem. The eyes of everyone on the flying ferry landed on the two of them. They were calm and composed. Dick looked at Ron and asked, "How long can the magic protective formation on the ferry last?" "It's more than enough to fly away from here," said Ron calmly. Dick's lips curled into a smile. "Let's go." In front of the flying ferry, the black-robed old man, whose expression had turned ugly from Dick's words, was about to say something when he suddenly discovered that the flying ferry was crashing directly toward him. "Trying to run? Dream on," he shouted, the killing intent in his eyes obvious. "Quick, stop him!" As he spoke, he was the first to erupt the magical power in his body. He waved his hand and used a magical attack to smash at the flying ferry. The group of magi beside him also followed suit. Magic spells and magical weapons pounced densely on the flying ferry. Chapter 273, Besieged by Hungry Wolves. Buzz. A large number of golden runes appeared on the surface of the sacred mist ferry, instantly condensing into a defensive barrier. The magic protective formation was activated. All kinds of magical power and magical weapon attacks were all blocked outside. Moreover, there were also several magical spells. Not only did it successfully block them, they were also bounced back. These were all magical attacks that had not erupted yet. They had bounced back to their masters. This. Be careful. Ah! In an instant, a few screams and wails mixed together. Someone had been injured and killed by his own magical power. After discovering this information, the magi, who had been focused on attacking the flying ferry, were horrified and panicked. How can this be? This protective formation even bounce off attacks. How is this possible? The magi were in a mess. Their gazes swept across the few magi who were either injured or dead. They were shocked and in disbelief. Currently, although the magi of the lower ocean state had heard of the Nicholas family, they had not really seen them, let alone recognized this flying ferry. After all, this was not the Ferrero region. The Ferrero region had just received the news, and they should still be on the way. As for Prince Seven, Quinn, and the others, they had received the news through some internal channels, which was why they had come earlier than Ron and the others. However, someone quickly reacted. A flying ferry with a defense formation that rebounds. Rebound. Defensive barrier. This is the Nicholas family clan from the Holy Light City. It's as powerful as the rumors say. So what? We're from the lower ocean state. Since when did we allow the Holy Light City to come and behave atrociously? Yes, there's no need to be afraid. The probability of his flying ferry rebounding is not high. They were the last to come out. They must have obtained the divine tier inheritance. Don't let them escape. Break the energy shield first. Then force them to hand over the secret treasures. In the chaos, some people wanted to retreat, while others were excited. One after another, all the participants became excited. Yes. Snatch the treasures. Amidst the indignation of the crowd, everyone seemed to be righteous and promoted it boldly. Greed and killing intent burned in their eyes, burning extremely brightly. With so many of them, they might not necessarily be the unlucky person to be injured and killed. They might be the one to snatch the divine mage's inheritance. Didn't that old man Paleface earlier also advance from a great archmage to the divine realm? Thinking that they might advance another step forward, many magi panted heavily. Coupled with the green light in their eyes, they looked like man-eating beasts. Here was not the holy light city, which had become numbed from being shocked daily by news about the Nicholas family, nor was this the Ferrero. This was the lower ocean state. The Nicholas family clan did not have much deterrence here, and they were not afraid of empty titles. They had a large group of people, and they were in such a chaotic battle for the treasures. Even if the Nicholas family wanted to take revenge later, it would be impossible for them to find everyone. The hands of the Ferrero region could not reach so far. In any case, they definitely would not be able to find them. After snatching the secret treasure, they would just go out and hide. There was no need to be afraid. Among the treasure hunters, almost everyone had the same thought. Unless something bad happened to them, no one thought they would be unlucky. Of course, there was another reason. The flying fairy had just been surrounded and it was about to leave. In the eyes of the treasure-snatching magi, who was already glowing green, it must have been because they had the treasures and were guilty. Otherwise, why would they run without a word? A few of them even firmly believed this. They had entered the cave and seen Ron and the other two, and then they fled when they saw the golden python. In short, it all came down to one conclusion. They must have the secret treasures on them. Charge! They were in luck like a group of blind cats running into a dead rat, and they attacked the sacred mist fairy fiercely. As they had to keep the magic protective formation up, the speed of the flying fairy could not be increased to the maximum. They were being pursued and attacked by a group of magi. The energy of the magic formation was being consumed continuously. During this period, there were also attacks which were rebounded. However, this move was mainly to catch people off guard. Once they were on guard, the number of injuries and fatalities decreased significantly. After familiarizing themselves with the rebound mechanism of the defensive formation, the morale of the group of magi increased greatly, and they stepped up their attacks. Of the nearly 100 great archmagi, there were more than 20 who were above level 7. The group of them chased after the flying fairy and fought, their blood boiling. In the distance, Quinn and the others watched all of this with grave expressions. Norlie pressed her fingers together and looked nervously at the flying fairy. She was very worried. "Nanny, is there any way to help them?" "Miss, this won't do. Even if we go over, we won't be able to help much. Their current magical power, energy, physical condition, and mental state were all not good. Even if they were in their peak condition, they would not be able to help at all against nearly 100 red-eyed great archmagi. These great archmagi, whose eyes had turned red from killing, were like a group of hungry wolves. They would not rest until they had bitten off flesh. Sigh. I hope the magic formation of the flying fairy can last a little longer. It might be able to shake off those red-eyed people. At this moment, on the sacred mist fairy. This is too much. How is this different from bandits? Leonard cursed angrily. Dick looked at these people who were pestering them relentlessly, the killing intent in his eyes sharp and cold. He had not wanted to expend the energy he had saved. However, these people had already offended him. Buzz! The powerful magical power of a top great archmage erupted. Dick waved his hand casually, and a cluster of flames shot into the sky and exploded. A sheet of shattered golden light from the flames landed on the enemy, and then with a bang, a sea of flames burned. What is that? Be careful. Ah! Fire-based secret technique. Help! Ah! The sea of golden flames swept out, catching many people off guard. Many people screamed and died in the sea of flames. Among those who had been drowned in this small sea of flames, there were more than 20 people. Only 4 lucky great archmagi had escaped alive. The others were all burned in an instant. Such a small amount of golden flames had burned a clean passageway in front of the flying fairy. Golden flames filled the sky, as if even the sky was burning. The red-eyed magi, who were still alive, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on their head. They shuddered and retreated in shock, not daring to fight any more. Dick glanced at them, extremely calm. "Does anyone else want to die?" The Magi shook their heads violently and took a few steps back. The flying fairy flew for a distance under the protection of the blazing flames. Then, the blazing flames that filled the sky gathered into a cluster of flames and swept back into Dick's body. Those Magi dared not pursue for a moment. Not to mention the others, even Kariman, the old servant of the family clan, was extremely shocked. It turned out that young Master Dick also knew that fire-based secret technique. Moreover, compared to the Battle of Return, his magical power level had increased again. Harris asked worriedly, "Are you, all right?" "I'm fine." Dick's voice was calm, but the magical power he had accumulated earlier had all been exhausted. He probably would not be able to fight for a while. Those people had not followed them, so they should be able to go home. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, seeing the visitation scene, Romo nodded. Everything should be fine. Just when he was thinking that everything should be fine, the system notifications sounded. Ding! Warning! Detected that the two genius descendants are facing a great threat. An urgent mission has been generated. Urgent mission. Chapter 274, The Crisis Reappears. Urgent mission, save the 17th generation descendants of the Nicholas family, Dick and Ron. Upon hearing the alarm, Romo was stunned. Why is it coming again? Thinking of the two divine magi earlier, he had a bad feeling. Could it be? Frowning, he continued to stare at the visitation scene. In the sky above the Red Rose Sea, in the sacred mist fairy. After escaping from the encirclement of the nearly 100 great archmagi who had gone berserk earlier, the flying fairy sped up. Just when it had covered a distance. Boom! The flying fairy seemed to have hit some invisible barrier and suddenly stopped. The magic protective formation on the sacred mist fairy flickered repeatedly and even trembled a little, as if it would shatter in the next second. The expressions of everyone on the flying fairy changed drastically. They were exceptionally frightened. A terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain pressed down on them, immobilizing them. Those with low cultivation bases were even pressed to the ground. The threat of death filled their hearts. All of them, including the entire flying fairy, had been locked onto. Ron gritted his teeth and looked up. He saw an old man hovering in the air in front of him, looking at the flying fairy coldly as if he was looking at an ant. Ron turned his head and met Dick's gaze. Bitterness flashed in both their eyes. What is happening today? They had actually run into 3 divine magi in a row. Wasn't it said that a divine mage was a rare sight? In such a short period of time, they had already seen the third one. Moreover, this third one was even stronger. He was even stronger than the one whom the old ancestor had killed with a raise of his hand. Most importantly, all these 3 had come with ill intentions. It seemed that the fame of the ruins of the divine mage had already spread far and wide. Around the flying fairy which had been locked on by the divine mage, there was also a group of magi who had been staring at the flying fairy in fear earlier. However, they were no longer frightened now. Or rather, they were frightened and also gloating. A mixture of fear and panic was spreading. No one knew where the divine mage who had appeared earlier had gone for the time being. Now, there was another who was far stronger than the one before. Of course, if a divine mage had come to snatch the treasures, they would probably not even get anything now. However, it was good that they were still alive. It was better than being targeted by a divine mage. As they were far away and the divine mage could not be bothered with the others, although the pressure on this group of magi was also heavy, they could still withstand it. The group of people started whispering to each other. Who is this? He looks much stronger than Old Man Paleface earlier. It's Venerable Wind Punisher from the Gale Wind Island. Even the divine mage from the Gale Wind Island has come. As everyone discussed, they quickly figured out the identity of this new divine mage. Summer Wind Punisher was known as Venerable Wind Punisher. He was a divine mage on the Gale Wind Island, one of the 4 great factions of the Sebastian Kingdom. He was a level 6 divine mage. Even the 4 most powerful factions had come. The value of the divine tier ruins must have far surpassed everyone's expectations. There might even be a divine tier inheritance. The group of magi had mixed feelings. Their treasures would probably be all taken away by the Venerable Wind Punisher. In the sky, the Venerable Wind Punisher looked down at the flying fairy below and said coldly, "Hand over everything from the mystic realm, or die." Such a calm and composed attitude was also displayed on the face of Old Man Paleface previously. On the flying ferry, the few magi, who could not stand, were sitting on the deck with pale faces. They did not dare to look up at the divine mage. They even glanced at the 2 of them from time to time. They were burning with anxiety. Why were they still hesitating? That was a divine mage with strength far beyond that of Old Man Paleface. At this moment, there was only one choice: hand over the treasures in order to live. However, the other 2 seemed to think differently from them. The 3 of them looked at the 2 of them in shock. The latter were actually hesitating. How is this possible? Could it be that these 2 still want to disobey the orders of the divine mage? They are courting death. Ron and Dick were indeed hesitating at this moment. They were not hesitating whether to hand over the treasures to save their lives, but whether they could still fight. Dick gave Ron a wry smile. Currently, he could no longer fight, unless he forcefully erupted with the 3rd transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations. However, after using it, their bodies and souls would definitely be injured, and it would be irreversible. Even if they had to pay such a price and forcefully use that Platinum Fire Cloud move, they would probably not be able to injure the divine mage in the sky. After all, this person's magical power realm far surpassed that of Old Man Paleface earlier. Should they really wait for the old ancestor to appear? However, the old ancestor had once said that such a move could not be used casually. They really did not know if the old ancestor could still use it. Just as Ron and Dick were hesitating, they suddenly heard something. Buzz! The magic protective formation of the sacred mist fairy was vibrating violently. As the golden light flashed, the defensive barrier became transparent in an instant. It was about to shatter. Ron and Dick looked at each other with determined eyes. The magical power in their bodies had already faintly erupted. Wait a minute. The onlookers looked in the direction of the sudden exclamation and saw a flying fairy cutting through the sky and flying toward the flying fairy. The person who had exclaimed was a young girl. Everyone on the flying fairy looked nervous and solemn. It was Norlee, Quinn and the others. When the other flying fairy was hundreds of meters away from the flying fairy, it suddenly stopped. Norlee was about to say something, but the old woman beside her pulled her over and stopped her from saying anything. Quinn took 2 steps forward and bowed to Venerable Wind Punisher in the sky with an extremely respectful attitude. "Junior Quinn and my younger sister, Norlee, greet the Venerable." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were surprised and started discussing spiritedly. Why have the Prince of the Sebastian Kingdom, the 7th Prince, and the 9th Princess also come? In the sky, Venerable Wind Punisher's gaze shifted slightly, and his voice was calm. "What are you doing?" Quinn felt bitter in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, "The few people on the flying fairy have just saved our lives. On account of the royal family of the Sebastian Kingdom. I hope you can show mercy." Venerable Wind Punisher's gaze drifted for a moment, and then he looked indifferently at the few people on the flying fairy. "I repeat. Hand over everything or die." He repeated his command to give face to the royal family of the Sebastian Kingdom. A hint of bitterness flashed in the eyes of Prince 7, Quinn. Sigh. Indeed, in front of the divine mage of the Gale Wind Island, the prince and princess were nothing. Even if his father had come to plead for mercy, it would probably not be much different from the current situation. A divine mage was an existence that even the royal family had to look up to. Faced with the threat of a divine mage, Ron and Dick moved, and the magical power in their bodies erupted. Are they crazy? The onlookers were shocked. In the sky, seeing that the little insects were actually unwilling to hand over the treasures obediently, Venerable Wind Punisher's murderous voice sounded. You're courting death. A burst of magical power swept out faintly, and as his fingers curled slightly, it gathered into a. How dare you want to kill the Nicholas family? I'll bury the entire Gale Wind Island. A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 275, Help from an Old Friend. How dare you want to kill the Nicholas family? I'll bury the entire Gale Wind Island. This cold and pleasant voice had been clearly heard by everyone. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even Venerable Wind Punisher, who was standing still in the sky, had a change in expression for the first time. His pupils constricted, and he looked ahead warily. His magical power surrounded him and he was extremely alert. A gust of cold wind blew gently, sweeping away the pressure on the flying ferry, making the few people on the ferry much more relaxed. Ron and Dick, who were about to fight with their lives on the line, were stunned for a moment and stopped the third transformation of the Skyfiend 3 transformations, which was about to activate. The onlookers swallowed their saliva and looked in front of Venerable Wind Punisher. At some point, a woman in a white robe had landed there. She did not adorn any accessories, and her aura was as cold as ice. She was beautiful without equal. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world, and no one dared to have any disrespectful thoughts. No one present, including Venerable Wind Punisher, recognized this woman. But, someone who was not present had recognized this woman. At this moment, looking at the cold and peerless woman in the visitation screen, Romo's heart surged with the most turbulent emotions since he had arrived in this world. He was extremely shocked. How can this be? Romo muttered in disbelief. Then, his gaze shifted as if he had thought of something and was pleasantly surprised. As expected, you're already a divine mage. As he muttered softly, he was gradually tainted with mixed emotions. There was joy, regret, nostalgia, disappointment. The beautiful face in the visitation scene made him feel both familiar and alien. Romo muttered, it has been 500, no, more than 600 years. It has been so long since we last met. Do you still remember me? Back then, in the Calamity Mountain Range, he had been very surprised to encounter his enemy, who had been using evil techniques to survive. Time had passed, old friend. At that time, he had thought that old friend was the only one he would see. He had not expected to see another today. Moreover, she was someone he had highly regarded. She is Korja. She was a little girl whom he had met by chance when he was still an ordinary mage more than 600 years ago. Later on, a great opportunity had landed upon her. A female magic cultivator with unfathomable strength had taken her in and brought her away. From then on, the two of them became like two parallel lines and never met again. Romo had not expected to see this little girl again more than 500 years after his death. The little girl back then was now a divine mage. Moreover, she happened to appear there to help. From what Korja had said, she clearly knew Ron and Dick's identities. And those domineering words. Romo's heart surged. It turns out that you still remember that joking promise. At this moment, on the Red Rose Sea, Venerable Wind Punisher looked at the unknown female cultivator in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent, and his voice was extremely cold. What arrogance! Which corner of the earth have you come from? How dare you want to bury my Gale Wind Island? Korja was still cold and indifferent to the murderous intent. She said calmly and indifferently, the dead don't need to know too much. Before she could finish her sentence, an extremely cold and powerful aura spewed out from her body. Venerable Wind Punisher's eyes flickered slightly, and a storm surged in his heart. The killing intent in his eyes became even sharper. He sneered. I was wondering what kind of person a level 5 divine mage dares to court death in front of me. The magical power energy that had been accumulating for a long time instantly spewed out. With a wave of his hand, it condensed into a violent wind that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and the earth apart. It enveloped a radius of several kilometers with Korja as the center and suddenly swept toward her. Seeing the two divine magi fight without saying another word, the magi all around fled one after another, afraid that they would be affected and lose their lives. Fortunately, the sudden eruption of the violent wind magical power did not tear in all directions. Instead, it instantly shrunk into a shocking violent wind and attacked the female cultivator in the center. As they retreated, many people stared at this scene and felt that this female cultivator was definitely in danger. Just as Venerable Wind Punisher had said, her magical power was at level 5 of the Divine Realm, one level lower than Venerable Wind Punisher. On the Sacred Mist Fairy, Ron and Dick looked at the intense battle in the sky nervously. They were secretly shocked. This senior is protecting the Nicholas family clan. What relationship does she have with our family? She is actually protecting our family clan and even intervening to help us. Seeing that Venerable Wind Punisher had used the violent wind magical power first, the two of them were worried for the female cultivator protecting them. Their plans coincided. If there was a chance later, he and his brother would use the Platinum Fire Cloud to help Senior. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind, which contained all the magical power of a level 6 divine mage, had already pounced on Korja. Venerable Wind Punisher, who had used his full strength, was already accumulating a second full-strength magical power. All this while, Korja had remained indifferent and cold. At this moment, she took a light step forward. Countless white patterns like ripples appeared on the surface of the void high in the sky where she landed. Countless white runes instantly spread to a radius of 50 kilometers, condensing instantly into a huge magic formation. The cold air that could freeze the heavens and the earth quickly climbed up and enveloped the sky. The strong wind, which had swept in front of Korja earlier, seemed to have been frozen by the cold air. It instantly froze. At the same time, a flying sword, which seemed to have been condensed from the biting cold, suddenly appeared in front of Korja and shot out violently. Buzz! With a violent sword cry that seemed to be able to freeze a person's heart instantly, the flying sword cut through the sluggish wind and shot directly at the enemy opposite. Vaguely, an extremely faint phantom seemed to appear on the flying sword. It was as if a goddess from the 9 heavens was riding a sword and attacking directly. What? The pupils of the person who was originally smiling coldly, and who was still brewing a second magical attack in his hand and body, had already constricted, and he was so shocked that his expression became grim. The magical attack which had been brewing for a while was immediately abandoned by him. All the magical power in his body was suddenly unleashed. His right foot took a weak step, the magical power almost shattering the space, and he was ejected. As he shot backward, he waved his hand and a low-grade flying sword and a medium-grade dragon-scale magical weapon appeared. When he was using his magical weapons to defend, Venerable Wind Punisher cried out in fear. Divine Maiden Sword. The flying sword was shattered by the biting cold. You are from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. The golden light energy protective shield condensed from the dragon-scale magical weapon was shattered together with the magical weapon. Wait. I admit. Before he could finish his sentence, his chest was pierced by the flying sword condensed from the biting cold. All of this happened in an instant. In this short period of time, Venerable Wind Punisher had already retreated dozens of kilometers, but it was of no use. He could not even finish his sentence before his chest was pierced, and his entire body stopped. The reason why he could not spit out half a word was not because he was already dead, but... Crack! Chapter 276, Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Venerable Wind Punisher had already been frozen into an ice sculpture by the biting cold in his chest. Crack! An ice pattern split open on his chest, and then instantly spread throughout the entire ice sculpture. The pattern continued to crack deeply, and a large block of ice was shattered into countless small pieces. They scattered in the air and shattered into tiny ice crystals. Finally, they dissipated from the world. Even his spirit had been imprisoned in his body, and dissipated completely also with the ice. When magical power was cultivated to the divine level, the magical power in the body would completely fuse with the soul, causing a qualitative change in the soul, which was the spirit. When one was at the great Archmage realm, if one wanted his soul to escape from his physical body, he would have to wait for his physical body to die. Furthermore, the duration of the soul leaving his body was extremely short. It was even extremely difficult to switch to the ghost realm. On the other hand, a divine mage was different. As his spirit had already been formed, he could freely leave his body and move around for a long time. This move was basically used for survival. Even if his physical body had completely dissipated, as long as his spirit had successfully fled, he might be able to cultivate into a ghost and survive in this world. However, usually, not many would be able to survive successfully. After all, a threat that could kill a divine mage had to be extremely powerful, and would usually not give the spirit a chance to escape. Just like the 3 divine magi today, they had all died, and their spirit destroyed. Old Man Paleface had been jointly killed by Ron and Dick, a green-robed old man had been killed by Romo with a raise of his hand, and a venerable wind punisher had been pierced and shattered by Korja. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's movements froze, and their minds were in chaos. A divine mage had actually been killed in 1 second. This must be an illusion, right? The divine mage is really dead. A level 6 divine mage from the Gale Wind Island had been instantly killed by a level 5 divine mage. Among the dazed magi, there were also those who could see clearly that the reason why Venerable Wind Punisher had been instantly killed was entirely because of the ice sword that had pierced his chest. Recalling the few words which Venerable Wind Punisher had said before he died, those who were quick-thinking had already deduced something shocking. The Divine Maiden Sword and the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Romo, who was paying attention to the battle, naturally caught these 2 phrases. He could not help but mutter to himself. So, you had joined the Divine Mountain Immortal sect back then. No wonder the congratulatory gift was so astonishing. Back then, Korja had followed her master in a daze. She did not even know which faction she was joining. Romo naturally could not get a clear answer. Later on, when Romo got married in this world, he received a congratulatory wedding gift from someone entrusted by Kasha. It was actually a storage ring with various treasures. At that time, he was only a great mage. He was shocked to suddenly receive such a valuable gift. The reason why he was able to increase his strength so quickly and establish the Nicholas family clan and cause it to rise up was also because of the help of the many treasures. In the letter that came with the gift, Korja did not specify the faction she had joined. Even so, Romo could guess that Korja had joined some powerful faction. He had not expected Korja to join the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. This was one of the 2 strongest factions in the magical world. Moreover, the flying sword that Korja had used to kill Venerable Wind Punisher was the 9 Heavens Goddess Sword, which everyone in the magical world knew. This sword was one of the top few sacred weapons of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. It was also one of the few most precious treasures in the entire magical world. With the power of a sacred weapon, it was naturally not strange for it to be able to cross 1 level to kill a level 6 divine mage instantly. And for Korja to have the 9 Heavens Goddess Sword, it meant that her status on the Divine Mountain Immortal Island must be extremely noble. According to past practices, the person who had the 9 Heavens Goddess Sword would very likely become the island master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. As such, in the eyes of outsiders, this 9 Heavens Goddess Sword was one of the symbols of the next master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Back then, before he had died, even Romo, who had built the Nicholas family clan single-handedly, had only heard of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island in rumors. To most people in the magical world, the Divine Mountain Immortal Island was an existence they could only look up to even if they had spent their entire lives. It was high and mighty. Romo had not expected to see his old friend from more than 600 years ago, and that she even had the 9 heavens goddess sword. On the Red Rose Sea, everyone gradually discovered something. Venerable Wind Punisher had clearly been killed by that mysterious woman, but the ice magic formation was still there. At this moment, not only was the ice magic formation still working, the cold air within a radius of 50 kilometers seemed to be increasing. The cold air was as cold as a blade. Vaguely, there was killing intent. At the same time, Korja, who was standing in the sky, slowly lowered her head and looked down at a group of people. A group of people who had been chasing the flying fairy and shouting about killing. In an instant, this group of people suddenly trembled. Their bodies and minds turned cold. The despair of death overflowed from their hearts. Among them, some had used their trump cards and were circulating their energy to flee. Some of them had cold hands and feet and could no longer move. Some of them were still in a daze and could not understand. In the next moment, the magic formation, which had enveloped a radius of 50 kilometers, suddenly shattered into countless runes and white light. They turned into dense ice blades in the air and stabbed the group of people. Like a torrential rain, countless ice blades fell. What? Wait! Senior! Spare me! Ah! Ah! Screams mixed together as they shot into the sky. Those who had attacked the flying fairy previously were all killed by the falling ice blades. There were a few who had faster reactions and were stronger. They had just fled out of the 50-kilometer radius, yet they did not survive. The heavens knew that when they had heard the words dared to kill. I'll bury, they already fled. After a violent frost storm, all the people who had shouted about killing the Nicholas family earlier had quietly disappeared. Only a large amount of sparkling ice crystals were left on the original spot, they dissipated with the wind. Only then did the biting cold that had been creeping up gradually dissipate. However, the coldness in the hearts of everyone present was not fading at all. There were only 30 or so people who had not come over to fight the flying fairy earlier. They had not been afflicted by the ice, but they still dared not make any sound. On a flying fairy hundreds of meters away from the sacred mist fairy, Quinn and the others were also shocked. The choppy waves in their hearts could not be calmed. An unknown female senior had announced her identity mightily as a protector the moment she appeared. Her subsequent actions had also indicated that she was extraordinarily protective of the Nicholas family. At this moment, recalling the first sentence this senior had said to everyone, many people then realized the meaning behind the sentence. How dare you want to kill the Nicholas family? I'll bury the entire Gale Wind Island. This sentence was not to warn Venerable Wind Punisher, but to inform the Gale Wind Island. From the moment Venerable Wind Punisher attacked the members of the Nicholas family clan, this mysterious female cultivator had already intended to kill him. She had indeed killed him instantly. After she had killed him, if the Gale Wind Island dared to send people to take revenge and harm the members of the Nicholas family clan, then the Gale Wind Island would be buried with them. When everyone first heard the words dared to kill, I'll bury, they thought that she was too arrogant. However, at this moment, they no longer doubted its significance. The Gale Wind Island was only one of the 4 great factions of the Sebastian Kingdom. It would be easy for the Divine Mountain Immortal Island to destroy it. The phrase "I'll kill and you die" was really domineering. But, who is this divine mage female cultivator from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island to the Nicholas family? Chapter 277, Deep Relationship. As they could not explain their thoughts, everyone cast their gaze on the flying fairy. On the flying fairy, Leonard and the others had their eyes on the 2 of them. The 2 from the Nicholas family clan were also shocked and extremely confused. Why are you looking at me? I'm also confused. From the looks of it, this divine mage from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island should have a deep relationship with the Nicholas family clan. However, there had never been any related news in the family. How could there be any relationship? The old ancestor had never said anything related. Just as everyone was shocked and puzzled, the figure in the sky took a step in the air and instantly arrived on the flying fairy. Everyone on the flying fairy was a little nervous. They had not expected this magic protective formation to be useless. This mysterious female cultivator had actually entered directly. Even though their bodies were tense, they did not dare to move recklessly. They all looked down. This big shot was too powerful. Ron and Dick looked at this senior in awe. Korja's originally cold gaze softened when it swept across Ron and Dick. Her voice was calm. Are the two of you descendants of the Nicholas family clan? Yes, juniors. Ron and Dick greet senior. The two of them replied respectfully. Korja looked at the two of them and was a little surprised. Their aptitude and talent were quite astonishing. Her expression was as usual as she said calmly, "Let's go back to the Nicholas Palace." This senior wanted to return with them. Ron and Dick looked at each other, suppressed their surprise, and said respectfully, "Yes." Korja nodded gently and entered the flying ferry. She chose an unused room, entered the room, and closed the door. Everyone on the deck, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Even the two brothers of the Nicholas family were very surprised. They wanted to ask something, but senior did not seem to want to speak. They decided not to. Harris and the others looked at Ron and Dick perplexed, hoping to get some information. The two brothers smiled bitterly and shook their heads. "Don't ask. Even if you ask, you won't know anything." Even though senior had already entered the cabin, no one dared to speak much, let alone mention that person. They could only swallow their questions. No matter what relationship this person had with the Nicholas family, at least they did not have to worry too much about being pursued. Ron said softly, "There's nothing else now. You guys make the most of your time to rest." Everyone agreed softly. No one entered. They all sat on the deck to cultivate magical power. Ron looked up ahead and nodded gently at the few people on the flying ferry not far away as a greeting and an acknowledgement of appreciation. Previously, Quinn and the others had pleaded on their behalf. Whether they were of use or not, the Nicholas family would remember this favor. However, the Divine Mage Senior who had just helped them was still resting on the flying ferry. It was not appropriate to invite them over now. Then, Ron steered the Sacred Mist ferry and sped back home. On the original spot, seeing the flying ferry disappear into the horizon, everyone on the Red Rose Sea heaved a sigh of relief. The terrifying person had finally left. Everyone, who had a belly full of words to say, started to comment fervently. "This is too terrifying. Is that person just now really a divine mage from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island? How can that be false?" These were the dying words of Venerable Wind Punisher. "Divine Maiden Sword. 9 Heavens Goddess Sword. I'm actually lucky enough to see this treasure today. She must be from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, and she is very likely the future island master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. However, why have I not heard of this? How domineering! I'll kill and you die." The Gale Wind Island doesn't dare to go against the Divine Mountain Immortal Island at all. The former, are they going to swallow their anger? That's for sure. This person is so protective of the Nicholas family. What's their relationship? I don't know. A small family clan is actually related to the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. It must be because of blessings from their old ancestors. I guess the Nicholas family doesn't know they have such a relationship. Otherwise, why wouldn't they seek help when they were about to be exterminated? Could the Divine Mountain Immortal Island have intervened in the rise of this small family clan? In the future, the Nicholas family clan will probably be extraordinary. They can probably do whatever they want in the Sebastian Kingdom, right? Speaking of which, who has obtained the secret treasures from the mystic realm of the Red Rose Sea? The Nicholas family clan? Old Man Paleface? Or someone else? It's hard to say. I wonder where Old Man Paleface has gone. I don't see him. He should have left long ago. On the flying ferry, Quinn and the others had different expressions as they listened to the discussions of the others beside them. Norlie's eyes lit up, and she said in admiration, "Senior, is she from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island? The Divine Maiden Sword. It can't be wrong. The old woman sighed in surprise. I didn't expect the Nicholas family clan to be related to the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. That shouldn't be the case. Chief Steward Hansen frowned deeply. He could not understand. I have already flipped through the history of the Nicholas family a few times. There is no relevant information in it. Why have the people from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island suddenly come out to protect this family? Perhaps it is an extremely secret special opportunity. The old woman guessed. She paused and said, although it is unbelievable, the truth is already in front of us. Hearing this, the others nodded. Yes, there was no need to dwell on the details. It was fine as long as it was the truth. The Nicholas family had a close relationship with the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. If this news were to spread to the Sebastian Kingdom, it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, it might cause the powers of the Sebastian Kingdom to be reshuffled. The Nicholas family clan is full of surprises. It's simply shocking. Prince 7, Quinn, touched his chin and sighed. It looks like I was right back then, the bet is successful. Let's go, let's hurry back to the Holy Light City. Ding! Urgent mission successfully completed. The rewards for this mission are as follows. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo heard the system notification of urgent mission completed again, followed by a series of rewards. He was secretly relieved. In a short period of time, 2 urgent missions had been generated in a row. Fortunately, they were successfully resolved in the end. Especially this most recent one, if it had not been for Korja suddenly appearing to intervene, they would have been in a difficult situation. There was already no ancestral protection talisman left in the inventory. Without the ancestral protection talisman, it was impossible to save anyone. As there was no other way, the ancestral protection system had combined the situation at that time to create a temporary ancestral protection talisman. It had used faith points to activate this function. However, he was not sure if this was incidental or inevitable. Chapter 278, The Nurture of a Son of Destiny. Romo was not sure if the system could generate this function every time. This was mainly because he had not encountered the same predicament after this. He could not and was unwilling to deliberately verify it. He could not use the lives of his descendants as an experiment. Of course, it was best to keep some trump cards that could be used, to avoid being stretched when in need. Fortunately, this time, the danger had been averted. Romo had a subtle feeling about Korja, who had resolved the crisis and returned with Ron and the others. He had all thought that those people he had been familiar with had probably left long ago. He did not expect to have the chance to see the person he had cared about back then. Moreover, the old friend was no longer the same as before. Whether it was her identity or strength, she was already very different from before. He was naturally overjoyed. However, apart from being pleasantly surprised, there was also some worry. Now, even if the two of them were to face each other, it would be difficult for them to meet again. Moreover, it was probably still not appropriate to let Korja know that he was still around. Romo sighed in his heart. He decided to put this matter aside for the time being. He summoned the system and started to calculate the gains from completing the 2 urgent missions. Special Grade Experience Talismans x10, 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans x20, 10-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans x100. Realm Breakthrough Protection Talismans x10, Talent Strengthening Talismans x5, Enlightenment Talismans x2, Dream Appearing Talismans x10, and Family Clan Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman x1. 100-fold Retainer Cultivation Speed Talismans x3 and 10-fold Retainer Cultivation Speed Talismans x30. Advanced Faith Doubling Talisman x1, Faith Doubling Talisman x1, Son of Destiny Nurturing Talisman x1. Apart from one item, the rest were basically cultivation materials which he had used before. Son of Destiny Nurturing Talisman, randomly select a descendant of the family clan who is in the gestation state. This descendant will be able to obtain the luck of a certain son of destiny when he is born. This was undoubtedly good stuff. To be precise, upgrading luck was much more difficult than upgrading talent. In the Nicholas family, there were basically a bunch of talented descendants, but Anthony was the only one with the Son of Destiny luck level. The talent strengthening talisman, which was used to increase one's talent for magical power cultivation, could be said to be very common. However, the luck strengthening talisman, which was used to increase one's luck level, had only been obtained once. Of course, one could also buy it directly from the shop by expending faith points, but the price was too high. Currently, Romo could obtain a Son of Destiny nurturing talisman. Even if the target was an unborn fetus, its value would not be lower. To the Nicholas family, being able to nurture a Son of Destiny was of great value. About half a year ago, when the luck of the main family clan had advanced to level 4, there was a special reward in the gift bag. In the next year, a Son of Destiny will definitely appear among the newborns of the main family clan. Even till now, this reward was still in gestation. It was probably about to be realized. With the original one and the current nurturing talisman, it meant that the Nicholas family would soon welcome 2 descendants of the Son of Destiny luck level. Of course, this would definitely give the Nicholas family a strong push for its development. Romo used this Son of Destiny nurturing talisman directly. Command confirmation. Used 1 Son of Destiny nurturing talisman. With the system notification, a beam of light energy, which only Romo could successfully follow and sense, rushed out of the ancestral hall. In the next moment, the light landed on a pregnant woman in the family. To be precise, it should have landed on her belly, on the fetus that was in the gestation state. Caesar, who was flipping through the accounts in the study, suddenly heard something. He was instantly frightened. He quickly ran over in a flash to check on his wife's condition and asked nervously, "Dear wife, are you all right?" Kathleen, who had been sitting by the window looking at the flowers, lowered her head and stroked her abdomen. She smiled gently. "I'm fine. This little one seemed to have stretched just now." Caesar squatted down and held her hand. He also sensed the baby's movement and smiled gently. "Our child should be born soon." Kathleen's eyes smiled in anticipation. "Yes, it will be soon. She would be due in a few days. If nothing went wrong, she should be able to hold her child in her arms soon. Dear wife, shall we sit somewhere else? It's cold there. Let's go to the other side. I'm a level 7 Great Archmage. Darling, you're too nervous. It's better to be more careful." In the ancestral hall, Romo could sense their situation through the magical power he had unleashed. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled into a gentle smile. Unexpectedly, the Son of Destiny nurturing talisman had coincidentally landed on the fetus, which would be the earliest to be born soon. He wondered what kind of luck this child would obtain. He would only know the exact type of luck when the baby was born. Special grade experience talismans X100 have been used. The host's current magical power level has increased to the peak of the Divine Realm. Above the Divine Mage level was the Heavenly Divine Mage. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through from the Divine Realm to the Heavenly Divine Realm. This was not like breaking through from the Great Archmage Realm to the Divine Realm. Although it was difficult to break through to the Divine Realm, it was already very easy compared to breaking through to the Heavenly Divine Realm. No matter how difficult it was to cultivate to become a Divine Mage, some would still emerge from among the countless Magi in the magical world. There were more than 10 in the territory of the Sebastian Kingdom alone, and the 4 large factions each had a few of them. And the 2 most powerful factions in the entire magical world, the Divine Mountain Immortal Island and the Earth Origin Sacred Land, had more than 20 of them who were well known in the outside world. However, there were only a few heavenly divine magi in the entire magical world. Among them, there were also those who had only existed in rumors and legends. Until now, whether they were real or not, and whether they were dead or alive were uncertain. For example, there were records in the Vanstone Empire that the founding emperor was already a heavenly divine mage and had always existed in the world to protect the empire. No one had been fated to meet him. Talent strengthening talismans X5 used. The family clan guardian spirit beast nurture talisman has been used. Romo first strengthened the talent for magical power cultivation of the few descendants who were of higher levels in the family, and also increased the nurturing of the spirit beast egg. As for the balance nurturing tools for the family clan, he had stored them in the system space and did not use them for the time being. After resolving the two urgent crises, he did not obtain any secret manuals on magical power or magical weapons or sacred tools. They were basically all single-use consumables. They were fast to use but weak. In comparison, the rewards were actually not very generous. The threats in these two urgent missions were all powerful divine magi, but it was not difficult to resolve them. In particular, the second urgent mission had been completed before Romo had to do anything. It was like opening the door to receive a free gift box. The system naturally would not give him too much of a reward. However, in this series of events, on top of the gains from these missions, Ron and the others had also obtained a great opportunity. In addition to the various magical books, magical weapons, natural treasures, and so on from the mystic realm, the gains from this trip could be said to be of great value. Chapter 279, Difficult to Explain. The Magi on the Red Rose Sea discussed enthusiastically for a while and finally satisfied their desire to communicate. Then, they quickly scattered from the Red Rose Sea. Accompanying these Magi were all kinds of false rumors. In fact, the speed at which these rumors spread was even faster than Ron and the others taking a flying ferry home. Everything related to the mystic realm of the Red Rose Sea's ruins had been revealed. This time, whether it was the beginning or the end of the appearance of the ruins of the divine mage, it had all been too sudden. From the beginning to the end, it had only been a few days. It had not even been 2 days since the news broke out. Many people had heard the news and rushed from far away to the Red Rose Sea. In the end, when they were halfway there, they had heard that the divine tier ruins were gone. This was simply ridiculous. However, although it had appeared and disappeared quickly, what had happened in the mystic realm of the ruins had really happened quite closely. First, it was the mystic realm of the Red Rose Sea. As soon as it had been heard that the mystic realm had opened in the divine tier ruins, it was already shocking enough. It was enough to make all the Magi run over with bloodshot eyes. To be able to open up a mystic realm space, this divine mage must be extremely powerful. His family background must be unimaginably rich. Just the sacred tools that had emerged from the mystic realm alone, there were already 2. There must be more in the mystic realm. Moreover, it was said that there were many puppet creations inside, including a level 7 9-headed golden python. It was also because of this reason that many people guessed that the master of this mystic realm was definitely a powerful divine mage who had already studied the divine art of creation in puppet creation. Then, a group of divine magi appeared. First, it was the appearance of Old Man Paleface to snatch the treasure-gourd sacred weapon which was outside. Then, he entered the mystic realm and disappeared without a trace. Then, Venerable Wind Punisher appeared. This person was from one of the 4 great factions of the Sebastian Kingdom, the Gale Wind Island. He had appeared again after many years of seclusion. However, no matter what, these 2 could not compare with the identity of the third person. A divine mage from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island who had the 9 heavens goddess sword. What was most shocking was that such a prominent figure was actually related to a rising family clan in the Holy Light City. Moreover, she had instantly killed Venerable Wind Punisher of the Gale Wind Island and said bluntly that if anyone dared to kill the Nicholas family, the entire Gale Wind Island would be buried with them. These words were really domineering. No matter how much the Gale Wind Island was aggrieved in their hearts, they probably would not dare to say anything. Nicholas family clan. Divine Mage. 9 Heavens Goddess Sword. The future island master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Their relationship is not shallow. For a moment, the Nicholas family had once again become the center of heated discussion in the Sebastian kingdom. The related discussions had even spread throughout the magical world of the entire magic continent. In the sky, the sacred mist fairy was still flying at great speed. On the deck of the flying ferry, everyone remained where they were. No one walked toward the cabin. They were all worried that they might do something wrong and offend the senior who had just saved them. Of course, it was still okay to talk softly outside. After they had focused on their physical recovery, they chatted casually. Regarding what had happened in the mystic realm, Ron and the other two only talked about it in general and did not elaborate on certain things. The three people behind Leonard did not ask anything but tactfully kept their mouths shut. However, it was not right for him to hold all the questions in his heart. Leonard thought that he should find some time to see if he could get any news from Harris in private and satisfy his curiosity. However, he did not know that Harris was more conflicted than all of them. In the eyes of the others, he, who had entered the mystic realm with the two brothers of the Nicholas family clan, should know at least 99%. However, Harris only knew 50% of what had happened in the mystic realm. Towards the end, he had already fainted, and it happened to also be the most critical part. He was still very lost, but he could not ask. This was because he had already understood that Ron and Dick would not tell him the key details. Harris guessed that apart from the joint magical power and secret technique, which was the Platinum Fire Cloud move, Ron and the others should have more powerful methods. Otherwise, how could they have killed the green-robed old man, who was much stronger than Old Man Paleface? They had resolved the threat. Of course, such a rare and extraordinary method was probably an extremely well-hidden secret. He probably could not even dig it up. Therefore, he decided to just stay where he was and not be curious. Half a day later, the three people on the flying ferry, who had been saved with Leonard, bade farewell to everyone and left. In another half a day, the Holy Light City could be vaguely seen ahead. Ron suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise, his gaze fixed on the cabin. Everyone was puzzled. Dick asked, "What's wrong?" "Senior has just left." Ron was a little confused. This senior had not exposed her magical power aura, so no one could sense her tracks. Ron had been able to sense her because he was controlling the flying ferry. Only then did he realize that the other party had suddenly left. Everyone present looked stunned. They instinctively looked in the direction of the cabin, feeling very lost. They were almost at their destination. Why had Senior suddenly left? Could it be that Senior had traveled with them just to escort them back safely? Holy Light City, Nicholas Family Palace. Everyone in the Nicholas family was looking forward to the flying ferry bringing Ron and the others home quickly. The series of events that had happened on the Red Rose Sea had already spread throughout the Holy Light City. Now, everyone in the palace was enthusiastically discussing related matters, big and small. It was not just the Nicholas family, most people were waiting for the Nicholas family's flying ferry to return. No one had noticed that an outsider had come to their palace. This person had entered the Nicholas family clan without making a sound. She had not even alerted the magic protective formation in the family clan. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, two circles of extremely faint ripples suddenly appeared in the air. A woman in white stepped gently onto the ground. This person was Corsia. When she reached the altar, she quietly stopped in her tracks and looked up at the old ancestor at the top. There was a tablet and a portrait. The elegance and coldness that Corsia had been holding in front of outsiders could no longer be maintained. Her expression had softened, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Her gaze was gentle and sorrowful. There was also a hint of a daze in her clear eyes, as if she had sunk into the depths of a distant memory. After a long while, her dazed eyes focused a little as she muttered, "Brother Romo, little Corsia has come to see you." Chapter 280, Had she known earlier? If someone familiar with her demeanor from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island saw her current state, their mouth would open so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that the Grand Master, who had always been cold and seemed to not care about anything, would actually have such a moment. The emotions of a human being would actually surface on the Grand Master. Back then, we had clearly agreed to break through to the divine realm together and survive together. Why have all of the promises not been kept? Now, I'm the only one who has reached the divine realm. Why are you gone just after I went into seclusion? If I had known this would happen, I would have. Korja stared at the portrait, the grief in her heart slowly flowing out. The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became. The regret in her heart was unbearable. More than 600 years ago, like Romo, she was a lone mage who had just entered the magical world. She basically knew nothing. At that time, her magical power level was even lower than that of the great mage Romo. Every day, she would follow behind Romo, shouting, "Brother Romo," along the way. She was only following behind mainly because there was already someone beside Romo at that time. Later on, Korja met her master. At that time, she was still ignorant, so it was naturally a rare opportunity, but her master wanted to take her away. At that time, she had already planned in her heart that if Romo were to tell her not to leave, she would give up the opportunity that had descended from the sky. However, Romo did not reveal anything after hearing the news. He only said, "Not bad, girl, you've hit the jackpot. You have to cherish this well." He was really happy for her, even more happier than she was for herself. He advised her to concentrate on cultivation when she got there. With no excuse to stay, Korja followed her master in a daze. When she arrived at the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, she was surprised to find that her master was from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. It turned out that she had already joined the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, one of the two strongest factions in the magical world. There were many rules on the island, and the people on the island did not go out unless there were special circumstances. After joining the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, Korja focused on magical cultivation. Every day, there was nothing but cultivation. With her master's careful nurturing and full expectations, she successfully passed the most difficult test and became her master's personal disciple. From then on, her cultivation became even smoother, and she became a great archmage not long after. Then, by chance, Korja learned that Brother Romo was about to marry someone. After hearing the news, she did not leave the island to witness the marriage because of the rules of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, and also because she was reluctant to go and see it with her own eyes. However, she still found someone to deliver the wedding gift for her. It was filled with the treasures she had saved up after arriving at the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. After getting someone to send it over, she went into seclusion to cultivate. When she came out again, it was more than 100 years later. At this moment, Korja was already a divine mage. After more than 100 years of cultivating in seclusion, coupled with her divine tier mental state of comprehension, her personality had also become tainted by the boundless silence. She no longer loved to smile, nor did she want to talk to others. After coming out of seclusion, Korja had specially inquired about Romo's current situation and knew that he had made a name for himself in the Holy Light City and had even established the Nicholas family clan. He was very famous in Ferrero. Knowing that Brother Romo was doing well, she did not go over to disturb him. She then went into seclusion again to cultivate. When she came out of seclusion this time, it was already 500 years later. When she asked around again, she learned that Romo had died very soon after she had gone into seclusion. The Nicholas family had encountered many changes, and the entire family clan had even almost perished. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have separated from you and gone to the Divine Mountain Immortal Island with Master. So what if I can't cultivate to the Divine Realm? If I could accompany you and die together. No matter what, it's better than living alone. But, it's too late. A drop of crystal streaked across her cheek, and Korja muttered in a daze. As she knew that there was no one here, she did not hide the thoughts in her heart at all. She revealed all her thoughts, one after another. But this place, someone was actually here. Moreover, he was almost right in front of her. Romo floated in the air, momentarily speechless. His emotions were extremely chaotic. He had wanted to let the other party know of his existence a few times, but he stopped himself a few times. Forget it. Let's keep it this way for now. When Korja was muttering to herself in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan, the flying fairy had finally returned to the Nicholas family clan as the people of the Holy Light City had been anticipating. When they looked into the horizon and saw the familiar shadow of the flying fairy, many people could not close their mouths. The Holy Light City was instantly in an uproar. The members of the Nicholas family were in the front yard, eagerly waiting. They were somewhat excited. Soon, the sacred mist fairy descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. The clansmen immediately surrounded them and asked about their well-being. It was lively for a while. The family head Norton told everyone to dismiss for the time being, leaving only a few core members of the family and the few people, who had just alighted from the flying ferry, to talk in the reception hall. In the hall, Norton immediately asked when he saw that everyone was seated, "What has happened in the Red Rose Sea?" After getting some answers, he asked again, "Is this true? And, what else? Why haven't I seen that Divine Mage Senior?" As Ron and the others explained, Norton, Zoro, and the others gradually confirmed the authenticity of the rumors one by one, and then they were all stunned. What? The rumors are true? Does this Divine Mage Senior from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island really have a deep relationship with the Nicholas family? What? Does our family clan have such a relationship? Why was I not aware? When the clansmen who had stayed in the Holy Light City suddenly heard the rumors, they did not believe a word. They had not heard anything about it. It was only now that everyone clearly heard it directly from Ron, and it was indeed the truth. Everyone was still in a daze, unable to recover. They were puzzled, shocked, and at a loss. Moreover, what Ron and the others knew was limited. After all, they had not dared to ask in detail at that time. Later on, Senior left the flying ferry. They were also at a loss, not knowing what was going on. Everyone knew the situation, but it caused even more questions, especially those related to that Senior. Why had she suddenly left when she was almost here? Everyone was simply confused. They knew in part, but it was as if they knew nothing. They became even more puzzled and the curiosity was unbearable. However, the members of the Nicholas family present all had the same thought in their hearts. This was a thought not known to outsiders. Perhaps, the old ancestor knew the key. When the night came, the old ancestor might give some instructions. Chapter 281, Refining and Counting. Regarding Edward's death, everyone in the Nicholas family was very sad. Now that Leonard had kept his remains, he planned to find a suitable place to bury them later. Edward was alone and had never mentioned that he wished to return to his hometown. In fact, having a friend to collect his corpse and bury him after his death was considered very good in the magical world. In Red Rose Sea's mystic realm this time alone, it was unknown how many people had died inside and outside. Their corpses had basically been left in the open to rot and become bones and ashes. There was none of the dignity they had when they were alive. In the future, they would only become a pile of yellow soil. Then, there was the escape of the retainer, Holken. Although the Nicholas family members were resentful, he was already dead, so there was no need to say anything more. Everyone chatted in the hall for a while, and then Harris, Leonard, and the others left to rest. Ron and Dick followed Norton and the others to the ancestral hall to pay respect to their old ancestor. When this group of people arrived at the ancestral hall, everything was as usual. After they had paid their respects and reported their safety, Ron, Dick, and the head of the family, Norton, went to the family clan's forbidden ground together. At this moment, Ron and Dick told them everything without holding anything back. Only then did Norton know everything that had happened in the cave, including the old ancestor appearing to save them. "All right, let's do as the old ancestor says and release that puppet creation in the forbidden ground." Norton looked at Ron. "All right." Ron took out the purple ring and probed it with his magical power. Then, he waved his hand forward, and a huge golden figure landed in the empty ground. Hiss! As soon as it was out, the 9-headed golden python charged at the 3 of them, wanting to attack them. However, in the next moment, the void in the family clan's forbidden ground suddenly froze. Then, with a buzzing sound, some invisible force seemed to have appeared. It pressed the 9 python heads of the level 7 puppet against the ground. In the forbidden ground of the Nicholas family clan, everything was under Romo's control. In the current situation, it could be said that the forbidden ground was a gaming arena, and the level 7 puppet creation in it was just a toy that could be played with at will. Previously, in the cave in the mystic realm, when Romo had casually picked up this thing and stuffed it into the storage ring, he had noticed that this puppet creation seemed to be interesting. However, he did not have the time to think about it carefully back then. Now, he could study it carefully. I see. After a while, he roughly understood. Romo looked at Dick and activated the strange sacred flame in his body. As the host of the ancestral protection system, he could completely control everything provided by the system, even if the strange sacred flame had already been refined into his body. In the forbidden ground, Norton and the others were surprised. They did not know how the level 7 puppet had been pressed to the ground. Suddenly, Dick's heart skipped a beat. Before he could do anything, the sun-devouring flame surged out from his body. Everyone present was surprised. Immediately after, they noticed that the crazily surging strange sacred flame had not lost control. At this moment, it was extending its tongue of flame and swallowing the 9-headed golden python into the fire. Hiss! The level 7 9-headed python puppet hissed in fear and struggled to break free from the flames, but it was still firmly restrained. Dick looked at the strange sacred flame in front of him and his heart skipped a beat. He had not controlled it. The old ancestor had guided him to use the flames to refine this puppet creation. Ron and Norton, who were beside him, had also understood now. They looked at him as if to ask if it was their old ancestor. Dick nodded and replied, it was the old ancestor's instruction. With that said, he sat down on the ground and focused his attention on sensing the status of the sun-devouring flame. Norton and Ron watched for a while. Seeing that the situation was normal, they left the forbidden ground with the others and let Dick concentrate on the refinement. After leaving the forbidden ground, Norton and Ron came to the treasure vault of the hexagonal building and took stock of the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Red Rose Sea. The items obtained on this trip were of extremely high value. Not only were there a series of treasures from the Red Rose Sea's mystic realm, there were also many treasures on Old Man Paleface and the green-robed old man. These 2 divine magi had already cultivated magical power for more than 1,000 years. They could be said to be old freaks, so they were naturally extremely rich. Once they emptied the storage rings of the 2 of them, the number of treasures in the Nicholas family's treasure vault immediately doubled. Just sacred tools alone, there were already 3. Magical power secret manuals, magical weapons, magical treasures, potions, pills, natural treasures, and refinement materials were uncountable. The grandfather and grandson had been taking stock of the items in the family's treasure vault for a long time. The current head of the Nicholas family, Norton, smiled so hard that his wrinkles increased, and his mouth could not close. However, although the quantity was huge, and everything was good, in the end, they did not find the divine tier inheritance of the Master of Mystic Realm. At about the same time, in the sky above the Nicholas family, Corsia stood in the air and looked down at the Nicholas family. There was surprise and joy in her eyes as she muttered, "Brother Romo, your family descendants seem to have a great opportunity." Previously, when she had sensed that Ron and the others had returned to the family, Corsia had left the Nicholas family and stayed here to observe the family. In just a short while, she had been shocked. Compared to the update on the situation of the Nicholas family she had obtained previously, what was presented in front of her now was even more shocking. Disregarding everything else, just the number of genius clansmen in the Nicholas family was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it was much more difficult to develop a family clan of magical power than to develop a magical power. This was because in a family clan, there was no guarantee that the descendants would all have excellent cultivation talent. Even if the family clan had a large number of people, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be clansmen with good cultivation talent. On the other hand, magical power cultivation was different. If from the beginning, good talent had been selected to join, they would naturally develop and become stronger. Currently, the Nicholas family only had a few dozen clansmen, and there were nearly 10 geniuses among them. Although the talent of the rest for magical power cultivation was a little inferior, their levels had far surpassed the levels of an ordinary group with the same talent and age. Also, there was actually a mysterious place under the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family that even she could not explore. It was like a box that could not be opened. It made one's heart itch. As much as she was surprised by this mysterious area, she was also a little curious, just a little. She did not know that if Romo had not released in advance the magic protective formation of the Nicholas family, she would not have been able to slip into the ancestral hall so easily. Korja had originally wanted to take care of Romo's descendants, but from the look of the current situation, it did not seem necessary. With the current situation of the Nicholas family, they had a deep foundation and great potential. Even if she did not intervene, they would still develop and grow. If she were to intervene forcefully, it might even destroy the original rhythm of development. In any case, she had already given the warning earlier on the Red Rose Sea that she would kill. Thus, she could at least ensure the safety of the Nicholas family for 100 years. Since she was already here, she would go there next. Korja's eyes were bright as she looked into the distance and stepped away. Chapter 282, Guessing the Sacred Spirit. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo looked up and sighed. Although his soul could not leave the Nicholas family, he could still sense Korja's magical power. Now that the other party's aura had dissipated, she had probably left this place. He could naturally sense Korja's thoughts and feelings. However, his current personal situation was too difficult to explain. It was better not to see her for the time being. Of course, even if he wanted to see her, he would not be able to. Although he could send a voice transmission or get his descendants to convey it, there was no need. There was really no need. He was currently in a state where he was neither dead nor alive. There was no need for him to disturb Korja, let alone delay her magical cultivation. I'll wait a little longer. When I reach the heavenly divine realm, we might be able to meet again. With the ancestral protection system, Romo believed that that day would come soon. Korja left quietly, just as she had come. No one knew that she had been to the Holy Light City. Currently, in the magical world, there were still rumors about the huge commotion she had caused earlier on the Red Rose Sea. Furthermore, the commotion was getting bigger and bigger. The Divine Mountain Immortal Island was originally the center of attraction in the magical world. Usually, just the newly promoted disciples alone would be discussed for a long time in the magical world, let alone now that a divine mage had appeared, and moreover the candidate for the island master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island who had the 9 Heavens Goddess sword. It was not just the magical world of the Sebastian Kingdom. All the magical worlds of the entire magical continent, large and small, were paying attention to this mysterious woman who had appeared out of nowhere. News of the identity of the mysterious female cultivator in the Red Rose Sea quickly spread. Korja, the personal disciple of the current island master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VL. Com. Although the magical power displayed in the Red Rose Sea was only level 5 of the Divine Realm and was not conspicuous among those of the Divine Realm on the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Korja had only been on the island for more than 600 years. To be able to cultivate magical power to level 5 of the divine realm in just 600 years, she was definitely a top genius. News in the magical world had spread like wildfire, but basically no one had heard of the existence of this true disciple before. Therefore, no matter how hotly discussed, there was only very little information about her. There was no information at all about this person's relationship with the Nicholas family of the Holy Light City. I don't know. I can make it up, I can guess. Amidst all kinds of specious speculations, a relationship that was most accepted by the public appeared. It must be because Korja had a deep relationship with an old ancestor of the family, so she's protecting the descendants of the Nicholas family. In the magical world, such instances also existed. The more they thought about it, the more likely it became. In an instant, the Nicholas family clan was surrounded by endless envy and they became famous again. Due to Korja, the matter on the appearance of the mystic realm in the Red Rose Sea's ruins was basically left unsettled. As for the divine tier inheritance in the mystic realm, most people believed that it had either been obtained by Old Man Paleface or by the Nicholas family. No one had seen the former, so they naturally could not ask. No one dared to go over and ask the latter, let alone covet it. The outcome of the more than 100 great archmagi and the venerable wind punisher of the Gale Wind Island on the Red Rose Sea was already obvious. The Nicholas family clan, who was at the center of public opinion, ignored the gazes of the outside world and appeared exceptionally calm. On the night the flying fairy returned, in the family clan's forbidden ground. As Dick wanted to refine the level 7 nine-headed python puppet, at this moment, there was only one person, one flame, and one puppet in the family clan's forbidden ground. The entire space of the forbidden ground was filled with the strong fire-based magical power of the sun-devouring flame. If it had not been for the double protection of the family clan's forbidden ground and the family clan's protective formation, the entire Holy Light City would have been affected and might have been burned to ashes. In the deepest part of the flames, the nine-headed golden python puppet was struggling crazily, but it had been restrained by the sun-devouring flame. Previously, in the cave of the mystic realm, Ron had been able to restrain it with the strange sacred flame. Now, it was even in the forbidden ground of the Nicholas family, so how could it struggle free? Even if Romo had not taken the initiative to suppress it, Dick could actually have relied on his own ability to successfully refine this level 7 puppet creation. He did not even have to use the Skyfiend 3 transformations. At this moment, the family clan's forbidden ground had already been stacked with the forbidden ground magical beast effect, suppressing another 50% of its original strength. Romo was also a little surprised by the situation. After all, a beast is being suppressed. This puppet creation is indeed interesting. Since it could successfully trigger this effect, the nine-headed golden python puppet was naturally not just a mindless programmed puppet creation. From a certain perspective, this level 7 puppet could be considered a living thing. Therefore, it struggled crazily and even revealed its senses that surpassed that of machines. Romo had noticed something strange when he obtained it in the cave in the mystic realm. After investigating the mystic realm, he was even more certain of this. Then, he activated the strange sacred flame in Dick's body and guided him to refine it with the sun-devouring flame. When Ron and the others were fighting the level 7 nine-headed python previously, although they vaguely felt that something was missing, they could not tell what it was exactly. Now that Dick had used the flames to refine the puppet, he had also sensed the strangeness. The key to the aura of this level 7 puppet creation was the beast core. This beast core was worlds apart from the beast cores of other level 5 and level 6 puppet creations. The energy consumed could be passively restored, and it also had intelligence. This was similar to the spirit of a sacred weapon, but also different. If a level 7 puppet creation was converted to a magical weapon, it would naturally not be surprising for it to produce a spirit since it was itself a sacred weapon. And the crucial point about this nine-headed golden python puppet was that its weapon spirit was not very stable. It was resisting. It was struggling not only to fight against the person who was refining it, but also fighting against its identity as a spirit. The refinement process was making progress step by step. The 9-headed python puppet had been completely suppressed by the sun-devouring flame. Dick's consciousness finally touched that energy beast core. As if he had probed a living creature, a roar full of unwillingness and a large amount of information flow collided into Dick's mind. Humph! Dick frowned and grunted. It was not known how violent the impact was, and it was an impact on the consciousness. Seeing this, Romo thought for a moment and used a dream-appearing talisman to successfully enter Dick's dream. At this moment, Dick had already fallen unconscious from the great impact on his memory. In the boundless chaos, countless information fragments were flowing. The chaotic space, which was densely filled with memories, was the unconscious Dick's subconscious space. After Romo's consciousness had entered this place, he began to diligently help Dick organize the miscellaneous information. As he was organizing them, he was also trying to get a full picture. Dick could not withstand the impact. However, for him, he felt fine. As he sorted out more and more information, Romo finally pieced together a rough idea. He muttered to himself in realization, "So, the Divine Tier Inheritance." Chapter 283, Divine Tier Inheritance. It turned out that the Divine Tier Inheritance that everyone was desperately searching for was in the body of the 9-headed golden python. The torrent of memories and all the information in the energy beast core were all the inheritances of a divine mage puppet master. From this large pile of chaotic and complicated memory information, Romo finally pieced together most of the information on the master of the Red Rose Sea's mystic realm. This master of the mystic realm, who was called Deliberate Thought, was not only a level 8 divine mage, but also a puppet master. Although he was at level 8 of the divine realm, his lifespan would eventually be exhausted. Deliberate Thought, on the other hand, did not want to die. In order to survive, he thought hard and finally obtained a bold idea to build a puppet creation that could store a spirit. Then, he successfully forged the level 7 9-headed python and sealed the complete spirit of the original beast in the energy beast core. He planned to use the forbidden technique to devour this beast spirit with his spirit and survive as the weapon spirit of the level 7 puppet creation. In the end, he failed. This situation was similar to the evil cultivator demon Romo had encountered in the Calamity Mountain range. They had all wanted to use forbidden techniques to survive, but they had not succeeded in the end. Changing fate was not easy. The beast spirit of the 9-headed python had not been completely swallowed by Deliberate Thought, and in the end, it became an incomplete beast spirit. Countless years later, the magic formation that had sealed the 9-headed python puppet loosened, and the golden python escaped. At the same time, it caused the appearance of the mystic realm space and the cave of the ruins, triggering everything that happened after that. In the energy beast core of this 9-headed golden python were all the memories of the level 8 divine mage, Deliberate Thought. It could be considered a certain kind of inheritance. Now that Dick had successfully refined and taken this puppet for his own use, he had naturally obtained the endless information of the years contained in it. However, this method of giving the inheritance was too extraordinary. Dick was only a top-grade archmage. He could not withstand such a huge torrent of memories at all. His consciousness was almost crushed. Fortunately, old Ancestor Romo was around. Not only did he sort out and categorize all the messy information, he also cleared most of the useless memories. After that, Dick only needed to rummage through the useful information, learn, and study. When Dick's consciousness came back again, he discovered that the familiar figure in front of him was the old Ancestor. Old Ancestor. After a moment of shock, he immediately understood. The old Ancestor had appeared in his dream. Then, Dick's eyes suddenly widened. He discovered that there was a lot of newly sorted information in his memory, and it was actually the inheritance of a divine mage. Apart from the main items such as magical power and personal comprehension, there was also the secret magical book he had been yearning for, the puppet technique. After being shocked for a while, Dick regained his senses. It must have been the old Ancestor who had helped him obtain the Divine Tier Inheritance. After a night of dreams, The next day, Dick came out from the dream constructed by the old ancestor. He stared intently at the puppet creation in front of him, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. He had successfully refined the level 7 nine-headed python puppet, and the consciousness of the beast spirit in it had completely disappeared. From now on, the nine-headed golden python puppet was an ordinary puppet creation. Perhaps after countless years, another consciousness would be nurtured. The strange sacred flame had already been retracted into his body. Dick raised his hand and injected his magical power into the energy beast core of the golden python. The 9 huge python heads of the puppet immediately raised high, and their aura was oppressive. After obtaining the secret puppet technique from the divine tier inheritance and digesting it, he was now in full control of this golden python puppet creation. However, because Dick's level was relatively low, and the energy storage of the puppet's energy beast core was extremely low, he could not unleash the full strength of this golden python puppet now. The true strength of the 9-headed python puppet was not level 7, but level 8. That energy beast core was actually a level 8 beast core. If its strength could be fully restored in the future, this golden python puppet would be equivalent to a level 8 magical beast. In terms of magical weapon level, this puppet could be regarded as a high-grade sacred weapon. It might even be a top-grade sacred weapon. Dick controlled the 9-headed python puppet for a while and kept it in his storage ring. He planned to place the reduced size of the puppet in the treasure vault of the hexagonal building later so that the puppet's energy could slowly recover. At that moment, his control over the puppet was only at the initial stage. To unleash the full strength of the puppet and let it become a powerful combat strength of the family clan, he still needed time to study the puppet technique. Dick turned around and left the family clan's forbidden ground. He found the head of the family, Norton, and conveyed the old ancestor's instruction from last night. In it was information about that divine mage senior from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. It turned out that this senior was a close friend of the old ancestor in the past. The descendants of the Nicholas family clan were enlightened. Although the old ancestor did not say much, Norton and the others were not too conflicted. After all, the divine mage senior had already left. In addition, the old ancestor had given a strict order that the clansmen were not to use the prestige of the divine mage senior and the Divine Mountain Immortal Island to do anything. At the same time, they were not to reveal any information. However, the Nicholas family clan remained calm and did not express their stance. The commotion outside naturally did not subside automatically. In the next few days, the outside world was still discussing the Nicholas family fervently. Countless eyes were fixed on the family clan. In the domain of the Sebastian Kingdom, the group of magi from the magical world were waiting to see if the Gale Wind Island would do something. After all, a divine mage had been killed just like that. However, everyone waited for several days in a row, but there was no movement. It was as calm as if the dead venerable Wind Punisher was not from the Gale Wind Island. From the looks of it, the Gale Wind Island was planning to admit that it was their bad luck. It can't be, right? They didn't even say anything after losing a level 6 divine mage. Seeing that the Gale Wind Island has no movement, many people muttered. Some said that the Gale Wind Island was too cowardly, and some said that the Gale Wind Island was also sensible. After all, one of the 4 large factions in the Sebastian Kingdom really could not compete with the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, one of the 2 top factions in the magical world. It was normal for the people from the Gale Wind Island to be silent. With the phrase "I'll kill and you die," who would want to die? In the past few days, although the Nicholas family was quiet, a large number of visitation cards had been sent to the palace every day. It was very lively. Wave after wave of people came to the Nicholas family clan. They kept coming. The city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz, the 7th prince, Quinn, the 9th princess, Norli, they all came. At the same time, many independent magi had come to the Nicholas family clan. They all wanted to be their retainers. However, after the matter of Holkin betraying them, the Nicholas family became even more stringent in the selection of retainers. Most of the solo magi were rejected, and there were even 2 great archmagi among them. Although it was strict, many magi came to seek refuge. In just a few days, the Nicholas family clan had accepted more than 100 great magi as their retainers. Just the number of great archmage retainers alone exceeded 10. That night, the peaceful life of the Nicholas family was suddenly disrupted. Chapter 284, Congratulations, Kathleen. What broke the silence was not a bad thing, but a happy thing. Kathleen was about to give birth. In other words, the second son of destiny of the Nicholas family clan was about to appear. With the shouts from the servants, the entire Nicholas family clan became lively. There was naturally no panic. The preparations had basically all been done. Soon, the doctor, a group of maids, and a few womenfolk entered the courtyard and got busy in an orderly manner. Outside the courtyard, everyone from the Nicholas family was waiting for the arrival of a new life. Caesar looked at the courtyard anxiously, unable to calm down. He naturally knew that all the preparations had been made, and there should not be any problems. But, what if? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He was so nervous that his forehead was sweating profusely. "Little uncle, don't be too nervous. You, a great mage, are sweating like a river." John tried to comfort his same-age elder. "Come on, big brother." Charles smiled teasingly. "I still remember how nervous you were when sister-in-law gave birth to Anthony." Upon hearing this, everyone beside him laughed. The head of the family, Norton, turned his head and asked, "Caesar, have you and Kathleen thought of a name?" Caesar nodded gently in response. "I've already thought of it. He is to be called Arca." "Wow!" A loud baby cry suddenly sounded from the courtyard, and everyone became happy. Continue _reading on MYB0XN0VL. Calm. The child had been born. Buzz, at the same time, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. A beam of light seemed to have descended from the grayish-blue night sky and landed by the courtyard. Everyone was stunned, but they also felt that they had seen it somewhere before. Several people, including Norton, who had fast reflexes, looked pleasantly surprised and ecstatic. This was Providence descending from the heavens. In other words, the Nicholas family clan had another child with the will of the heavens. "Hey, look! There's a star that is especially bright." Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone looked up into the sky. Sure enough, there was an extremely bright star embedded in the night sky, flickering with starlight. Norton was a magic formation cultivator, so he knew astronomy like the back of his hand. He immediately said in surprise, "That is, the Star of Destiny." Upon hearing this, everyone was happy. This is a good sign. This child will definitely have a smooth journey in the future and make a name for himself. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, a series of system notifications sounded in Romo's sea of consciousness. Ding! New addition to the family clan. The family clan has a new descendant with destiny's luck. The family clan's luck has increased. A newborn with destiny's luck. It turns out that it also increases the family clan's luck. This is a pleasant surprise. Name, Arca Nicholas. Gender, male. Age, 0 years old. Identity, 17th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan. Magical power level, none. Overall talent, excellent. Details. Personal luck, son of destiny. Life experience, details. Romo opened the family genealogy and saw the new member of the family. The earlier son of destiny nurturing talisman had worked. This child was indeed the will of the heavens, and his overall talent was excellent. After opening the details page on his comprehensive talent, he raised his eyebrows. This child's excellent talent has actually been selected for a career as an official? And his career path as an official will be smooth sailing? That's not right. It should be said that as an official, he would be able to exert his destiny's luck better. He had never looked at information related to being an official or doing business, let alone add points to these areas. After all, the Nicholas family was a family clan that cultivated magical power. Their main focus was naturally magical power. However, Arka was the only descendant in the family with the potential for an excellent career. Would he let him embark on the career path of an official in the future? Currently, Romo did not plan to let the Nicholas family develop in other directions. If there was a chance in the future, perhaps. It would depend on the situation in the future. It was still too early to plan now, so Romo did not think too much about it. In any case, the descendants of the Nicholas family did not need to consider their initial talent at all. No matter how low it was, he could use several pieces of talent-strengthening talismans to increase the descendants' talent for magical power cultivation to that of a genius. The birth of Arka had added a lot of joy to the Nicholas family. Moreover, there were still several pregnant women in the family. They would probably be very happy next. Everyone in the Nicholas family looked forward to the new additions to the family. Another addition to the Nicholas family. Such news naturally could not be hidden from the outside world. Many people came over to congratulate them. They basically had other motives and wanted to build a good relationship with the Nicholas family. Regarding these people who visited without shyness, the head of the family, Norton, rarely went to receive them now. He usually handed them over to Jimmy, Yael, and the others to handle. Sometimes, Jimmy and Yael could not be bothered to deal with them. They handed them over to the eldest grandson of the head of the family, John. Apart from the other powerful family clans who had come to get closer to the Nicholas family, there were also retainers who had come to seek refuge. Currently, the assessment for the retainers was no longer taking the entire day. It had been changed to a one-day affair with a time limit. The responsibility had basically been handed over to the great archmage clansmen, who had a lighter workload. Of course, if a great archmage came to seek refuge with the Nicholas family, the ones who would come out to entertain him would be the clansmen of the same magical power realm. In addition, after some hesitation, Harris decided to stay in the Nicholas family as a retainer, and he had also dragged Leonard along. Hence, Harris and Leonard became the retainers with the highest levels in the Nicholas family. The former was a top great archmage, while the latter was a level 8 great archmage. The entire Nicholas family clan welcomed their stay warmly. At the same time, they made a promise. Our family clan will not restrict the two of you. If you wish to leave in the future, you are free to pack your bags and leave at any time. Of course, these two had special treatment. The other retainers of the Nicholas family would not have it so easy. If the other retainers who had joined the family clan wished to leave, they would have to obtain the permission of the Nicholas family. After a few days, the number of people who came to congratulate and seek refuge with the Nicholas family gradually decreased. In these few days, the Nicholas family had taken in more than 30 great magi and 3 great archmagi as their retainers. These 3 great archmagi had even met Ron and the others previously. 2 of them had been saved with Leonard back then, and the other was the person who had been captured by Ron and the others to lead the way to find Leonard and Edward. He was the mage named Klain. "Hey, what's wrong today? It has been a while, and no one came. Isn't it good that no one came today?" Previously, there were waves of congratulations and refuge seekers. It was even tiring to watch. That's true. I can finally take a breather. At the entrance of the Nicholas family palace, the 2 guards at the door could not help but chat when they saw that no one had come to visit, even though it was already afternoon. As they were chatting softly, they saw from the corners of their eyes 3 luxurious carriages coming over. The luxurious carriages stopped at the entrance of the Nicholas family palace. More than 10 people, old and young, alighted. They were all dressed in splendid clothes. From their bearing, they did not look like they were from an ordinary family. Chapter 285, Worship by Returning Clansmen. Seeing such a large family, the 2 guards looked at each other. Why would someone even bring his whole family to visit and seek refuge? After guarding the door for so many years, they had never seen such a. One of the guards stepped forward and asked respectfully, "Are all of you here to visit? Do you have an invitation?" "What visit? We're from the Nicholas family. Hurry up and report this." The arrogant young man interrupted irritably. In front of the crowd was an old man who seemed to be the head of the family. He frowned and said, "Ya Ben, don't be rude." Then, his gaze landed on the guard who was shocked, and he said in a gentle voice, "We are all clansmen who had been separated from the main family previously. Now that we have returned to the ancestral land, quickly inform the primary family." The guard was dumbfounded. After he regained his senses, he immediately replied, "Why you wait a moment? I'll go now." As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the other guard and ran off to report. Norton and the others were shocked to hear that the clansmen who had been separated back then had returned. Then, the entire Nicholas family clan quickly rushed to the door. Even Romo was pleasantly surprised. Soon, the head of the family, Norton, came to the door with a large group of people. When he saw the old man at the front, he stopped in his tracks, uncertain. When the old man saw him, he was rather excited. "Are you cousin Norton?" "You are," Norton hesitated. The old man's face was flushed. "Cousin Norton, I'm Koda." "Koda?" Norton was enlightened and excited. "Is it really you?" After 50 years, the young man from back then had become an old man. However, if he looked carefully, he could still see a trace of familiarity from his face. He finally connected the memories together. The person in front of him was indeed a clansman who had been separated 50 years ago when the Nicholas family was moving. He was his cousin, Koda. "It's me." Koda strode forward and came to his side. "Cousin Norton." "Great. Come in with me and have a chat." Norton was overjoyed. When the clansmen inside heard the conversation between Norton and the other person, they knew that this group of people were indeed from the same clan. All of them were overjoyed. With the welcome of the Nicholas family, Koda and the others entered the palace. After they had entered, Norton and the other core members of the Nicholas family led the dozen or so clansmen who had returned to the family to the conference hall to catch up with each other. The other clansmen sat in the room outside, waiting. Several children and the younger generation looked over curiously, talking softly about the clansmen who had just returned. Norton and Koda gathered to compare some details. Only then did Norton, the head of the family, confirm the identity of the other party. As for the remaining 10 or so people, although they also had the bloodline of the Nicholas family, whether it was true or not, and whether they could return to the clan, remained to be seen. If they wanted to join the Nicholas family, they would definitely need the approval of the old ancestor. Norton and the others sat quietly and listened to Koda slowly explain. 50 years ago, Koda and his father had also been intercepted by bandits on the way to the family residence. As a result, they had been separated from the large troop of the Nicholas family clan who were relocating. After that, they fled all the way and hid outside for a long period. After much difficulty, they reached the destination of the family clan's relocation, but they could not find a single clansman. Later on, they searched for a long time but returned empty-handed. After several twists and turns, they arrived at the small city west of Ferrero and settled down there. Most of the people in the small city were ordinary people. The two of them quickly relied on their strength as magi to establish themselves in the city and gradually became rich. Koda had also started a family there. Now, he already had grandchildren. As he had not been able to find them earlier, he had already given up. He thought that the main family had been exterminated by the Holy Light City. Just as Koda felt that he would be cooped up in a small city for the rest of his life, he suddenly heard news about the Nicholas family. The Nicholas family had killed their way back to the Holy Light City. When he heard that the Nicholas family clan was not only still around, but had also returned to the ancestral land, he became determined. After he had dealt with the family businesses, he brought everyone back to the family clan. Koda's situation was similar to that of the clansmen who had found their family clan earlier. However, Koda and the others had been doing well later on. From the way this large family dressed, they should have been raised in wealth. Then, the two groups of people discussed the recent situation and other details. Norton then got someone to send them to their room to rest and then made arrangements for them to pay their respects to the old ancestor. At the door of the family's conference hall, seeing the large family being brought away by the butler, Jimmy frowned and said, "Grandfather, they..." Norton understood what he was thinking. He shook his head and said, "There's no need for words. We'll wait for the old ancestors' instructions after they have performed the worship ritual for their return." Jimmy replied yes, and said no more. On the other side, Koda and the others had been brought to a guest room by the butler, Abel, for a short rest. "Tisk. What's going on? We've just come in and we must pay our respects. He has not even given us some food to eat and is already hurrying us to bathe and change our clothes. The rules are simply taller than the heavens." After the door had been closed, the arrogant young man immediately threw himself onto the sofa and complained. "Ya Ben! Don't talk nonsense!" Koda shouted. Then, he carefully observed outside. After having confirmed that there was no movement, he looked at his grandson with a hopeless gaze. Koda was a little nervous. "How many times have I told you this? When you are here, keep your personality away. This is not the Mihur city earlier." Yaben pursed his lips and said perfunctorily, "Got it." Koda looked at the others and instructed, "Go and rest quickly. Be careful later. Don't make any mistakes when you participate in the worship ritual for the return." The sun set and it was evening. All preparations had been made in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family for the returning clansmen's worship ritual. Koda and the others had also come outside the ancestral hall to wait for the return worship ritual to be completed. According to Norton's arrangements, the 10+ people came to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the old ancestor of the Nicholas family. On the tablet, a series of system notifications sounded in Romo's consciousness. Ding! Received 10 faith points from the worship by the clansmen. The advanced faith doubling talisman has been activated. You have received an additional 20 faith points. Ding! Received 7 faith points from the worship by the clansmen. Advanced faith points doubled. 14 faith points. They. Ding! Received 5 faith points from the worship by the clansmen. Ding! Received 1 faith point. Ding! Received 6 faith points. The total number of people who have returned to the family clan is 15. The descendants who have returned have paid their respects to the old ancestor for the first time. This worship has a total of 87 faith points. The advanced faith doubling talisman has been activated. You have received an additional 174 faith points. Romo, who was floating in the void, frowned when he saw the 10-odd people closing their eyes and paying their respects one after another. This group of people was different from the clansmen whom they had taken the initiative to find earlier. Chapter 286, Under the Skin. The large family that Koda had brought over did not know the situation of the Nicholas family clan. The posture of the dozen or so people when they paid their respects did not seem wrong, but the faith points provided from the worship ritual were not many at all. Speaking of which, this situation was actually normal. When Romo first woke up, Norton and the others each had around 10 faith points. However, the faith points provided by these 15 people were too little. There was even a clansman with just 1 faith point. This meant that when they paid their respects to the old ancestor, they basically did not have any sincerity in their hearts. Moreover, there was a person who did not even provide any faith points at all when he paid his respect. The total number of people who had returned was 15, but there were a total of 16 people paying their respects. Romo brought out the system interface and opened the genealogy to check. He saw the 15 new names added to the side branches. He flipped through the life experiences of these people one by one. As he obtained more and more information, a hint of gloominess gradually gathered in his eyes. Koda and the others faced the ancestral tablets and paid their respects in turn. Then, they lowered their heads and stood in the ancestral hall. The current head of the family, Norton, performed the ending of the worship ritual. Norton spoke solemnly to the ancestral tablets in the front row. The 15th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan, the side branch of the Koda family clan, has returned to the main family. We obey the old ancestors' instructions. After the report, he stood respectfully, as if waiting for some specific response. Zoro and the other Nicholas family members also waited in silence. Such an action was indescribably strange in the eyes of Koda and the others. The dozen or so people were all very puzzled, and Yaben was already a little impatient. What the hell is going on? Why are they all standing there in a daze? Do they really think that the old ancestor has instructions? Can it be done quickly? I still have to. Just as Koda and the others were lost in their thoughts, a chill suddenly crawled up their spines. There was clearly no wind in the ancestral hall, but a few people could not help but shiver. At this moment, the flame of the white candle on the offering table suddenly trembled and then it was suddenly extinguished. Then, under the horrified gaze of Norton and the others, a few white candles fell and snapped. Norton was shocked, and the fear in his heart overflowed. What's going on? In the past, they had held a few worship rituals for the returning clansmen, but they had never seen such a situation. When making the reporting previously, Norton and the others had all felt a hint of warmth. This meant that the clansman's return had met the approval of the old ancestor, which meant that the clansmen who had returned could officially join the Nicholas family. However, even though it was their first time seeing such a situation currently, Norton and the others could understand the meaning behind it. The old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan is furious. Seeing Norton and the others all look frightened, Koda and the others were even more puzzled. What was going on? Yaben scratched his hand and was extremely irritated. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Are you done? Ah! The shrill screams continued. Everyone looked in the direction of the screams and saw that the person's face was twisted in pain. After falling to the ground, he still held his head and screamed. As he screamed, he struggled crazily and rolled around. The person beside him dodged and retreated in fear. He was in such panic that he almost screamed. Koda and the others were stunned. The shock and confusion in their hearts intertwined and rose. Norton and the others had thought of a possibility. Many of them could not help but look at the ancestral tablet of the old ancestor. My dear. What's wrong with you? My son, don't panic. Don't be frightened. Ah! Yaben's parents had just regained their senses when they immediately went forward to help their son up and check on the situation. However, Yaben seemed to have gone mad. As he struggled violently, he even kicked his father, causing the defenseless person to fall to the ground. He was stunned. Koda panicked and asked Norton for help. Cousin, this. Norton's eyes flickered. He was not sure if this had anything to do with the old ancestor. Perhaps he had suddenly become ill? At the same time, Yaben, who had been wailing non-stop, suddenly stiffly stopped moving. It was not clear if he had become ill or was possessed by a ghost. He twitched as he got up from the ground. Then, he knelt on the ground facing the tablet. His eyes were lifeless, and he started to confess with a blank expression. My name is Yaben. When I was 16 years old, I bullied a person. When the other party resisted, I grabbed his neck, and he died. 17 years old. There was a beggar who was an eyesore to me. I sent someone to kill him. 18 years old. I snatched a bride from a wedding and killed her. Father and mother helped me eliminate the evidence. 20 years old. Aki and I plotted a flawless plan. We had an alibi. The men and women were all dead. 21 years old. One by one, blood-tainted tragedies were presented in straightforward narration. Everyone was shocked. Ya Ben! Shut up! Stop talking! Shut up! The parents of Ya Ben shouted in fear. They wanted to go over and gag him, or do something, but they were shocked to find that they could not move. The others were the same. They could only curse and shout. Only their mouths were moving. Norton and the others, who were on the side, understood. They were all certain, it must be the old ancestor. The family head Norton's expression was extremely gloomy. He turned his head and gave Jimmy a look. Jimmy nodded gently and then got someone to bring the few children out of the ancestral hall. After a long while, the muddle-headed Ya Ben stopped confessing. After he had confessed all his crimes, he suddenly regained his senses. His face was pale and he was horrified. "I'm finished." Ah! The screams had been passed down. Everyone looked sideways and saw another ferocious-looking young man rolling on the ground. Similarly, this person also knelt down strangely with a hollow expression and started to narrate, "My name is Aki. Murder. Rape. Conspiracy." Like the Ya Ben earlier, this person recounted his criminal history. Apart from what had been mentioned earlier, he had also carried out many heinous and evil things. Ah! The woman beside Aki, his mother, was next. Aki is not a descendant of the Nicholas family clan. As soon as she spoke, everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Kota. He was shocked, frightened, angry, and terrified. He glared at the woman with his old eyes, as if he wanted her to die. What is this person talking about? Aki, why is he not the son of his second son? Moreover, his second son is already dead. As the woman explained everything in detail, everyone present then knew. It turned out that Aki was the outcome of this person's private relationship with someone else. It turned out that she had colluded with the adulterer to poison her husband. Therefore, out of the 16 clansmen who had returned to pay respect to the old ancestor, only 15 of them had been included in the system's statistics because that Aki was not a member of the Nicholas family at all. Through the family genealogy, life experience, and the system notifications, Romo had already understood the character of this group of people. And some of the loaded cases had caused his mood to become cloudy and stormy. Regardless of the situation, the Nicholas family would not recycle scum and trash. Chapter 287, Family Punishment. As Romo had made a clean and swift move, the few loaded people in Kota's group had their glamorous appearances torn off. The real person appeared in front of everyone. Immediately after, Aki's mother soon finished speaking. Then, she suddenly woke up and continued to kneel with a horrified and desperate expression. She still could not move. Her body was so heavy that she could not lift her arms, it was as if she had been injected with cement. Plop! 2 more people had knelt on the ground. They were Ya Ben's parents. Romo did not do anything to them, but the 2 of them were scared silly. Their son had basically told everyone all the evil things their parents had done. At this moment, the 2 of them were pale and terrified. Ya Ben's father looked at Kota and begged helplessly in a trembling voice, "Dear father, I..." At this moment, Kota had also reacted. He did not look at his son but looked at Norton and stammered, "Cousin." Norton's eyes were dark as he shouted, "Kota! Look at the kind of people you've taught." Seeing Kota's pale face, he did not show any mercy. He continued to question coldly, "Do you still remember the rules of the Nicholas family? How should we deal with this situation?" "Cousin," Kota was horrified and begged repeatedly, "Cousin! Family head! Please, at least spare the lives of Ya Ben and his father." Norton no longer had any hope for him. He no longer revealed any facial expression as he spoke in a strained voice. "You don't have to beg me. Since you wish to join the Nicholas family, you have to obey the family rules. Leave their punishment to the old ancestor." The family clan's laws and punishment were all determined by the old ancestor. Please reading on MYB0XNOvel. Com. Kota could not understand for a moment. Was he saying that he would punish them according to the family rules? However, according to the rules of the Nicholas family, what the father and son had committed, were all capital crimes. Moreover, the clan's family rules were high and mighty. Even if they were to kill their clansmen, outsiders would not be able to object. Kota opened his mouth to plead again, but his throat was instantly blocked. With a thud, he was pressed to the ground in a kneeling position. Norton, who was standing in front of him, had a change of expression. He immediately moved away to let the other party kneel directly before the ancestral tablet. Norton looked respectfully at the ancestral tablet of the old ancestor. He saw the white-haired old man in his peripheral vision and sighed repeatedly in his heart. It was the fault of the father if the son was not taught well. Regardless of whether his cousin knew about this or not, as an elder, he had been negligent and had neglected his duties. He would definitely not be able to escape punishment. Ever since Norton was in charge, such a bad thing had never happened to the Nicholas family. This was because he had always followed the family rules and was strict with the requirements. It was also because the family members had all been taught by example and had always inherited and passed down good family values. After the old ancestor had appeared, the entire clan respected the family rules established by the old ancestor even more. They naturally did not have the heart to go against them. The few batches of lost clansmen whom they had found later on were also benevolent and had all obtained the approval of the old ancestor. However, for the 10+ clansmen who had taken the initiative to return to the family this time, he could already see some issues with them from the short interaction in the family's conference room. In fact, he was also somewhat uneasy, and afraid that the old ancestor would be displeased. Although he was worried, he had not expected these people to be so evil. The old ancestor was currently furious, so Norton and the others naturally did not say anything. Since they had dared to do evil, they should not be afraid of retribution. Among the people kneeling in front, there were 2 young men, a middle-aged man, and 2 women. All of them had done bad deeds. "Father, Mother, there's something evil here. Quick, save me." Yaben was horrified and did not understand why this was happening. However, the sudden sense of danger creeping up in his heart still made him subconsciously ask his parents for help. In the past, no matter how big a mistake he had made, his parents would always help him. Time after time, he had already been completely used to having someone wipe his butt for him. Even if he had killed someone, his parents would still protect him well. But today, even his parents had fallen into despair. Who else could he ask for help? Yaben, who had been fearless since he was born, was really empathizing with those who had cried helplessly in the past. He was angry, desperate, helpless, and there was also lingering fear. He was fearful of death. What had happened? How had things come to this? Didn't he come to the Holy Light City, to enjoy himself? The prestige of the Nicholas family was huge. It was said that even the nobles of the kingdom had to ingratiate themselves with them. He was also from this family clan. Could he not go in and enjoy life? He had come over because he saw that the people here were good-looking. Along the way, he had already taken a fancy to many people. He had planned to choose a cleaner person first to take action. Why was it different now from what he had thought? It should not have been. Yaben's eyes were listless, and he felt dizzy. He could not think any more. His heartbeat became slower and slower. In the end, the next beat did not come. He was like a real statue. He had no body heat or heartbeat as he knelt obediently. Almost at the same time, his accomplice parents, his good friend Aki, and his mother had also lost their lives. Pfft! Blood spurted out from Kota's mouth. His old eyes, which had been staring, became even more yellow. His entire back bent. Then, a gust of wind blew in the ancestral hall and lit the candles which had been extinguished earlier. However, 5 of them which had snapped became exceptionally conspicuous. These had all been lit by Yaben and the others. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall had almost recovered. It seemed that the old ancestor had calmed down. Norton sighed and stopped thinking about it. He summoned the clansmen outside to lead the seriously injured Kota and those shocked clansmen who had returned away. He arranged for them to be settled down. As for the stiffened corpses, they were all moved away in the end. No one had expected that the lost clansmen, whose return they had happily welcomed, had actually, in the ancestral hall. Sigh. Everyone was not in the mood. The planned celebration banquet did not proceed. Apart from the clansmen of the main Nicholas family, the rest basically only knew the beginning and the outcome of what happened in the ancestral hall. However, it did not take long for the servants and retainers in the palace to know about this. When they heard that the clansmen who had returned to their own clan had broken the family rules and had been directly executed when paying respects to the old ancestor, the new retainers were all shocked. Even if they had committed an extremely serious family crime, but they had actually been directly executed. Even the clansmen had not survived. If they were to make a mistake. Many of the retainers felt a chill in their hearts and did not speak for a long time. In such a cold and strange atmosphere, night had arrived. That night, Romo used a dream appearing talisman and met Norton in the dream. The next morning, Norton gathered all the clansmen together and made a series of arrangements. Those who had violated the serious family rules would not be allowed to be buried in the family cemetery. They could only be buried in ordinary graves. Kota had made a huge mistake in the teaching of his son and grandson. He had been crippled of his magical power and sentenced to guard the family cemetery for 10 years. He was banned from cultivating magical power during this period. The other clansmen who had just returned would not be imparted with secret manuals of magical power for 3 years and could not leave the city casually. Chapter 288, Bloodline Upgrade. Another batch of the Nicholas family clansmen, who had been separated for 50 years, had returned, but the encounters of this batch were worlds apart from those before. Similar news quickly spread throughout the Holy Light City. Everyone in the Holy Light City discussed the different sides of the Nicholas family as they watched the show. However, as they could not get any news no matter how hard they tried, this small topic was thrown to the back of their minds in just 2 days. On the 4th day after the clansmen's return, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. Ding! Received 80 faith points from the worship by the clansmen. The advanced faith doubling talisman has been activated. Received an additional 160 faith points. Ding! The descendants of your entire clan have successfully paid respect to the old ancestor. You have received a special gift bag. It can be used in the system shop. Early in the morning, after all the clansmen had paid their respects, the system notifications sounded as usual. Romo opened the system shop interface and clicked open the special gift bag. Wealth Luck Talisman. Special discount, 500 faith points. Ancestral Protection Talisman. Special discount, 10,000 faith points. High Grade Magical Weapon, random. Special discount, 30,000 faith points. Family Clan Guardian Spirit Beast Bloodline Upgrade Talisman. Special discount, 30,000 faith points. Romo. Please reading on miboxnovel.com. In the previous few occasions, he had not gotten anything useful from the gift bag he had obtained from the monthly worship. He had not held much hope, but he had not expected a surprise. Not only did he get the Ancestral Protection Talisman which he had none of in the inventory, he had also obtained a very useful new talisman. Family Clan Guardian Spirit Beast Bloodline Upgrade Talisman. The target is the family clan's guardian spirit beast. After using this talisman, there is a chance to raise the bloodline level. Although it was only a probable enhancement tool, the talisman would still be very useful. Romo waved his hand and bought all of them. He stored the Ancestral Protection Talisman in the system space and used the Wealth Luck Talisman and the random high-grade magical weapon on the spot. He obtained a defensive magical weapon and placed it directly in the family's treasure vault. Finally, there was the Guardian Spirit Beast Bloodline Upgrade Talisman, which he directly designated the 5-color peacock as the target. Command confirmation: a Guardian Spirit Beast Bloodline Upgrade Talisman has been used. The target is the 5-color peacock. Successfully activated Bloodline Upgrade. Sacred Peacock Bloodline awakened. It worked. Romo was delighted when he caught the words Bloodline awakened. At the same time, in the cloud sea perch beside the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, the 5-color peacock, which had been cultivating with its eyes closed, suddenly let out a cry and shot into the sky. Bloodline awakening successful. Successfully awakened the sacred peacock bloodline. The 5-color peacock let out an ecstatic cry. Swoosh! It was not just the clansmen in the Nicholas family palace who had heard it, everyone in the Holy Light City had heard it. They all looked up at the sky in surprise. In the sky above the Nicholas family, wind and clouds rolled, and a phenomenon suddenly appeared. In the air, the phantom of a huge sacred peacock appeared faintly, and then it swept entirely into the vortex of clouds. The natural magical power in a radius of hundreds of kilometers was crazily poured into it, and it charged forward as if it had been attracted by some gravity. In the center of the vortex, there was a ball of dazzling 5-colored light. With a closer look, it was a 5-color sacred peacock emitting a powerful aura. The 5-color peacock was originally about to break through its realm. Now, with the stimulation from the bloodline upgrade talisman, it directly broke through the bottleneck of its level and advanced to level 7. Furthermore, it had surpassed elementary and intermediate grades and directly charged to high-grade level 7. A high-grade level 7 magical beast was almost equivalent to a level 3 divine mage. Chirp! The loud cry sounded again, and at the same time, the powerful aura of a magical beast erupted. The magic protective formation of the Nicholas family clan and the entire Holy Light City suddenly lit up to protect those who could not successfully block the energy. No one in the Holy Light City was injured, but many people were frightened and could not calm down for a long time. After a long while, the powerful aura that had pressed down from the sky finally dissipated. Even the terrifying phenomenon dissipated. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, the entire Holy Light City had already exploded. The entire city was discussing fervently in shock. Countless burning gazes landed on the Nicholas family palace. The guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan has upgraded. Everyone quickly reacted. From now on, the Nicholas family clan would have a level 7 guardian spirit beast. Earlier, when everyone was discussing the Nicholas family, many people had placed their attention on the guardian spirit beast, which was at the peak of level 6. They also knew that the guardian spirit beast would break through to level 7 soon, but no one had expected it to advance so quickly. Generally speaking, the speed of a magical beast's breakthrough far surpassed the speed of a mage's breakthrough. Many people had thought that no matter how fast the 5-color peacock would be, it would still take nearly 100 years to advance to level 7. In the end, it had only been less than a year. Not only had it spent a short time, it had even reached high-grade level 7. Moreover, its bloodline had even awakened to a higher level. The bloodline of a magical beast was comparable to the special constitution of a mage for cultivation. A magical beast of a higher bloodline level, whether its combat ability or the potential for advancement, would be far stronger than a magical beast of a low-level bloodline. A level 7 guardian spirit beast of a family clan might not be able to match up to a divine mage of the same level in some aspects, but the deterrence it would bring was not something that just a few great archmagi could reduce. In Romo's previous world, the deterrence of a level 7 guardian spirit beast was comparable to that of a divine mage, and a nuclear bomb. The powerful family clan that had one could stand at the peak and look down on countless powerful family clans. Even if a family clan that also had a level 7 guardian spirit beast or a divine mage would have to treat the Nicholas family clan carefully. A top level 6 5-color peacock had successfully advanced to a high-grade level 7 5-color peacock. This incident again became an excuse for many people to want to build a relationship with the Nicholas family clan. They all said, "Congratulations on the advancement of the spirit beast." Hence, the door to the Nicholas family palace had not been quiet for a few days, the threshold had almost been trampled flat. Among the endless stream of people who came knocking on their door, there were those who delivered visitation cards, those who sought refuge, and those who had come to take the retainer assessment test. The number of visitors to the Nicholas family clan had increased significantly. However, the Nicholas family was familiar with handling these matters. Currently, the head of the family, Norton, had basically handed over all these interactions with outsiders to the younger clansmen to handle. There were also rumors outside that Norton was about to retire and relinquish his position. The top combat experts of the Nicholas family had basically spent their time cultivating magical power, so they naturally did not care about those trivial matters. On the other hand, Dick and Ron, the two top great archmagi, had been refining weapons and pills as usual. They occasionally dealt with the family businesses and guided the magical cultivation of their clansmen. The businesses of the four large family clans which they had taken over previously had all been stabilized. With the current reputation of the Nicholas family, no one dared to say anything. They all took the initiative to visit and seek cooperation. Whether it was the ordinary businesses or the businesses of the magical world, they had all been prosperous. They were full of customers. In particular, because of Ron and Dick, the weapon and pill pavilions that served the Magi basically had customers fighting crazily over the merchandise every day. However, only a small portion of the pills and magical weapons refined by the two of them would be sold. The rest would be kept and saved for the family clan's use. These were also considered the development resources of the Nicholas family. Chapter 289, Ron's Marriage. Similar to Winterfrost, behind the Nicholas family palace in the Holy Light City was the Back Mountain, and the Back Garden. However, the Back Mountain of Winterfrost was basically a desolate wilderness without an owner. It was a forest that stretched outside Winterfrost. The Back Mountain of the Holy Light City was inside Winterfrost, and it was exclusive to the Nicholas family. It was afternoon. On the grass at the top of the Back Mountain. "Anthony, come here." "Yes, yes. Come, haha." Lily was sitting on the grass, clapping her hands to tease the toddler opposite her. She was smiling happily. The toddler child was wearing his tiny shoes. He staggered and took small steps. His fair and tender little hands stretched out in front of him. Yee. He smiled very adorably. Currently, Anthony had been born for more than a year. He was physically very strong and had learned to walk, albeit unsteadily. Seeing that the weather was good and there was wind and sun, Lily muttered that she wanted to come out and fly a kite. Not only did she gather her regular friends, she also brought Anthony and Formic, the two little children. Donna, as well as Hava and the other maids also followed. Even Dick, who was free, had been pulled over by the little girl. At this moment, Lily was teasing Anthony, and Donna was smiling at the endearing scene in front of her. Beside her was a spirit beast egg in a swaddling. Hava was holding Formic and looking up at the kite flying high in the sky. The long thin string of the kite was held in Dick's hand, and a few smiling children were running on the grass beside him. Devon and Dick Jr. were among them. Dick tugged on the thin string of the kite and asked helplessly, "Lily, are you going to fly the kite or not? Shall I put it away first?" Lily hugged the toddler, who was swaying as he moved in front of her. The two of them laughed. When she heard Dick's voice, she quickly looked over and said, "Yes. Please." Reading on myboxnovel.com. "Anthony, let's go. Let's fly a kite together." Lily smiled and said a few words to the toddler in her arms before carrying him toward Dick. "Brother Dick. Come, carry him." When she reached the front of him, she gestured forward and handed the toddler in her arms solemnly to Dick. After taking the kite, Lily turned around and smiled at Anthony. "Anthony, let little Ant show you how to fly a kite." But within a few seconds, she started to ask for help again. Ah! The kite has fallen. Brother Dick, come and save me. Dick had no choice but to help her stabilize the kite. The toddler in his arms laughed and even used his soft little hands to touch the person hugging him. Dick! A loud shout came from afar. It was a young lady who was as reckless as the wind. The person who had run over from the foot of the mountain was the 9th princess, Norli. When she was almost in front of Dick, she seemed to have remembered something. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and smiled. She walked over steadily with small steps. Lily was even happier to see someone she knew. Sister Norli. Dick nodded gently. Good day, Your Highness. Lily is such a good girl. Norli brushed Lily's hair twice and then turned to look at Dick. Haven't I told you that you could just call me Norli? She had a special blush on her face. Or you can just call me Nor. Ever since she returned from the mystic realm of the Red Rose Sea, Norli had often visited the Nicholas family. As she had come too many times, she was already very close to the Nicholas family, including Lily. The young lady did not hide her thoughts at all. Basically, everyone had seen through her, but Dick was still not enlightened at all. This made Norli so angry that she was often troubled. Donna and the others were not surprised to see the 9th princess appear again. They smiled and greeted her. Formic is here too. Norli reached out to the maid, Hava, and said with a smile, let me hold him. Actually, she did not like children much, but this family's little children were too obedient and cute. After carrying Formic over, her eyes curved into crescents as she stretched out her hand to fondle the little kid's cute face. She smiled and said, Formic, ah, you seem to have gained weight. Formic would usually close his eyes and sleep, but when he was carried by Norli, he woke up in a daze. His eyes were still not open, and he looked lazy. However, as if he was being carried by someone he liked, the little kid seemed to be enjoying it. His small hands even reached out to grab Norli's fingers. Formic's constitution was a little incomplete. He had the body of 10,000 poisons. When he had just returned to the Nicholas family, Xibola had helped to seal the body of 10,000 poisons. However, Xibola had been constrained by his own level and could not seal it completely. It was not until Romo broke through to the divine realm that he personally sealed the body of 10,000 poisons completely. Now, the others could touch Formic at will without worrying about being poisoned. However, Formic was affected by his constitution and was very sleepy. Moreover, his personality was restrained and he did not smile often. However, this little kid and Norli had hit it off very well. He was very happy every time they met. Norli also liked this little darling very much. Every time she came to the Nicholas family, she would spend a lot of time playing with Formic. She stretched out her hand to tease the little kid in her arms and then spoke to Dick, who was also holding a child beside her. I've collected a lot of refining materials recently. Dick, can you help me refine the phoenix crown? Mother is holding a birthday banquet soon. I plan to give the phoenix crown to her as a gift. Sure, but I'm not very free these few days, Dick nodded slightly. Norli paused and asked, why? Are you busy refining weapons? Dick shook his head and said seriously, my brother is going to propose marriage in a few days. I have to go and take a look. Propose marriage? Norli leaned over curiously, her eyes sparkling. Who is it? Let me guess. Is it Ron? Dick nodded. Yes. I know about Ron's marriage. Norli became excited and said, I heard that he had an engagement with a great archmage from the Sky Blue Magic Academy, and that back then he had become enemies with the Sky Blue Magic Academy because of this. As if she was chasing gossip, the interest in her eyes was very strong. Where is your family going to propose marriage? At the Sky Blue Magic Academy. We are going to the Campbell family as well as the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Yes, yes. You definitely have to go to the Sky Blue Magic Academy. The Nicholas family clan is different now. Norlie nodded repeatedly, her eyes bright. Can I follow and take a look? Dick looked at her in shock and asked, why do you want to follow us there? Yeah, I've been bored recently. Norlie smiled at him. I'll just follow you guys to take a look. I'll definitely watch quietly from the side. Dick was speechless. The preparations for Ron and Serena's marriage were almost complete. When the Nicholas family clan left Winterfrost, Norton had made some promises to his old friend, Colin Campbell, when they bade farewell. Of course, these were not jokes. From then on, he had already planned to do so. After they had returned, it would be Ron's marriage next. Everyone in the Nicholas family, including Romo, was looking forward to Ron getting married and having children. As for Ron himself, he naturally wanted to marry Serena as soon as possible so that she would not have to worry about her cultivation progress. After intense discussions, coupled with the instructions from the old ancestor, this matter was settled. They would set off in 2 days to propose marriage. Moreover, they would get married immediately after the marriage proposal. The elders of the Nicholas family clan had even calculated the auspicious date. Chapter 290, Marriage Proposal. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. 2 days passed. It was time for the Nicholas family to propose marriage. Hence, that morning, the people from the Holy Light City suddenly discovered that the Nicholas family had mobilized that splendid flying ferry again. Everyone did not understand for a moment what the Nicholas family wanted to do. Just as they were discussing in surprise with the passers-by beside them, they suddenly heard a loud cry. Looking in the direction of the cry, they saw a 5-color peacock with an extraordinary aura soaring into the sky and circling above the Holy Light City. Its huge shadow blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Everyone who saw it was intimidated, and they were also being enveloped by the dazzling light of the 5-color peacock. It was too magical. Someone quickly reacted. This magical 5-color peacock was the level 7 guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan. Seeing the 5-color peacock and the splendid flying fairy fly into the sky and into the distance, many people were shocked. Why is there so much pomp? Could they be going to the Gale Wind Island to settle scores? After all, they have even brought a level 7 spirit beast. Everyone discussed spiritedly, they could not figure it out. It was not until later that they heard some news. It turned out that this trip was to propose marriage. A visit to propose marriage had caused such a stir. Everyone simply did not know what to say. However, after they had thought that this was Ron's marriage, the most well-known in the Nicholas family, everyone smiled. With the current prestige and strength of the Nicholas family, it was not exaggerating to give the strongest of their younger generation some pomp. The next morning, in Winterfrost, at the Campbell residence. As usual, Colin Campbell was still cultivating magical power in the quiet room. When Norton came over to bid farewell, he had given him some magic pills, which he had not finished using yet. With these pills, Colin Campbell's level had increased extremely quickly recently. He even had the thought that he might be able to break through to the great Archmage realm. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps could be heard, interrupting his cultivation. He did not look good. He stopped cultivating and opened his eyes to look toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door. Come in, Colin Campbell said slowly. The door to the quiet room was pushed open by a man. He was clearly middle-aged, but the smile on his lips could not be smoothed out. He shouted happily as soon as he entered. Father! The Nicholas family is back. This person was Colin Campbell's son and also Serena's father. His name was Konda. Colin Campbell was stunned for a moment, and then he exclaimed in surprise, "Are they really back?" Indeed. Konda nodded empathetically and said affirmatively, "The Nicholas family's flying ferry has already arrived outside Winterfrost. It will be here soon." Colin Campbell jumped up and landed steadily on the ground. He walked out quickly. "Come, let's take a look." It was not just Conda. Everyone in Winterfrost had discovered the huge familiar flying fairy in the sky. Instantly, the entire Winterfrost was in an uproar. The Nicholas family's flying fairy had returned to Winterfrost. Although the last time the flying fairy left, it was not too long ago, but now, the Nicholas family clan was already a legendary existence to the people of Winterfrost. As they had witnessed the decline of the Nicholas family, now that they saw this family soar to the sky, they could not help but sigh at the rise and fall of current affairs. Things were really difficult to predict. Every day, when Winterfrost listened to news about various astonishing matters of the Nicholas family coming out from the Holy Light City, coupled with the latter's previous experiences in Winterfrost, they would sense an extremely unique sentiment. The more they digested the news, the stronger the sentiment. Everyone in Winterfrost had witnessed the decline of the Nicholas family clan and its strong development. They felt inexplicably proud. Under the gaze of the entire Winterfrost, the flying fairy floated to the sky above Winterfrost. A figure flew out quickly from the city lord residence of Winterfrost and stopped in front of the flying fairy. This person was the city lord of Winterfrost, Lean Dupont. At the same time, several figures appeared on the flying fairy. At the front of the team was the family head Norton, followed by Jimmy, Ron, and the other great archmagi of the Nicholas family. Half of the great archmagi of the Nicholas family clan had come out on this trip. Zorro, Aaron, and the others stayed in the family territory to guard. The retainers whom they had gathered earlier had also been brought out as assistants. With the current strength and prestige of the Nicholas family clan, there was no need for them to carefully hide their glory. If necessary, they would be grand and show off, which would be in line with their current status. At the same time, it would be a show of force, and also enhance their reputation. City Lord of Winterfrost. Norton and the others stood in front of Lean Dupont and greeted him casually. "Welcome back to Winterfrost, everyone from the Nicholas family." Lean Dupont smiled and greeted them, his emotions subtle. Things were different now. With the current strength and influence of the Nicholas family, he, the city lord, was no longer a match for them. If someone had told him a year ago that the strength of the Nicholas family clan would far surpass Winterfrost in the future, he would definitely kick this person away. He might even have to use some severe punishment to see which powerful family clan was bewitching the crowd. Of course, it was more likely that he would laugh in disdain and not believe it at all. The two sides spoke briefly, and Lean Dupont learned the purpose of the Nicholas family's visit. After understanding it, the city lord of Winterfrost did not disturb them anymore. He bade farewell and left. The flying fairy continued to fly to a low altitude above Camel's residence. Dick put away the flying fairy, and the group landed in the residence. On this trip, the ninth princess, Norley, who had wanted to watch the show, was not seen. She had suddenly been summoned back by her family. In Camel's front yard, Colin Campbell and the rest of the family were already waiting. When they saw Norton and the others, everyone became excited. Among them, except Colin Campbell, the others were both surprised and nervous. They did not even know where to put their hands. A group of great archmagi was standing in front of them. "Brother." Norton smiled at Colin Campbell and said, "Our Nicholas family has come to honor our promise. I've come to propose marriage on behalf of my grandson, Ron." "Ha ha ha. Brother Norton is true to his words. I haven't waited long." Colin Campbell laughed when he heard this. He nodded with a flushed face and greeted the people from the Nicholas family one by one. Soon, he realized that something was wrong and asked curiously, "Where's my future grandson-in-law?" Norton chuckled. "Ron, he went to the Sky Blue Magic Academy to fetch Serena." According to the customs of the magical world, after a member had joined a magical faction, the place where the faction was located would be considered another home for the mage. Some factions would even require their members to be completely separated from their previous family and ordinary people once they joined. The Sky Blue Magic Academy was not that strict. However, since Serena had joined this faction, it was naturally considered half a family. Therefore, when they came to propose marriage this time, not only did they come to Camel's residence, they also sent someone to the Sky Blue Magic Academy. When he heard Ron is going to the Sky Blue Magic Academy to fetch Serena, Colin Campbell was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Ha ha ha. This kid is too anxious. All right. Let's go in and have a seat. We can chat as we wait. Chapter 291, Sacred Peacock to Propose Marriage. In the east of the Sebastian Kingdom, there was a place surrounded by mountains and rivers, filled with magical energy. In several towering mountain ranges, there were many majestic buildings. This was the Sky Blue Magic Academy, one of the 4 great factions of the Sebastian Kingdom. In a secluded pavilion halfway up the mountain, in the residential area of a certain member of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, Serena sat on the stone chair, holding her cheek with her lotus-like arm, staring blankly at the distant sea of clouds. Hey! Serena! Why are you lost in thought again? A cheerful female voice interrupted her reverie and came close to her. Are you thinking about your beloved again? Hearing the teasing tone in her words, Serena was indignant. Tima! You keep scaring me. How have I scared you? Tima stared at her and smiled. I had been calling you for a while, but someone seemed to have been lost in her thoughts and ignored me. Serena was embarrassed. Who's lost in thoughts? Don't tease me. I am not teasing you. I am envious. Tima deliberately imitated her yearning look earlier and smiled. If my fiancé was so outstanding, I would probably miss him all day long and hope he would marry me earlier. As she spoke, her face was full of admiration. He had become a top great archmage before he was even 20 years old. At the same time, he is also a level 6 alchemy master. Moreover, he is very powerful. The outside world has said that he is invincible among those below the divine realm. He is simply a person who only appears in dreams. After hearing her friend's praise for her fiancé, Serena found it a little funny. This is too exaggerated. Tima could not help but smile when she saw her humility. She sighed. Why hasn't our famous great genius come to marry this silly girl? If she continues to yearn every day, there will be another piece of husband yearning bolder. Don't talk nonsense. Serena waved her hand in embarrassment and hit her gently. I'm going to be angry. Tima smiled and dodged. Haha, your fiancé might be on his way here. Don't forget us when you enter the Nicholas family. Upon hearing this, Serena was speechless. It won't be so. We can still meet after that. Ha, I knew it. Tima looked as if she had finally caught on to something. You clearly want to get married early. Poor me, we have been companions for so many years. Serena was speechless. She stood up and wanted to leave. I'm going back to the magic formation to cultivate. Don't go. Wait for me. Tima quickly followed. The two of them chatted as they walked out of the pavilion. Chirp. A clear cry suddenly sounded from the sky, resounding through the clouds. Serena and Tima were so shocked that they almost jumped up. The two of them looked back in the direction of the cry. Tima widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What is that?" In the distant sky, in the midst of the clouds, a 5-colored light spread out, as if it had drawn a beautiful line in the sky. In the midst, a 5-color peacock soared through the clouds and landed in front of the city gate of the Sky Blue Magic Academy in the blink of an eye. Buzz! A buzz sound suddenly sounded, and the magic protective formation appeared automatically in the air. This, the Sky Blue Magic Academy's city protection magic formation had been activated. Level 7 magical beast. Tima shouted in shock. She looked at it for a while. No. Why does it look familiar? At the same time, a young man's clear voice sounded. Junior Ron Nicholas is visiting the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Senior, Please open the formation. By the pavilion halfway up the mountain, Serena and Tima's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. When she regained her senses, Tima shouted in surprise, "It is Ron." With that said, she immediately looked to the side and saw Serena staring at the city gate with sparkling eyes. Tima laughed. "Haha! Serena, the fiancé you have been yearning for is here." Serena did not say anything this time. She smiled happily and excitedly, her eyes full of affection. Tima looked into the distance at the extraordinary 5-color peacock and joked, "Ron has actually ridden a level 7 spirit beast to the Sky Blue Magic Academy." Those who don't know the situation would probably think that he is here to snatch someone. The cry of a level 7 spirit beast had indeed frightened many people in the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Just as they were about to cry out for help, they heard those words clearly and only then did they react. 3 figures flew out from the tall buildings of the Sky Blue Magic Academy and landed in front of the 5-color peacock in the blink of an eye. Seeing the extraordinary and daunting 5-color peacock and the upright figure standing on it, the 3 great archmagi were a little surprised. Ron smiled politely and bowed. Ron greets the seniors. His level was much higher than the few people in front of him, but he had come to propose marriage, so he had to give the Sky Blue Magic Academy some face. After all, his fiancée was still here. He could not embarrass them too much. Although the Sky Blue Magic Academy had wanted to stop his engagement with Serena back then, they had clarified the issue. It had been a private order from Serena's teacher. This matter was settled later. There was no need to keep harping on it. Ron had ridden a peacock here today mainly to propose marriage and to fetch his fiancée. He had not intended to deliberately humiliate the Sky Blue Magic Academy. At this moment, the 3 great archmagi standing in front of him were all white-haired old men. One of them was the 7th elder of the Sky Blue Magic Academy whom he had met before, Box. A white-haired old man at the front had a solemn expression as he asked, "May I know why you have come?" Ron smiled faintly. "I'm already engaged to Serena, a disciple of the Sky Blue Magic Academy. I'm here to propose marriage." The white-haired old man's gaze landed on the level 7 spirit beast under his feet. He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Box, who was beside him. "Brother Jet, it's not convenient here. Let's go to the central hall first." "All right." Soon, under the lead of the few elders of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, Ron flew down to the front of the central hall and walked into the hall. As for the 5-color peacock, it was personally brought by an elder to the Sea of Clouds behind to rest. As they knew that this was a level 7 spirit beast, the people from the Sky Blue Magic Academy were all very careful, afraid that they would provoke this spirit beast, which was equivalent to a divine mage. If they really provoked it, the Sky Blue Magic Academy would be the one to suffer. In the central hall, Ron met the Dean of the Sky Blue Magic Academy and many elders of the Great Archmage realm. The Dean of the Sky Blue Magic Academy was called Emer. He was a kind old man with white hair. He was currently a top Great Archmage. It was rumored that he was about to break through to the divine realm. In the Sky Blue Magic Academy, the ones in charge of various affairs were all Great Archmagi. The divine magi in the faction had basically retired and rarely appeared in front of others. As one of the 4 large factions in the Sebastian Kingdom, the outside world only knew on the surface that the Sky Blue Magic Academy had 4 divine magi, but they did not know the exact number. In the magical world, no faction would reveal everything about their situation. In the various rumors in the magical world, there were those who said that the old ancestor of the Sky Blue Magic Academy was a heavenly divine mage. In the eyes of most people, this must be a rumor. There were 2 reasons. The first was that there was no concrete evidence, and the second was that if this matter was true, the Sky Blue Magic Academy would at least become the number 1 faction in the Sebastian Kingdom, unless the other 3 factions also had a heavenly divine mage. However, this was even more impossible. With Ron's current strength and status, he was actually on equal footing with the Dean of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, but he still regarded himself as a junior. After they had sat down to talk, Ron went straight to the point. Senior Emer, I'm here seeking to marry my fiancée, Serena, and I would like to ask for your blessings. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and bottles of pills were placed on the table beside him. These are the pills I have refined. I hope Senior Emer will not dislike them. Chapter 292, Back to the Residence. Seeing Ron wave his hand and a pile of pills appeared, everyone from the Sky Blue Magic Academy could not help but exclaim in their hearts. Even the Dean Emer could not help but look over. Envy, excitement. Everyone present was a great archmagi, so they could naturally tell the grade of the pills on the table. Without exception, they were all grade 5 and grade 6 pills. Moreover, all of them were of excellent medicinal effects. Also, Ron had said that he had refined all of them himself. Many people's gazes changed on the spot. Not only did they treat him more seriously, they also respected him. As one of the 4 great factions of the Sebastian Kingdom, the Sky Blue Magic Academy naturally had alchemists among its members, but there were not many of them. Moreover, the level 6 alchemist in their faction had died a few years ago. Currently, the alchemist of the highest level in the faction was level 5. The grade 6 pills they had used in recent years were all from their previous stocks, and there was only consumption and no production. This had caused them much anxiety. In other words, the grade 6 pills on this table were all needed by the Sky Blue Magic Academy and had great value. It could be seen how sincere Ron was to use so many pills as betrothal gifts for the member he was going to marry. After receiving such a betrothal gift, the management of the Sky Blue Magic Academy was naturally very pleased. Half a day later, under the gaze of almost everyone in the Sky Blue Magic Academy, the 5-color peacock flew out of the Sky Blue Magic Academy in the soft glow of the sunset. It was a little different from when it came. At this moment, there was not just one person on its back, but a couple. The other person was naturally Ron's fiancée, Serena. Serena turned around and looked at the Sky Blue Magic Academy. She seemed to still be able to see her closest companions waving at her. She was a little reluctant. Reading on mibosnovel.com please. Someone suddenly held one of her hands tightly. Ron said in her ear, "Don't be sad. I'll come back with you in the future." Serena's face was very red. She pursed her lips and nodded. When they were leaving the Sky Blue Magic Academy, Ron also saw many familiar figures in the crowd, including William, Elizabeth, and the others whom he had met in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm, as well as Howen, who he had known earlier. Thinking of Howen, Ron suddenly remembered something and asked, "Serena, do you know someone called Jared?" Upon hearing the name, a strange expression appeared on Serena's face. Where have you heard about this person?" Ron raised his eyebrows and said, "When I went to the Mystic Realm to train, I had actually received 2 letters through Elizabeth. One was the letter you had asked Elizabeth to bring to me, and the other was from Howen. He had reminded me to be careful of a person called Jared." Serena was stunned. She muttered, "Was there actually such a thing? Why would Howen?" Immediately, she seemed to have suddenly understood and looked nervously at Ron. "Then, what happened after that? Did you see this person?" "No." Ron shook his head. "I didn't see anyone, and I didn't understand what Howen meant, so I want to know if you knew anything." Serena twisted a corner of her blouse unconsciously with one hand, and she hesitated. "Jared. He's the disciple of my teacher's old friend. Back then, he was the one who interfered with our marriage." With Serena's explanation, Ron finally understood what was going on with this person and what the situation was. About 2 years ago, Jared had followed his teacher to visit by chance. As soon as he saw Serena, he inexplicably took a fancy to her. Her teacher and her old friend pondered for a while and felt that the 2 of them could be together, so Serena's teacher had wanted her to be freed from her engagement quickly. At that time, Ron was already a complete invalid in the eyes of the outside world, and the Nicholas family was very weak. In the eyes of Serena's teacher, neither Ron nor the Nicholas family was worthy of her disciple. Then, she was ordered to break off her engagement. However, many things had happened after that, and this matter had also been kept a secret. Serena's teacher had expressed that he would let the matter rest, and Serena also thought that the matter was over. She was also afraid that Ron would think too much if she told him, so she did not mention it again in the letter. Now that she had suddenly learned from Ron, Serena was stunned to realize that there was more to this matter. Howen had interacted a lot with Jared previously, so he might have known some insider information, for example, that Jared might attack Ron in the mystic realm. Perhaps Howen had made a mistake, or perhaps it was some other reason. In any case, Ron had not encountered this person in the mystic realm trial. After she had explained all the relevant information she knew, Serena looked nervously at her fiancé. "Ron, I'm sorry. I should have told you everything back then." Ron raised his hand and rubbed her hair, not taking it to heart. "It's okay, this matter is over. There's no need to be conflicted." He really did not care much about such a person who he had not even met or done anything to him. Even if the other party really had the ability to find him, he was not afraid. Under the glow of the sunset brought by the five-color peacock, the pair of lovers soon arrived at Winterfrost. Ignoring the commotion on the ground, Ron and Serena landed in Camel's residence from the sky. In fact, when the two of them came before Colin Campbell, the marriage proposal had already been satisfactorily finalized. Moreover, the date for the marriage and related matters had already been discussed. Compared to Ron's earlier gesture to the Sky Blue Magic Academy, the betrothal gift from the Nicholas family clan to the Campbell family clan was even more extravagant. When the relevant information from the betrothal gift record was spread, countless people became jealous. Needless to say, the number of ordinary gifts was uncountable. The rest were all things that a mage could use, including magic stones, pills, various natural treasures. There were many of them, especially a large number of magical weapons, magical treasures, and secret manuals on magical power. Moreover, there was also a sacred weapon among the betrothal gifts. Just the list of gifts alone had caused the people outside to discuss for several days. However, later on, there was insider news that the Campbell family had given the sacred weapon and most of the betrothal gifts to Serena. This was equivalent to saying that the betrothal gifts had gone back to the Nicholas family. The day after Ron had brought Serena back, the entire Campbell family clan boarded the Sacred Mist Ferry and left Winterfrost with the Nicholas family to the Holy Light City. After landing, the entire Campbell family clan moved into the palace which had originally belonged to the Byron family clan. This place already belonged to the Nicholas family. However, now the palace had changed owners again. This palace was also a betrothal gift from the Nicholas family. For the next few days, the two families went into full swing to prepare for Ron and Serena's wedding. When the Nicholas family clan started to send out wedding invitations, the commotion outside became lively again. Many people were trying their best to get an invitation. It was as if one obtained a wedding invitation, he had obtained a key to enter the upper circle. Chapter 293, Congratulations at the Wedding Banquet. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. After half a month, it was Ron and Serena's wedding day. This time, the Nicholas family clan did not keep a low profile at all. They did whatever they could to bring their new bride into the palace in a grand manner. On this day, the Nicholas family palace was filled with all kinds of close friends and acquaintances. People from all over had come to congratulate them. It was not just the local Holy Light City. All the famous powers in the Ferrero region had sent people over. Even the large factions outside Ferrero had taken the initiative to send people over. As such, groups of people, who were either those of noble status, powerful figures, or those who had other thoughts, came. With the belief that everyone who came was a guest and they were here to congratulate them, the Nicholas family received them all. In the end, crowds of people could be faintly seen in the huge palace. The city lord of the Holy Light City, Diaz, had arrived. Prince 7, Quinn, and the 9th princess, Norli, who had been summoned back by the royal family at the last minute, had also returned. They had also delivered generous gifts on behalf of the royal family of the Sebastian kingdom. At the banquet, the new groom, Ron, was toasting and drinking from table to table. Wherever he went, there would be endless congratulations and happy greetings. Many people had come over. Their attitudes were extremely humble, and they were close to flattery. Disregarding the strength and reputation of the Nicholas family, Ron was a level 6 alchemist master, so it was natural for him to be respected and fawned upon by the various large factions. As the guests were drinking and congratulating him, they heard an excited shout. "Esteemed guests from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island have arrived." Upon hearing this, the lively and noisy banquet venue seemed to have the sound cut off. Everyone turned around and looked outside in shock. Ron was also in shock as he looked at the road leading directly to the wedding banquet. 5 figures slowly walked out and stood in front of everyone. Reading on mibosnovel.com please. At the front of the group was a middle-aged woman in a splendid dress. She had a dignified aura around her. The 4 young people behind her each had their own bearing, and they were clearly different from the others. Everyone was dumbfounded. The legendary people had actually appeared. These, members from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. No one present doubted their identities. They were all shocked by their appearance. Even people from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had come. The members of the Nicholas family clan immediately came forward. The poised lady smiled politely. "We have come on the orders of our Grand Master to congratulate the new couple of the Nicholas family." With that said, she looked at Ron and said with a smile, "Disciples of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island wish young Master Ron and Madam a harmonious life. The Grand Master of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island sends her congratulation to the Nicholas family." This Grand Master was presumably the Island Master's personal disciple with the 9 Heavens Goddess sword, Korja. The eyes of everyone who was present flickered as they thought of the Divine Mage Senior who had been extremely protective of the Nicholas family. Norton suppressed the surging waves in his heart and said politely, "Welcome, distinguished guests. Please take a seat." Then, these few magi, whom no one could see nor dared to check their levels, were invited to sit at the wedding table in the center of the banquet. The ones seated at the table closest to them were Quinn and the others. Norli stole a few glances curiously. After the distinguished guests from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had been ushered to the innermost area, they could no longer be seen clearly by those who were seated. Soon, the wedding banquet became lively again. From time to time, everyone would look in a certain direction, indicating that their hearts were still not calm. Many people were whispering to each other, discussing the few of them. Romo's divine sense had also been placed on the wedding banquet. He naturally saw the few disciples of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. To be honest, he was also very surprised. They are under the orders of Korja, right? He had not expected this girl to have become a Grand Master. It seemed that although Korja had left, she was still paying attention to the Nicholas family. He wondered where she had gone after having left this place earlier. The clansmen of the Nicholas family had more or less obtained some information from the old ancestor and knew that Korja was an old friend of the old ancestor. As for the others, their knowledge was extremely limited, and they basically relied on their speculation. Seeing that the disciples of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had actually come over to congratulate the Nicholas family, many of the guests speculated that from today onwards, the reputation of the Nicholas family would probably soar again. After all, previously, it had only been Korja. Now, 5 of them came, there might be more in the future. It seemed that the Nicholas family had really latched onto the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Perhaps because they had realized that the Nicholas family would become even more powerful in the future, many people became even more eager to associate with the Nicholas family. Apart from the short pause in between, Ron and Serena's wedding banquet was very lively. Many of the children nearby, who had kept their eyes wide open, came over curiously. They smiled sweetly after receiving the wedding candies. 2 older children had somehow learned the auspicious words, "Have a child soon," causing the guards to give them more candies. The wedding banquet came to an end well. The guests bade farewell and left one by one. The Nicholas family returned to calm and quiet. At night, in a guest room in the palace, the few distinguished guests from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had agreed to stay for a night in the Nicholas family palace. At this moment, the few disciples of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island with extraordinary auras were gathered and chatting softly. I had heard the rumors outside and thought they were exaggerated. I didn't expect the Nicholas family to have so many great archmagi. Are there many? There are only less than 30, including the retainers. That's already many. Don't compare the situation on our island with that level 7 guardian spirit beast. It doesn't seem to be inferior to many of the sacred beasts on our island. The Nicholas family is really strange. Why are the lowest ranked ones in the family all great magi? Even the children too. Could it be that everyone is also a genius? I don't know about the others, but Ron and Dick are definitely the geniuses among geniuses. How old are they? They will definitely break through to the divine realm in the future, right? The 4 young magi gathered around and commented softly. They were very surprised by what had been revealed by the Nicholas family. In their short interaction, they could all tell that the development potential of this family was indeed astonishing. The 5 of them had originally come out from the island to train. Among the 4, 2 were men and 2 were women. They were all junior disciples who had cultivated and reached the great mage realm. The poised lady leading them was a great archmage named Suya. According to the rules of the island, the disciples who were training had to conceal their identities. The reason why they had exposed themselves this time was entirely because they had followed Korja's instructions to come and congratulate them. The 4 young people continued to discuss for a while. One of the female cultivators turned her head to look at the poised lady who had been quiet all along and asked, "Senior Sister Suya, why does Grandmaster care so much about the Nicholas family?" Chapter 294, The Third Flame. Why does Grandmaster care about the Nicholas family clan? Suya, who had been lowering her head to think about something else, regained her senses and said, "I don't know the reason either. Perhaps Grandmaster is really old friends with the ancestor of the Nicholas family clan." Currently, this was the speculation generally believed by the outside world. As for the real reason, not many people on the Divine Mountain Immortal Island knew. Suya was only one of the newly promoted disciples, so she naturally would not know the truth. A male cultivator asked expectantly, "After we leave the Nicholas family tomorrow, are we still going to the Lost Spirit Sea to look for Grandmaster?" The other disciples also had the same expression. They were all filled with admiration and anticipation. Suya glanced at them and said sternly, "Don't think too much. We're here to train. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Even if we reach the Lost Spirit Sea, your strength will only allow you to walk a few steps at the periphery. It's naturally impossible for you to see our Grandmaster." Upon hearing this, the person who had asked the question looked a little awkward. He said softly, "We can wait for Grandmaster at the periphery." Another person could not hold back his doubts and asked, "Senior Sister Suya, do you know why Grandmaster has gone to the Lost Spirit Sea?" "I don't know." Suya shook her head and reminded them, "The matter of Grandmaster is not something you and I can know casually. You guys should focus more on your cultivation. When you're done with the training, you'll be returning to the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Unless you can advance to the Great Archmage realm, otherwise you won't have the chance to leave the island again. Kozia has gone to the Lost Spirit Sea." At this time, Romo, who was in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family eavesdropping on the conversation of the 5 people, was surprised. "Why has she gone there?" Romo became a little uneasy. The Lost Spirit Sea was one of the few dangerous places in the magical world. Reading on miboxnovel.com please. Its treacherous reputation was comparable to the Dark Night Canyon. The Lost Spirit Sea was located in a large area of the sea to the south of the magic continent. It was slightly to the east and was extremely vast. Even the outermost periphery near the shore was exceptionally dangerous. If an ordinary mage were to go a little close, he would fall into a desperate situation and lose his life. One must at least be a great mage to dare to enter the outermost periphery of the sea. However, if one were to take a few more steps inner, even a top great mage would not be able to escape death. Romo knew better than anyone else about the extraordinary dangers of the Lost Spirit Sea. Firstly, he had been there personally, and secondly, he had almost died in the Lost Spirit Sea. Even though he had been lucky enough to survive in the end, he had still lost her forever. Back then, Romo and his wife were both top-notch great magi. In order to find the opportunity to break through and obtain secret treasures, they had entered the Lost Spirit Sea, and an accident happened. His wife had died just like that in the Lost Spirit Sea, and even her corpse had been left there. Such an encounter had caused Romo to break down back then. If it had not been for their children, he might have died with his wife. After that, because he had suffered such a tribulation, Romo could not bear to see anything related to his wife even though he had temporarily buried the pain in his heart. He dared not even put his wife's tablet at home. After that, when he was breaking through to the realm of the great mage, he was stirred by the inner demon and almost became possessed. He managed barely to become a great archmage. Romo had sealed everything related to his wife in the depths of his memory and dared not touch it. It was only when he heard these few people mention the Lost Spirit Sea and suddenly learned that Korja had actually gone there that his memories surged up. As he was thinking, he was also worried. Romo knew very well how dangerous the Lost Spirit Sea was, so he could not help but worry. However, he quickly remembered that at that time, he was only a top great mage, but now, Korja was a divine mage. Thinking of this, the uneasiness in his heart reduced a little. However, why has Korja gone to the Lost Spirit Sea? Could it be that the Divine Mountain Immortal Island? After all, the Divine Mountain Immortal Island was located in the South Sea region, just that it was more to the west. There had always been rumors in the outside world that the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had studied the Lost Spirit Sea for a long time and was very familiar with it. The night passed quickly, and it was the next day. With the departure of the few distinguished guests from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, the entire Nicholas family returned to their usual routine. On this day and a few days later, as everyone had expected, the Nicholas family became hotly discussed again by the outside world, especially the topic about the disciples of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island turning up to congratulate them. Many people speculated about the relationship between the Nicholas family and the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. Several days passed in a flash. One afternoon, as Romo was cultivating his magical power, he heard the familiar system notifications. Ding! Family Clan's reputation has increased. It has become famous throughout the world. You have received a reputation gift bag. The reputation level of the Nicholas family clan had increased again. Romo was a little happy. He was quietly relieved by the effectiveness of his clansmen's management during this period of time. Their reputation had indeed increased rapidly. In fact, it had also been because of Korja. Otherwise, it would not have been so fast. Romo brought out the system interface and opened the reputation gift bag which he had just obtained. Command confirmation. One reputation gift bag has been used. It has been successfully used. Received the following rewards. Family Clan Luck Free Distribution Points x 300. 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans x 10, Realm Breakthrough Protection Talismans x 10, Enlightenment Talisman x 1, and Talent Strengthening Talismans x 5. Family Clan Protective Formation Enhancement Talisman x 1, Recruitment Talisman x 1, 10-fold Retainer Cultivation Speed Talismans x 20, Dream Appearing Talismans x 20, and a high-grade surprise gift bag. After a series of system notifications, Romo received many rewards. Apart from the usual ones, 2 of them surprised him. Command confirmation. Used a family clan protective formation enhancement talisman, successfully used. The basic points for the defense of the family clan's protective formation have increased. The loyalty attribute of the family clan has increased. Family clan loyalty enhancement, the loyalty of the family clan's guardian spirit beast and the retainers has increased by 50%. The magic protective formation of the Nicholas family had been strengthened again, and it had obtained another attribute enhancement effect. The new attribute was targeted at the family clan's guardian spirit beast and the retainers. Although this new attribute could not directly increase the strength of the clansman, the effect was quite practical. Command confirmation. One high-grade surprise gift bag has been used. It has been successfully used. Received strange sacred flame soul devouring nether flame. Soul devouring nether flame, the target is a ghostly cultivator. It can devour the soul directly and the energy obtained can increase the power of the strange sacred flame. When he heard the term strange sacred flame, Romo was overjoyed. It was the third cluster of strange sacred flame. When he heard the word ghostly cultivator, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. This high-grade surprise gift bag was worthy of its name. Unfortunately, this new cluster of strange sacred flame was exclusively for ghostly cultivators and could not be used by descendants. Although it was considered a trump card, he did not usually make a move. The value of the third cluster of strange sacred flame could not be displayed for a while. He put the strange sacred flame aside for now. Chapter 295, Incubation Time. Apart from the family clan protective formation enhancement talisman and the surprise gift bag, the enlightenment talisman was also quite good. The clansmen had received another increase in their comprehension. This time, he had also obtained a recruitment talisman. Romo used it directly. It was just nice to complement the new increase in loyalty. The more retainers, the stronger they were, the better. The Nicholas family had many retainers now, and they had all been assigned many tasks. After the trivial matters of the family had been assigned, the clansmen would have more time to devote to the cultivation of magical power. In fact, even without the increase in the loyalty attribute, no retainers in the family clan could bear to leave. The Nicholas family had a deep heritage, and the things that would flow into their hands would also be precious. Just the rumored tenfold cultivation speed alone was enough to make people fight crazily over it. There were also the rewards, which included magical power secret manuals, magical pills, and so on. As long as one performed his job well, he would have a chance to obtain them. The benefits of being a retainer of the Nicholas family had made many people exclaim how lucky they were. After having participated in the family's affairs, their sense of identity had soared, and their loyalty had naturally increased. Romo still had many tools that could be used on the retainers, but he had not used many of them. So far, he had only given Harris and Leonard a 10-fold cultivation speed talisman each, and also a 100-fold cultivation speed talisman to the old servant, Karaman. Of course, the nurturing of the clansmen had not fallen behind. Except for those who had returned with quota and were punished, the other descendants had an additional 10-fold cultivation speed increase all this while. As for the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman, it would depend on the situation. Among the clansmen was naturally Ron's wife, Serena. Ever since Serena appeared in the genealogy of the ancestral protection system, she had been able to enjoy the benefits of the Nicholas family. Romo had also upgraded her talent for magical power cultivation to that of a genius. In addition, he had also used the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. In addition, Ron had already imparted the Shen Luo all-encompassing technique to his wife and instructed her to cultivate magical power in the Forbidden Ground. Reading on Mibo XNOVL. Come please. In the past few days, Serena, who had been cultivating magical power at an exceptionally fast speed, finally understood why the level breakthroughs of the Nicholas family members were so astonishing. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, another monthly gift bag had appeared for the ancestral worship by the entire clan, but nothing good was obtained. There was something else that made the entire Nicholas family happy. There had been another addition to the Nicholas family. She was the newborn daughter of Yael and his wife, and her name was Shesha. Due to the luck of the family clan, none of the descendants of the family had poor luck or talent. The promise in the level 4 family luck gift bag had not been fulfilled. It had been almost a year. Within the time limit, there might be 2 descendants born into the family, and the time of birth should be soon. When the time arrived, the Nicholas family would have another descendant of Destiny's luck. Life was peaceful as usual. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. That afternoon, in the back garden of the Nicholas family. "Hey, how long do you think it will take to come out? I heard that the incubation period for a spirit beast egg is very long." "How long is it?" "I don't know. The chicken egg is hatched by the mother hen. Why don't we ask the mother peacock to crush the egg?" "Idiot! How can you use the chicken egg hatching method on the spirit beast egg?" Lily, Devon, and the other children looked at the quietly lying 5-color spirit beast egg in disgust. Lily was also holding the hand of Anthony, who was circling her. The toddler's smile was very sweet. As usual, the maid, Hava, stood at the side with Formic in her arms. 2 more maids had come today, and they were each holding a baby in their arms. They were Arka and Shesha. So many children, babies, and maids had come to bask in the sun, and there was even a spirit beast egg. Lily and the others had long been eyeing the spirit beast egg. They basically studied it for some time every day. Now, they could not help but discuss the egg again. It had been almost a year since the 5-color peacock came to the Nicholas family. For such a long time, the spirit beast egg had not hatched, but it was probably almost time. Back then, when Romo had successfully subdued the 5-color peacock, the incubation time for this spirit beast egg was decades. Later on, when Romo obtained the guardian spirit beast nurture talisman, he used it all on the 5-color peacock's spirit beast egg. Not only did it increase the bloodline talent of the spirit beast, it also catalyzed the incubation speed of the spirit beast egg. At this moment, the 5-color peacock's spirit beast egg, which had been surrounded by a group of children, only needed 10 years to hatch. If there were more nurturing talismans, the incubation time could be further shortened. The maid, Hava, was holding Formic and laughing at the children's jokes. She suddenly sensed a movement in her arms, and the little child, who had been sleeping quietly, woke up. Formic stayed in the maid's arms, stretching his arms and legs, and also poked his head out to look. Hawa was stunned for a moment. She looked up in the direction of the gaze of the child in her arms and saw a beautiful figure coming from afar. It was the 9th princess, Norli. "Good day, Your Highness." "Sister Norli." Seeing Norli walking over, Hava, Lily, and the others smiled and greeted her. "Well, there's no need for formalities. Good girl, Lily." Norli also smiled in response to everyone. She stood beside Hava and smiled at Formic. "Come, let me carry you." After she had carried Formic firmly, she looked curiously at the small group of children beside her. "What are you guys playing with?" Lily pointed at the spirit beast egg with a vexed expression. "We're studying this spirit beast egg, guessing how long it will take to come out." "How would you be able to guess?" Norli laughed. Looking at the group of children who were huddled together studying the spirit beast egg, she could not help but feel a little envious. The royal family naturally also had guardian spirit beasts, but they were all level 5 and level 6. Usually, they were taken care of by professionals. She managed to see one when she was a child. She was so frightened that she could not speak, and it almost became a childhood trauma. The spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan was different. Even if Lily and the others wanted to touch the spirit beast egg, the 5-color peacock would not be angry. "Sister Norli, have you come to look for Brother Dick?" Lily looked up and asked innocently. Now, even she in the family knew. Every time Sister Norli came over, she would talk to Brother Dick. "No. Norlie looked embarrassed. I'm here to see Formic. With that said, she placed the little toddler in her arms on the lawn, held Formic's little hand, and walked with him to Anthony's side. Anthony saw Formic and leaned toward him, babbling. However, Formic walked toward Norlie with a serious expression. The latter smiled and slowly retreated, teasing him to walk more. Seeing this scene, Lily and the other children all giggled. Hava and the other maids also smiled. This quiet little child, who usually slept, would only move a little when Norlie was around. Usually, even if he was sitting on the ground, he would not be bothered to stretch his legs. Formic was now 2 years old. He looked about the same age as Anthony, who was about a year plus, mainly because of those poisons. Chapter 296, Birth of the Heaven's Will, Opening a Surprise. As Norlie was playing with the children, she suddenly heard Lily shout, "Brother Ron!" She looked up into the distance and saw Ron walking over. Norlie stood up from among the children and waved. "Ron!" Ron nodded gently and smiled. "Good day, Your Highness." "What a coincidence! I wanted to go over and thank you." Norlie smiled sincerely. "The pills you refined previously have been very effective. My mother is much better." "Ron, thank you for helping me refine the medicine." A few days ago, Norlie had been suddenly summoned back by her family. When she returned to the capital, she found out that her mother had made a mistake during her cultivation and injured herself. Later, when Ron and Serena got married, she had returned to attend the wedding and congratulate Ron on behalf of the royal family with Quinn. Then, she had looked for Ron privately and asked him to help refine a type of medicine. It was a type of grade 6 sacred healing medicine which was extremely difficult to refine successfully. Even the royal alchemist had failed repeatedly. Later on, the siblings asked Ron for help. Ron agreed right away, and not long after, he finished refining the pills. The sacred healing pills were urgently sent to the palace. It was not until today when Norlie received the news that she was relieved, so she came here to thank Ron. Ron nodded gently and smiled. "It was great that I could be of help. You don't have to thank me specially." "No, I've already thought of how to thank you." Norlie looked serious. "My mother is holding a birthday banquet in the palace in a month. Can I invite you to the banquet?" Ron was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and accepted the invitation. "All right, I'll be there." Upon hearing that Ron had agreed to attend, Norlie's eyes curved into crescents. She was very happy. "Great! I'll go and talk to Dick later. It's best if we go together." "Where are you all going?" Lily moved closer to the two of them. "I want to go and play too." "Haha, how could I forget you?" Norlie smiled and touched her hair. "Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll all go to the palace together. I'll bring you around to play." "All right. I heard that the palace is especially big and beautiful." Lily was very happy. "It must be fun." Norlie took her hand and asked, "Where has Dick gone? Why haven't I seen him?" "He's refining weapons in the quiet room. He'll probably take a while to come out." Under normal circumstances, it would be in the forbidden ground that Ron refined medicine and Dick refined weapons because the success rates for refining medicine and weapons were higher inside. "All right," Norlie nodded, a little disappointed. At this moment, Ron, who was beside her, suddenly turned around and looked in a certain direction of the house with a happy expression. In the direction he was looking, there was already some commotion in a courtyard in the family. When Ron, Norlie, and the others arrived outside the courtyard, they saw that many people had already gathered outside the courtyard, their faces full of joy as they chatted softly. "This is great! There'll be another new addition to the family. Malade's wife gave birth to a pair of twins previously. This birth should be very fast. Malade, have you two thought of the names yet?" Yael teased him with a smile. "Do you want me to give you some advice?" In the chatter and laughter, everyone present learnt the name of the newborn. If it was a girl, she would be called Fura. If it was a boy, he would be called Durga. An hour later, with the sound of a cry, another special phenomenon appeared in the sky. While everyone was surprised and happy, they all knew the name of this newborn Durga. Moreover, this child was the third new member in the Nicholas family with Destiny's luck. Ding! New addition to the family clan. The reward from the level 4 family clan luck gift bag has been fulfilled. The family clan has a new descendant with Destiny's luck. The family clan's luck has increased. In the ancestral hall, Romo, who had heard the system notifications, was very happy. He had finally arrived after much waiting. The third son of Destiny with great luck had appeared. Ding! Family clan luck has successfully increased to level 5. Received a level 5 family clan luck gift bag. The system notification on the upgrade of the family clan's luck sounded. Ron was pleasantly surprised again. The family clan's luck level had increased again. He did not open the family clan luck gift bag directly. He opened the system interface and checked the information on the new addition to the family in the genealogy. Name, Durga Nicholas. Gender, male. Age, 0 years old. Identity, 17th generation descendant of the Nicholas family clan. Magical power level, none. Overall talent, genius, details. Personal luck, son of destiny. Life experience, details. Romo raised his eyebrows. The rankings for luck level and comprehensive talent were respectively Destiny's luck and genius aptitude. He clicked on the details in surprise and became speechless. Just like Arka previously, whose greatest talent was for a career as an official, this newborn's greatest talent was not in the cultivation of magical power, but he had the aptitude of a commander. After being speechless, Romo did not hesitate anymore. No matter what talents he had, he could use various tools to improve his magical power talent. Then, it was time for the level 5 family clan luck gift bag. With a thought, he opened the gift bag. Command confirmation. To use a level 5 family clan luck gift bag, successfully used. Received self-selection rewards, to choose 4 out of 7 rewards. 1. 1. 1. Previously, he had chosen 3 out of 5 rewards for the level 4 family luck gift bag. Now, he was to choose 4 out of 7 rewards for the level 5 gift bag. The higher the level of the family luck, the more rewards one could choose from, and the more rewards one could obtain. After some thought, Romo chose the first, second, fourth, and sixth rewards. 1. The free distribution points were all added to the luck for magical power cultivation. The fourth reward was the same. 2. Luck strengthening talisman. The designated target is Ron. Upon use, the luck level will increase from superior to excellent. Then, there was the 6th reward of a high-grade surprise treasure chest. He wondered if he could obtain a good item this time. With anticipation, Romo reached out and opened the treasure chest. Command confirmation. Used a high-grade surprise treasure chest. Successfully used. Received a time-limited inviolable soul body. Inviolable soul body time-limited edition, Spirit of Sacred Body Shell. The resident spirit can temporarily appear in the world for 100 days. Body shell. Appearing in the world. 100 days. After being stunned for a moment, Romo laughed out loud. Good. Good. He had waited a long time for this body. It finally arrived today. Romo's current magical power level was that of a top divine mage. A divine soul like him who did not have a body to reside in, would usually choose to rebuild his physical body or use other methods to possess one to be reborn into the world. However, Romo, who was the system's host, could not use these methods to be reborn. Not to mention being reborn, he could not even take half a step out of the clan territory, nor could he appear normally in front of his descendants. This was also the only flaw of the ancestral protection system. Ever since he had used the temporary body and appeared in the world temporarily, Romo had been wanting to obtain another body shell, but he had not been able to get one from the high-grade surprise treasure chest. Today, his wish had finally been fulfilled. He had gotten a temporary body. Chapter 297, Freedom of the Temporary Body. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Moreover, looking at the more detailed introduction, Romo was certain that this body was even more powerful than the previous one. The inviolable soul body. This was a spirit sacred body shell that had never been heard of before. Furthermore, it was a spirit body, equivalent to the soul condensing into a physical body. If an ordinary spirit increased its level through cultivation to the divine realm, it would be able to get rid of part of its spirit body and start to condense its physical body. The condensed soul body would be nothing special except that it could appear in front of people and be touched. It was almost like a piece of white paper. The body condensed by the spirit was equivalent to a spirit body with a high concentration of energy. On the other hand, the inviolable soul body belonged to a special constitution. The special point was that it was inviolable. For those whose constitution was inviolable, no matter how seriously injured they would eventually be able to recover to their original state before the injury. They were almost immortal. However, there was a limit to this body. If it was severely injured, it would take a long time to recover. Romo had finally gotten this temporary body, so he immediately used it. In the sky above the Nicholas family, a figure had been standing there for an unknown period. This person looked to be a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was dressed in a dark blue robe, and his long hair had been tied back with a blue band. His brows were deep, and he looked very dignified. Romo spread out his divine sense and looked around. He was quite satisfied. It was different from the special constitution he had used previously. This inviolable soul body was not considered a physical body, but it did not feel different. Of course, Romo did not care much. All he could think of now was I'm free. It is awesome. Nothing had happened in the family recently, so he did not go down to meet the descendants. After staying for a while, Romo took a step into the void to the south and disappeared. Many of the great archmagi in the Holy Light City had not noticed that a person had appeared and then disappeared. Only the five-color peacock of the Nicholas family clan tilted its head in puzzlement. It did not sense anything amiss, so it quickly returned to the cloud sea perch. After using the temporary body rewarded by the system to be reborn, Romo was still able to control his family clan at any time even if he were to leave the family clan territory. He had divided out a trace of his thoughts in the ancestral hall tablet, and he would be able to understand the latest situation of the family clan at any time. Whether it was using the family clan's protective formation or the system tools, it was similar to staying in the family clan territory. Since he did not have to worry too much about the descendants of the family clan, he naturally had to enjoy this rare free time. Of course, if he could get something useful for the family along the way, he would not let slip the chance. In the previous time-limited rebirth, Romo had gone to the Calamity Mountain Range. Now that he had 100 days of freedom, his target location was the Lost Spirit Sea, which was further away, more treacherous, and of great significance. The Lost Spirit Sea was the place where his wife was buried. He had to go and take another look. Moreover, the few disciples from the Divine Mountain Immortal Island had said that Korja had already gone to the Lost Spirit Sea. He had to try to find her on this trip and see if she was fine. As for whether he should meet Korja or acknowledge his old friend, that would depend on the actual situation. As an extremely dangerous place on the magic continent that was on par with the Dark Night Canyon, the Lost Spirit Sea and the Dark Night Canyon had something in common: they both had a special effect on souls. The difference between the two was that the Dark Night Canyon had a positive effect on the survival of a spirit, while the Lost Spirit Sea had a negative effect on a spirit. It could be said to be the last place ghostly cultivators would want to get close to. The strange black fog in the Dark Night Canyon would restrain the strength of a living person. The The surface of the Lost Spirit Sea was covered in white fog all year round, and it could cause one's soul to be lost. Those who entered the Lost Spirit Sea would have their souls continuously weakened. If one was weak, one would be lucky enough to run out as an idiot. Those who were seriously injured would basically have their souls scattered on the spot. There was basically no way for a ghostly cultivator with only a soul to survive here, so basically, no ghostly cultivator went to the Lost Spirit Sea. Those who were reckless and weak had already died. The ghostly cultivators did not want to die. As for Romo daring to come to the Lost Spirit Sea, there were two reasons. Firstly, he was already a top divine mage, and secondly, his current physical body was almost invincible, so there was no need to be afraid of the Lost Spirit Sea. There was also a magical cultivation empire between the Lost Spirit Sea and the Sebastian Kingdom. If he were to travel in an ordinary manner, even if he did not change his mode of transport and stayed in the extremely fast-flying ferry, it would take at least a month to get from the Ferrero region to the Lost Spirit Sea. This distance, which was too far for others, was only a few days' journey for Romo, a top divine mage. On a certain shore closest to the Lost Spirit Sea, there was a small city that cultivated magical power. The name of the city was Lost Spirit City. This was the closest place to the Lost Spirit Sea for one to rest usually. Many explorers were gathered in the city. Some had gone to the Lost Spirit Sea to explore, and some had returned from exploring the sea. Romo had also been one of those who came to explore. Back then, 2 people had come, and 1 had left. Now, he was back here again alone. As far as the eye could see, there were still so many people. Apart from the unfamiliar figures, nothing seemed to have changed. 600 years was enough to wash away many people and traces. This city was both familiar and alien. The large stretch of area, which included the Lost Spirit City, was enshrouded in fog and dark clouds all year round. There was also a trace of saltiness in the air from the sea, and the cold water vapor penetrated one's bones. Even the magic formation protecting the city could not dispel the cold and damp energy of the world. Similar to the counties on the northern border of the Sebastian Kingdom, from time to time, the Lost Spirit City would be attacked by sea beasts that would crawl out from the sea. However, the defense attribute of the magical protective formation of the Lost Spirit City was very powerful. It was able to completely block the sea beasts that would attack the city. To the people of Lost Spirit City, the attack activity of the large number of sea beasts was an endless source of resources for them. A large number of magi had obtained many benefits from the sea beasts' attacks on the city. This Lost Spirit City did not belong to any particular country. It had been built by a large family clan with a deep heritage and strong magical power cultivation. It had been controlled for thousands of years. After passing through various streets of varying sizes, Romo came to a building that was glowing with a sinister light. As soon as he stepped in, dozens of divine senses and magical powers immediately probed in his direction. Most of them had cold gazes and malicious intentions, as if they would only stop after biting off large chunks of flesh. Romo's expression was calm. He did not even look at these hyenas. He did not seem to have done anything, but the auras that had been sizing him up suddenly shrank back in fear. Cries of pain could be heard from various places, even from the corners. Chapter 298, Killed Someone with Ignorance. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. In the spacious hall in front of Romo, many people were seated on various sofas, cubicles, and chairs of varying heights. Perhaps sensing that the newcomer was not someone to be trifled with, many people retracted their initially unconcealed gazes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with reverence and surprise. Romo ignored the different kinds of expressions and walked on. This place was different from other places. Those who dared to barge into Lost Spirit City were basically all here to risk their lives. They had earned a lot, and they were even more ruthless when they killed. In order not to be besieged and attacked by malicious intent in the future, one had to be ruthless, otherwise, he would only be eaten up. Back then, when Romo and his wife had come to this restaurant for the first time to gather information, they almost fell into a trap. Deceit, sneak attacks, and ambushes were endless. They had treated them like they were soft persimmons. It was only when they were leaving the city that they stopped after a few blood sacrifices. More than 600 years had passed, but this huge restaurant was still the largest intelligence building in the Lost Spirit City. At the same time, it was also the favorite place for those who risked their lives to buy alcohol. Romo walked to the bar and sat down on a bar stool on the side which was empty. A waiter walked over in small steps and braced himself to ask, "My lord, what would you like to order?" "Give me a glass of sea wine." Back then, Romo and his wife had ordered this kind of wine. It was said to have been brewed from a type of sea delicacy from the Lost Spirit Sea. It seemed to have been passed down thousands of years. This sea wine sounds quite good. Can it really nourish one's complexion? "Romo, do you want to order a glass to try?" "What kind of wine is this? It tastes terrible." "I don't want it." "Romo, try it. You might find it delicious." "I've already finished mine." "Come, be direct. Empty the glass." Romo was in a daze for a moment. He seemed to hear her voice. In the next moment, he regained his senses and glanced at a corner on the right. A terrifying and powerful aura flashed past his body. "Ah!" A scream suddenly sounded, and then it stopped. A cubicle upstairs was in chaos. The people in the hall downstairs were so shocked that they were speechless. In that instant, the turbulent aura clearly showed that the person upstairs was a level 7 great archmage. In the end, it disappeared in just an instant. Only a divine mage could do this. The mage, who was originally a few steps away from Romo, broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to stay away from this person, but he was afraid of being noticed and killed with a glance. At this moment, the waiter, who was halfway through serving the wine, was suddenly hit by the powerful killing intent. He staggered and lost his balance. He swayed and was about to fall to the ground. The wine rippling in the air was retracted. The waiter, who almost fell, swayed and regained his balance. Romo made a casual grab in the air, and the glass of sea wine was firmly held in his hand. He put it down casually and glanced at the frightened people around him. "Give me the most accurate information." His faint voice fell in the hall, causing silence. The people sitting not far from Romo looked at each other. They were all timid and hesitant. In the silence, apart from being surprised, many people were also curious. Who is this unknown divine mage lord? And why has he come? In the silence, most people did not dare to look directly at the divine mage lord. As they looked around, all their gazes gathered to a corner. There was a person who was already sitting there. When he realized that everyone was looking over, he grabbed the edge of his hat and pulled it down. But in the next moment, he suddenly discovered that the Lord had also cast his gaze over. He was so frightened that he suddenly jumped up from his seat. Under everyone's gaze, he moved step by step in the direction of the divine mage lord. No matter how reluctant he was to go over, he had to move over. He did not even dare to move too slowly, afraid that he would tire the Lord from waiting. Moving to Romo's front, the level 3 great archmage, who was about 60, bowed to Romo in fear and trepidation. "My lord." "Sit down and talk," Romo said calmly. Then, he picked up his wine glass and took a sip. As expected, it still tasted awful. However, he had already drunk some. He would finish the wine. The thin old man's scalp went numb as he sat on the stool. He did not dare to look at Romo. His palms were covered in sweat. Romo did not waste his breath and went straight to the point. "In the past 2 months, has any divine mage come to the Lost Spirit Sea?" When he was asking questions, there was already an invisible barrier between the two of them and the people around them. He did not have to worry about the information being leaked. The old man's eyes darted around as if he was thinking. He replied respectfully, in the past 2 months, 5 divine magi have appeared in the Lost Spirit Sea. Romo stopped drinking and was a little surprised. There had actually been 5? From the information he had seen in the past, under normal circumstances, in a year, there might not even be a single one coming to the Lost Spirit Sea. As the old man continued, Romo understood the reason. It turned out that in the past half a month, something abnormal had happened in the Lost Spirit Sea which attracted many divine magi. It was said that even the city lord of Lost Spirit City had gone in. The city lord of Lost Spirit City had not made any moves for more than 100 years. This time, he had actually gone there personally. Many people in the city were guessing that the change in the Lost Spirit Sea was not simple. Perhaps a precious treasure had appeared, or something else. The old man finished speaking quickly. Romo frowned. Among the 5 of them, there was no indication that Corsia had come. He wondered if she had come for the abnormal activity in the Lost Spirit Sea. Romo looked at the profusely sweating old man beside him and asked, "Do you have any news about the mage of the Divine Mountain Immortal Island?" The old man shook his head in fear. "I don't know. I have nothing else to ask." Romo casually threw a storage ring to the other party and said, "Leave." On the way from Ferrero to Lost City, there were many dangerous places, so he had picked up some items. After the lean old man had received the storage ring, he subconsciously used the magical power of a level 3 great archmage to probe inside. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he took his leave in surprise. "Thank you for the gift, Lord. I'll leave now." "Wait." Romo stopped the person who was already turning around and asked, "Who was the person who died upstairs just now?" A level 7 great archmage should not be a nobody in the Lost Spirit City. The expression of the level 3 great archmage, who was holding the storage ring, froze. He stammered, he was the son of the Deputy City Lord of Lost Spirit City. The son of the Deputy City Lord of Lost Spirit City? Romo was a little surprised. No wonder those people were panicking so much. Of course, this was only an accident. He did not take it to heart. Even if he had known his identity in advance, he would still kill him. When he first entered the intelligence building to find out news, many people had wanted to get something from him, so they used their divine senses to scan him. As he was still calm at that time, he only released a little of his might as a small punishment. In the end, even though he had already sat down and ordered some wine, there was still an ignorant person who used his mental power to probe. Chapter 299, The Old Man is Coming Over? He is Courting Death. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. It was one thing for the other party to probe with his mind, but he had actually chosen a moment when he was grieving over his wife, a rare moment of distraction. If the person sitting here today was a top great archmage, he would have long been controlled by this person. It was only because Romo's realm was high enough, otherwise, he would have been affected. This person had offended him several times, and he had even touched his sore spot, his late wife. Since the other party was courting death, Romo did not mind sending him along. Therefore, he simply used the same invisible and silent mental magical power to kill him, destroying his body and soul. Now, he had learned from others that this ignorant person was actually the son of the Deputy City Lord. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He was probably someone whom everyone hated. It did not matter if he was killed. Buzz. A majestic and powerful magical power swept past. Everyone in the Lost Spirit City could sense that the energy on the ground had been swept into the air and was rolling crazily. A terrifying murderous aura like from an abyss erupted violently from the center of the Lost Spirit City. A murderous intent soared into the sky and wrapped tightly around the entire Lost Spirit City, and a furious roar reverberated throughout the world. "How dare you kill my son? Get out here and die!" In the intelligence building, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were in extreme panic. The people around Romo kept retreating, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Romo's expression was calm. He placed a few magic stones on the table, put away the sea wine, and left the intelligence building. He took a step into the void and appeared again in mid-air. Above Romo's head was a transparent energy shield that had enveloped the entire Lost Spirit City. This Deputy City Lord had actually activated the magic formation protecting Lost Spirit City. This magic protective formation was not the defensive model used by the city when being attacked by ordinary sea beasts. Instead, it was a magic formation mode that blocked both within and without. Romo looked up in the direction ahead and saw that not far away, in the sky above the city lord residence of the Lost Spirit City, a white-haired old man in a purple magic robe was staring fixedly at him. The killing intent in his eyes was overflowing, and he could not wait to chop him to death on the spot. This purple-robed old man was the Deputy City Lord of Lost Spirit City, a level 3 Divine Mage Cam. Cam stared at Romo coldly and asked angrily, "How dare you kill my son? Why did you kill him?" Romo replied coldly and calmly, "He deserved to die. He was still a kid." Cam was furious. "Even if he had done something wrong, you could have just punished him a little. There's no need for this. In this Lost Spirit City, not many people knew why they died. Your son was responsible for many of these cases, right? In the end, you, a Deputy City Lord, still want to get to the bottom of this? How laughable!" After the mockery, Romo regained his calm. "I had already warned him. He was the one who courted death." "Courting death? Ha ha ha!" Kim laughed crazily. "How dare you say that my son was courting death? You die!" With a furious roar, waves of magical power erupted from his body, pressing down on the sky until it became much darker. Dark clouds surged, thunder rolled, and lightning flashed. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck down from the sky, instantly interweaving to form a net of lightning arcs that charged at Romo. "Ha! You're courting death." Romo's gaze was calm as he waved his right hand casually. In an instant, a powerful and boundless energy suddenly exploded. It turned into countless specks of light in the sky, and thousands of thick lightning bolts instantly shot out from the specks of light. Then, they split into countless lightning snakes and shot fiercely at Cam. Invisible divine power radiated out and trapped him within. An irresistible thought broke through his mind. A top divine mage. Cam's face, which had been twisted with rage originally, suddenly shrunk into a ball. He shouted in horror, "Wait! Ah!" Bang! There was the sound of a ball exploding. The words he could not spit out exploded together with his body, turning into a calm ball of blood-colored mist. A storage ring flew out from the blood mist. Romo put it away and turned around to step in the direction of the Lost Spirit Sea. His figure disappeared. Along with his disappearance, the magic protective formation of the Lost Spirit City also vanished. This battle, no, it should be said that it was a one-sided slaughter, came and went quickly. Before most of the people in Lost Spirit City could figure out who it was, the energy turbulence in the air stopped. As for a few magi who had witnessed the entire process, they were so terrified that they could not speak. Romo did not pay attention to what happened thereafter in the Lost Spirit City. To him, these were just two people who had come to court death before him. It was not worth spending more effort on them. The vanishing figure from the Lost Spirit City flew rapidly in the air. After leaving the coast, it flew into the boundless sea. The South Sea area was extremely vast. In such an enormous sea, there were some islands that were as dense as stars. Among these countless islands of varying sizes were ominous islands which had a murderous intent every 5 steps. There were also myriad spirit islands that had an extremely high concentration of energy and nurtured countless natural treasures. Many of the myriad spirit islands had been occupied by powerful factions. The most famous among them was the Divine Mountain Immortal Island. The islands were irregularly scattered in the South Sea. There were countless factions on them, and the number of solo magi inside was difficult to count. Unlike the peace and stability on land, the unspoken rules here were more brutal and chaotic. They basically followed the rules of natural selection and the survival of the strong. The number of magi who died in fights every day was uncountable. Even though those who came did not return, no matter how many died, there would still be countless magi coming one after another. All this was for either treasures or opportunities. In particular, the Lost Spirit Sea in the South Sea region was extremely dangerous. However, there were more secret treasures and magical opportunities inside, causing countless magi to scramble here to take the risk. Romo and his wife had initially come to break through a realm bottleneck. The two of them had come to the Lost Spirit Sea to seek a special treasure that could refine medicine. The current descendants of the Nicholas family clan had a smooth cultivation journey and basically did not encounter any bottlenecks in their realm. In order to stabilize their realm, they would even specially suppress their magical power level. Their first old ancestor was only a top great mage who had risked his life to break through to become a great archmage. About a few hundred kilometers away from the coast, Romo had entered a grayish-white sea with a faint blue hue. The place enveloped by the Lost Spirit mist was the Lost Spirit Sea. This sea fog was like the strange black fog in the dark night canyon. Everyone only knew its appearance but not how it had formed. Legend had it that it had been formed after a primordial calamity. From ancient times until now, no one knew what was going on in the deepest depths of the Lost Spirit Sea. It was rumored that a heavenly divine mage had entered this Lost Spirit Sea area and never returned. The deepest part of the Lost Spirit Sea was still a place where divine magi could not easily step into. Even though the Divine Mountain Immortal Island, one of the two strongest factions on the Magic Continent, had studied the Lost Spirit Sea for more than 100,000 years, they still knew very little about it. This was what outsiders knew. As for whether they had discovered anything, only the most powerful few on Divine Mountain Immortal Island knew. Chapter 300, Search for Medicine Under the Sea. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Half a day later, Romo landed somewhere in the outer periphery of the Lost Spirit Sea. Back then, it had taken him 10 days just to get from Lost Spirit City to this area. He had even taken a flying ferry with a fixed route. Romo stood on the surface of the sea and looked blankly at the clear sea in front of him. In the grayish clouds mixed with ethereal wisps, he seemed to have seen the two figures. Both of them were smiling, and from time to time, they would dive into the sea, wanting to collect the bright spots of stardust that had risen from the bottom of the sea. Quick! Romo! There's one behind you. Ah! It has disappeared again. It's below, it is below. Quick, quick! Ah! It has been eaten. How infuriating! Romo, let's catch it and eat it. Ah! I've caught the spot of stardust. Look! Those memories had clearly been deliberately forgotten in his mind for many years, but at this moment, everything seemed to have reappeared in front of him, ringing in his ears. Romo looked at the empty sea and stood there in a daze for a day. It was not until a faint commotion could be heard not far behind him that he regained his senses. His vision was already in a blur. Romo brushed his hand across his face. All traces vanished. The flying ferry, which had once carried him and his wife over, slowly stopped on the calm sea. Before the flying ferry could come to a stop, many figures flew down from it. They were like a group of swallows, flying lightly across the water and spreading out. Most of the figures were great magi, the lowest was level 7. There were also many top great magi. They should be exploring and searching for a breakthrough. These various teams, which were separated far from each other, had another special characteristic. Almost all the teams were a two-man team consisting of a man and a woman. The reason for such a special situation was because of a special material here which could be used to refine pills. It could be used to refine a special medicine that could help a top great mage break through and become a great archmage. The precondition for these special pills to be effective was a couple had to take the same batch of pills together and then cultivate together. Therefore, no single person had come to this water region to seek the opportunity to break through. The shelf life of this medicine was very short. After leaving the sea region, it would quickly deteriorate. Those outside could basically only hear news about it, and would not be able to see the original substance of the pill. Therefore, Romo and his wife had no choice but to come personally. They had originally wanted to exchange some medicinal herbs for the help of a professional alchemist in the Lost Spirit City to refine the medicine. This was a profession that had risen in the Lost Spirit City with the help of the Lost Spirit Sea. Figures flew past Romo, ignoring him. It was as if he could neither be seen nor sensed. These teams of twos each occupied a piece of territory without interfering with each other and started to search for the medicinal herbs wholeheartedly. They were all great magi who could not stay in the air for long, but they were already very familiar with standing on the surface of the sea, occasionally moving and appearing in a flash. Clearly, this was not the first time they had taken a flying ferry here to find medicinal herbs. Most of the great magi who came here sought the same kind of medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs grew on the seabed. When they matured, the roots would automatically break off, and the coral-like upper part would slowly rise from the bottom of the sea. The roots would continue to accumulate energy and grow again. In the process of rising from the bottom of the sea, most of the herbs would have been eaten by sea beasts and fish. Only a few would successfully rise to the surface of the sea. And, after rising to the surface of the sea, if they were not collected in time, the medicinal herbs would quickly dissipate. Romo and his wife had spent an entire month here before they obtained a relatively intact special medicinal herb. He quietly watched the stir of activity brought about by the group of magi. He saw the discouragement of those who failed to find any and the delight of those who had found it. He saw them fighting over a piece of plant, and saw someone accidentally fall into the mouth of a sea beast. The smell of blood wafted over. Romo looked at the busy figures who were like him back then and seemed to have returned to that moment in a daze. After standing there for a long time, he turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly froze. The gentle light in those eyes was no longer there, only an extremely cold surging killing intent. "I didn't expect you to appear again." "That's right, 600 years is not long for a sea beast." With the thought, Romo's eyes turned red. At the same time, on the flying ferry that had stopped on the calm sea, in a certain compartment, there was a grey-robed old man cultivating magical power with his eyes closed. His name was Kankla, and he was the guardian of the flying ferry. He was currently a level 6 great archmage. This flying ferry belonged to a certain faction in the Lost Spirit City. It would regularly send people who needed to find medicine here. Kankla was one of the people hired by this faction. The main role was to prevent any accidents that might happen to the flying ferry along the journey. The old man, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly looked up. Kankla sensed the information transmitted by his divine sense, and his originally surprised mood immediately turned to fear. Danger! He immediately jumped up from the futon on the ground and flew out of the window. In the blink of an eye, he was above the entire flying ferry. At the same time, he took out a magical tool for controlling the flying ferry and activated the magic protective formation with it. A burst of golden light spread out, and the protective formation opened. "Everyone, a level 6 sea beast is approaching. Please return to the flying ferry immediately." Upon hearing Kankla's voice ring out from the periphery of the Lost Spirit Sea, the group of great magi, who had been focused on searching for medicinal herbs, were all shocked. Level 6 sea magical beast. Damn! This is too unlucky. It has not even been a day, why has a level 6 magical beast been attracted over? Hasn't it been more than a year that a magical beast of level 5 and above had appeared? Leave quickly. Return to the flying ferry quickly. The great magi that had been scattered over the sea region immediately stopped what they were doing and flew back quickly in the direction of the flying ferry without looking back. After flying for a few seconds, something could be sensed stirring under the calm sea. The terrifying aura of the magical sea beast instantly swept across an area of dozens of kilometers. Everyone could sense the extremely terrifying existence lurking beneath the surface of the sea, a level 6 magical sea beast. Sensing the aura imprint that seemed to have been marked by a ferocious beast, many great magi, who were flying quickly back to the flying ferry, fled in panic with pale faces. It was not just the great magi. Even the level 6 great archmage, Kankla, who was on the flying ferry steering it with his magical control tool, had a much uglier expression. In the periphery of the Lost Spirit Sea, even level 5 magical sea beasts rarely appeared, let alone level 6 magical sea beasts. Now, one had actually appeared. This level 6 magical sea beast was about the same strength as Kankla, but this was on the sea, equivalent to the home ground of the magical sea beast. He was really not sure if he could protect this flying ferry.